Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon, of course, with a special guest tonight here. And I know we've got the game kicking off with the Seahawks receiving the kick. Sorry about the late hour here, folks. But I'm very happy to welcome in Bryce Coots from Hawk's Eye in the house. Bryce, thank you for joining us and helping us out in the telecast. We're still working quite on the final timing of this, so we might need the first commercial break to get this one right. But our Seahawks are coming out here. Bryce, how's it going?
Good, man. How are you, Brandon?
I get my headset in here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, man. We're good.
So we've got a handoff to Walker off tackle here for 1 yard. Bryce is going to be our color commentary guy tonight as we get this fully synced. I'm a little ahead of him, so he's getting a little bit of a sight line from the future out there in Canada. If you guys get a chance tonight, please do sub on up to Hawk's Eye on his YouTube side here. He's been doing some great work out there, and his channel's been gaining a lot of steam. And he's also a coach. He's going to give us a coach's eyes tonight on this game. We've got Sam in shotgun, 2nd and 8. 14-16 to go here in this game. Oh, they go for a little out route there to JSN that is a little mistimed. Darn a little quick on the throw there. How's our Mariners doing, Bryce?
So I have that actually going on right now. It's bottom of the 6th, still 3-1 Mariners, 1 out, and it's Wu versus Varsho, and it's currently a 1-0 count with 1 on first. Oh, Varsho just hit it. He's popped it out, and 2 out. Runner on first for the Blue Jays.
We got Sam back here, 3rd and 8. Blitz coming. Delayed blitz at that. He gets it over to Barner. Good job rallying up on the tackle by the Texans. He's going to be about a yard short of the first down, and this will lead to a Seahawks punt. Nice job by Darnold there to get the ball out. You got to realize that blitz is coming in the way that they're trying to send it there, and they're going to get you pretty quickly. So the hard part about trying to go out there and get that 8 yards on 3rd down, Bryce, is that down and distance just, you know what I mean? There's so many plays in the playbook, and it's all well and good. Just run your 10-yard route. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to have the pass pro to get that up there. A lot easier with the 3rd and 3s, right?
Well, exactly. And that's the thing. You could tell the Texans there, they decided, like, hey, you know what? We're going to bring pressure. We'll give up something short beneath the sticks. Darnold found it. They did try. It looked like 3 deeper routes to get past the marker, which was good, but Barner was definitely his check down. So it was good to get it out. Don't take the sack. Give yourself decent punting position to, at least pin them, hopefully deep.
Well, that's just what happened. Michael Dixon, with maybe the punt of the year so far for him, is able to get that to not only bounce, but roll sideways instead of back into the end zone, where the Texans will take over with a very long field when I get back here. I'm going to do a little pause to get you caught up here. So, folks, you're going to be a little bit ahead of us today if you're going pure off your stream, probably, but I want to sync up with Bryce as much as I can. So please understand night kind of special occasion on this one. I know it'll be a little bit like, well, we're way ahead, but hang on in when they're with us. And we're not going to get a commercial break because why not? NFL doesn't like commercial breaks, do they, Bryce?
They do not, apparently, especially when there's other good games going on at the same time. Why let anyone go flip over to another sporting event?
Yeah. Okay. So here we go. Right out on the field is Stroud from his own 4-yard line. He's going to hand this out of shotgun to Chubb. Chubb dancing around off the first outside hole back into the B gap before he's going to be drugged down to the ground there for a very short gain. Very big key tonight, Bryce, is stopping the run, making this team one-dimensional for me. You as well?
Yeah, it's very much so. I think you really need to put this offensive line for Houston in long passing situations, or 3rd and long, 2nd and longs, where they're probably going to come out and pass, and let Byron Murphy and Leonard Williams go to work on that interior.
Texans are bringing out Laken Tomlinson at left guard here, so their ever-changing revolving door of an interior offensive line continues, and we're familiar with him. Play action pass. Seahawks all over it, but there is a free Schultz there out in space. And he's going to catch it and get upfield for a first down.
This receiving core for Houston's interesting to me because you got Schultz there, but you got the 2 Iowa State products in Jalen Noel and Jaden Higgins, who 2 guys I liked in the draft process. I thought one of them might end up in Seattle. And then at the same time, you got obviously Nico Collins, who's turning into one of the best young receivers in the NFL.
It's going to be interesting to see those matchups, especially as we learned late that there will not be a Witherspoon or Love in this game. 1st and 10. Stroud dropping back to throw here. He's going to check this down. Drake Thomas tight in coverage there. Let's go, Drake. Nice play there. Draped all over the receiver well and not giving him an angle to make that catch. Shotgun look here for Stroud. 2nd and 10. Seahawks show a little run blitz. And that works well when they're running the ball. They're going to be all over this play. Drake Thomas swallows it on up with a group of Leonard Williams was there as well. Very well-timed blitz. You can tell on the run blitzes to me, Bryce, when you can feel the stuttering of the linebacker as they're coming downhill versus purely just trying to do the shot out of a cannon. I got to get there, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things with this defense, I think, and the one thing I'm kind of liking now is you can see more of them playing faster, I think, as they understand Mike McDonald's defense in a lot of ways too. They're not just kind of, moving to, hey, I know I got to be here. They understand they do this is where we go, and they can move faster, which is the big thing here. And
sack. We've got a sack. Stroud kept retreating back in the pocket on 3rd and 13, stack box look, and very close to a safety. Sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, all
very
good.
Close, very close to the safety here. The officials are going to, I think, discuss this for a second. And he is at the 1. He's flying back to it. So they're going to probably mark this on his forward, quote unquote, forward progress, where the way this works is where he's hit and taken will dictate that a little bit sometimes.
But the thing is, that's a weird one because he's still retreating even though he gets hit in the foot. And his knee looks like it hits the goal line, which if it did, that ball should be in the end zone. That should be a safety.
Okay, so let's flesh this out. Mike's going to challenge this smartly, by the way. I think this is exactly the play you'd like to. Let me get the rule. Oh, my God. They're not going to let him challenge it. He's not happy about that.
Because Stroud's knee hits about half a yard in the end zone.
Why won't they let him challenge it?
That's
challengeable. That's challengeable. He's got the red flag out, and they're not letting him challenge it.
He can challenge the spot.
They're going to let him challenge the spot, but not the fumble then. That's the way they'll work with it, is they're going to tell him you can challenge the spot, but we're not going to determine whether it's a fumble or not, which is BS. Torrey Horton with a nice return here into Texans territory. That jersey throws me off sometimes. 10:06 here on the clock for me. See if we get a commercial break here, if they're going to just keep cooking straight through on this game. There we go. Give me 1 second, folks. Okay, Bryce did a little bounce. I'm still in commercials here. We'll kind of piecemeal this together a little bit here on the next 2 commercials. If we can.
Sounds good. On another note, top of the 7th. Looks like, the Blue Jays just pulled off a double play here. Still 3-1 Mariners, top of the 7th. 2 outs now.
It's getting tight there. It's getting tight all the way around. It's brutal having to go off the game too when you're watching and doing this. But it's football first, man. That's our number 1 call. I got to do the job.
Is. Yeah, I will try and provide minor Mariner updates throughout because I know a lot of people in here are slightly Mariner fans as well. So big night for Seattle sports in general. But I don't get that, Brandon. Can you fathom why they wouldn't allow him to challenge the spot of where the tackle occurred? Like, that makes no sense.
Especially because it looked like the official on the backside came up with his hands up in safety. I think that's one of those little fine fine, tune details within the rules where they're like, it's not to challenge fumbles. We automatically look at all fumbles or what, but there's not. This is like one of those gray areas in the rule book, I would estimate, is what they're telling him, where I think you're right. You can challenge the spot, but the spot will not have us. We're not going to call it a safety or not, which is weird because that's part of the challenging of the spot. Mike's trying to get an explanation over here. He's not going to get one that makes him happy.
No, he won't. They'll give him some reason on this, that, and the other. So, yeah, I see what you mean by trying to get the explanation because Mike is mad. He knows that's momentum play there, right? And can we just say on another here, Brandon, Nwosu has just come on with a man with his hair on fire since he's come back from injury.
Well, you figure guys had his football life taken almost from him a little bit here with, can I ever come back the same? I'm out this long period of time. I've been injured and beat up. I think this is the kind of guys playing at a certain hungry level. I think, he's lit up and we need this right now because of, maybe not getting as much from the youngsters as we were, looking to get so far. Handoff inside, right up the A gap here to Kenneth Walker. Like that get down the hill kind of run there on this Texans team. I feel like the weakness to them here, Bryce, is getting up in the middle of that defense.
It 100% is. And this is what I kind of, earlier on in my, preview show to this, I said I wouldn't be surprised if Seattle came out and ran a little bit more split zone, inside zone this week. Stop trying to attack the edge as much because that's where their strength is with Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. Get inside, attack the inside of that defense.
Amen. 39-yard line here in the Texans territory. Play action pass. Darnold dropping back. He's got a little bit of time. Floats it up top there to Arroyo. Arroyo keeps his feet, gets out of bounds for a big play. Nice job, Seahawks. 9:24 on the clock here in the first quarter. If you're trying to follow along, we're going to syncing up here in the next two kind of commercial breaks with Bryce to get right as close as we can. So we're going to be a little behind your live telecast today, but hopefully providing you more scintillating coverage for doing it. Just a nice little kind of wheel route there, Bryce.
Yeah, it was. It's double tight, right? You got the wing tight. You basically have that is what the wide zone, Brandon, affords you, is if you can play action off of it, that corner will over pursue to try and set that edge, and it lets you tight end just slide up the numbers there, up that side of the field. And it's good to see them get Arroyo involved in this game.
Two more, another run inside, back to your point on what you thought would be effective. Going right back to it here on Walker on first down. And 8:38 to go here in the first quarter. Nice drive working here for the Seahawks on their second one of the game here.
It's going to be interesting to see because I think Kenneth Walker here, if they get the right blocks from him, can really, explode through a couple of these inside zone plays and maybe rip off a couple, 10+ yard runs in this game.
Agreed. I'd stay there. I like your thoughts on it. I'd do the same. Nice catch on in here. Is that Arroyo again with another catch? Arroyo with another catch attacking Alshire, the linebacker, getting a bit of a mismatch there and attacking it. Kind of just a simple in route here.
Yeah, just that's a matchup that Kubiak needs to just pressure point that and push that all game because Alshire cannot stay man-to-man with Arroyo. There's just a massive athletic issue.
He's looking for safety help on a 5-yard in route. He's like a bag of bullet going, where's my safety help, bro?
Yeah. Bullock's on the outside going, well, he ran like a stick.
Oh, 1st and 10, fighting, scratching, crawling, fighting, pushing, crawling, rugby. There's a flag. He's in the end zone. Is it going to count? I don't know. Probably holding, I'm guessing, for where the flag came out, though they technically called it a touchdown on the rugby scrum. Charbonnet kept grinding in there. Let's see the call. There's a lot of talking, hands at waist. Carl Jeffers. That's a ref name if I ever heard one. Are they taking it off? What's going on here? Did they take the deal off the board? He broke the plane. He's up. If this is a called touchdown on the field, that's standing. You got no corroborative evidence to overturn that thing. No corroborative evidence there. He in.
Oh, yeah, he's in. He broke the plane.
Let's go. Touchdown, Seahawks. Charbonnet channeling a little inner beast mode, Bryce. Just keeping those feet turning. That's what you always say to I'm sure you tell your backs. You say, hey, keep the feet grinding. Good things happen, right?
100%. As long as you can keep your feet going and you can somehow get yourself lower and just push with leverage, you'll keep moving that pile. And that's one thing I think Charbonnet does best out of this running back group is that initial contact, drive the legs, keep them going. He's a hard runner to bring down that way.
Yeah, it's weird because he's got power elements to him, but I wouldn't call him a power back. Does that make sense? You know, and I think
100%.
he's got that exact thing, but a wonderful drive there for the Seahawks. 5 plays, short field, 44 yards. Paul Mall saying, I like that. Paul Mall kind of hyping him up, it looks like, they're over on the sidelines. You can do that. See, you got that in you to do that. And good job by the Hawks to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. I kind of wonder if this is going to be some of what the Philly shove has as far as the ripple effect here when you see these plays down by the goal line, is that you might see a team occasionally get a couple of their linemen up there to line up on a guy and start to do the push thing as it all just becomes a pile. And now you see them, like, as though they've been coached to do it, running up there with 4 or 5 guys and then other guys coming behind them. And it turns into like something from the time of the Trojans or the Romans or something, Bryce.
Yeah. And that's the whole thing, right? It's, you know, you need a back that can do what Charbonnet does in that regard there, Brandon, is it gets messy. You got to just drive your feet and be strong driving it. And that's what Charbonnet can give to you and afford to you. So this is where that 1-2 punch of Walker and Charbonnet works, is when you get this, where you get Charbonnet just pushing a behemoth amount of weight around with the offensive line to just get his butt in the end zone.
Yep. Well said. Well, wonderful drive for the Seahawks here. Up 7-0 now with 7:28 to go here on the clock. Kickoff lands at about the 4-yard line, taken up from there. And he's got a little lane there. Jason Myers. Ow.
Oh boy.
Hopefully there's not a concussion there.
Oh, like, I'm going to be honest, and that just watching Jason Myers do that right there is, everybody needs to know how to tackle. It's one of the first things we do in our coaching is first couple days, everybody, doesn't matter if you're a place kicker, doesn't matter if you're a, third receiver, everybody is learning how to tackle properly for that reason. Like, Myers just dropped his head and went in there, and that looked rough.
Yeah, he's probably going to go into the medical tent for a check after that one. 1st and 10 here, 7:22 on the clock, the first quarter. Ball at the 36-yard line in Seahawks territory. Handoff to Chubb up the middle. Seahawks stifling and stout on the inside there. Jaron Reed at the center of it, not allowing much. It's what I think with Grubb, that with Chubb, is that he's not going to have the bounce or the quickness to run away from you here, Bryce. It's all about getting the guy to the ground. He still has the ability to be so strong in his base. That's the key here in this game.
He does. The thing for me with Nick Chubb here as a running back is he's not going to be the explosive back he was in Cleveland before this last knee injury, but he's still going to afford to turn out 5 yards and be a tough guy to get to the ground. You got to make sure you're getting bodies on the ball carrier at all times. This can't be, hey, rely on one guy to bring him down, or 2, he's still got enough power to get through those.
Yeah. Throw out here into the flat to out here to the back, Woody Marks. Drake Thomas misses the tackle out in space. Woody able to get the edge. Drake's got to come back and force that inside with his leverage.
Woody Marks is a guy I was really intrigued in the draft because of his ability to catch out of the backfield and be explosive. And that's one thing I look at here, as you can see. Get him out in space, swing that ball to him, let him play with a linebacker one-on-one in space, and he's more than most times will make him miss.
They're going to run on 3rd and 1, and this is going to go nowhere. Jaron Reed and Leonard Williams creating a wall up in there, with Jenna helping out as well. Nowhere close to getting the first down. Seahawks looking good as they have throughout the year in the run game here early on.
And can I just say, I don't think there's a better defensive player in the NFL right now than Leonard Williams.
Amen.
Realistically, like, he is, in my opinion, the best defensive player in the NFL. It was completely ridiculous. He was snubbed last year, but man, and you know what? Kudos to Drake Thomas on that. He blows up the fullback right back about 1.5 yards into Woody Marks there and just allows the D-line to collapse that run play.
It's so big because if you allow any positivity on that run, there's so much more of a chance there, or I would say likelihood, this punt's going to go back into the end zone. There's so much more of the likelihood then that they're going to try maybe to attempt for 4th down. It's where you can remove that decision-making by turning it into a true 2 yards. and trying to make that happen there. I know you see the Cardinal game, but they got caught in the situation, I felt like, when they're driving at the end, where they tried with Jacoby to do a 1.5 yard Philly push, and it was about it. It's about quarter of a yard too far of much of a requirement for him to go get that. And, it's just kind of similar there. Couple donations on the line. Eric Tams, thank you for the $20 donation. Eric, sorry, again, we got to get a little applause for that one. Thank you for the big donor here. Says, I couldn't tip you when I was watching your coverage out of the country. This is for the previous 2 games. Well, thank you for that, Eric. I really appreciate that support. Very, very kind of you. And glad to have you back in the country safe and sound, which is good. But thank you for that, man. That's big time. Appreciate you. Sorry, a little late on the acknowledgement there, but thank you nonetheless. You're awesome. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I feel bad for Pete and Gino. Well, not really. Feel bad for Pete and Gino there, Bryce?
Oh, I feel bad for Pete out of the 2 more. I think if this is just, again, kind of showing I guess, where the NFL has gone, especially with Pete's defense, is just, it doesn't work in this NFL. You're getting way too many offenses now that have so much multiplicity to it that you can't sit in certain basic coverages like he did back with the Legion of Boom team. And now he's kind of getting exposed. It would have been better, I think, if Pete had stayed in retirement for himself.
Kind of interesting to see as his decision on this too, is whether or not he wants to do the long, rebuild that is required here. And I think he was probably open to the fact this could be the conclusion he was going to be facing down, that this thing was just going to take so much more time that, okay, I want to come in and see if I could kind of short, kind of microwave it up a bit and maybe use some energy, kind of turn that thing around. But okay, no, this does require a lot more talent assembly here that is going to take a long time. Do I want to really spend that time going kind of from scratch in so many ways with the roster? I can't think that he does. But it's also hard to me where there's so much of kind of putting and I was, much as anybody of the bigger pushers of saying, no, okay, I'm ready to move on from Carroll. And hey, I'm more open than I think other people are with moving off from Gino, though a guy that I've loved and how he played here. There's a lot of other reasons at play. I still think now there's almost a bit of an overtake where it's like, see, this proves that they aren't blah, 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 blah. I think your points about Peter are absolutely right, by the way, which is part of why I did want him to go. But that's to me a little bit of this, puzzle as well, is that it's not just them, it's the Raider organization you're looking at here that has been a just awful one here for a long time. All right, we got, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I agree with you. The Raider organization, just can't get out of its own way.
First down play action here, Sam. Decent time. He's got Cooper Kupp down the football field to the 50-yard line with another big play down the field on the back of his arm. Sam continuing to play so well off the play action, playing into tendencies.
That is such a cool design. That's basically what, I call it an over and up, which is he runs that over route and then just turns up the sideline like that, coming off of play action. It's where you get safeties caught. They want to shoot that over route that they see all the time from that slot, and then you're able to turn it up the sideline there. That is just such a good play design by Clint Kubiak and run by 2 guys that know the system so well.
Sam under some pressure here on first down, again, looking to pass, and he's got a lot of time there in the pocket. Finally, throws the ball away. Does have a man just close enough for it to not be, because he was still in the pocket there, not be a intentional grounding.
Again, that's where sometimes I feel like in this season, Brandon, Kubiak's gotten a little too cute to run 2 back-to-back play action plays like that. Yeah. And just, okay, you got this shot. Now get in the run game, go pound out a couple yards, and then come back to it. Don't go, oh, we got this, let's try for another shot. Stay out of that habit a bit.
Well, second down and 10, and they do just what you were calling for there. And they do get a nice game with Charbonnet attacking back into that A gap that they've kind of lived in so far in the running game. And that is where, to your point, though, I don't like then the what you do, even though this play did work out conceptually, though, then you sort of end up getting, feels like not ahead, but behind on the play calling. Because then when you come back and then you don't run on first down, now it just feels like the percentage chances of you running on the 2nd and 10 are incredibly high. I remember our Hawks team a couple of years ago, I think that we're leading the league in that.
Yeah.
You remember those days. 3rd and 2 here. This might be 2 down territory from this particular spot on the football field. Darnold in shotgun. They're going to go back to Charbonnet, liking how he's running here. And it's going to be all dependent on what they do with the spot. I think they're going to have him a little bit short. And if I'm Mike here, I think I go for this, especially with Myers having his cranium cracked on the, this is probably going to be a tush, but this is going to be a barnyard tush push here, probably.
The thing for me on that, that play, Brandon, is you're motioning JSN across like he's getting a jet sweep. You've never given a jet to JSN yet this year. You're not selling anything with that yet.
Yeah. It is going to be a barnyard here. He's going to do a long count. Always interesting with the quarterback doing a long count. Okay. He's going to get the push. He's going to get the first down. They got that thing down, man. The barnyard doors are open for business. Let the horses out and run free. Well executed. We got one man on one booty, one man on another booty.
Pushed it forward.
This is ideal for our Hawks with this time of possession, opening this up like this. Just with the doctor order for some of these games where we've seen our defense a little behind the ball with the TOP in the first half. 1st and 10 here. Another play action. They're going to go to Walker on an end around. Walker is going to, I think, look to have thrown it, but then decides not. We've got a flag on the field. Those are tough plays to Bryce. Walk through that one, buddy.
Again, this is just like you're forcing something. This to me is very much like the Milrow thing. Why? You've never lined up Ken Walker in a weird spot like that. It immediately shoots red flags off. Why is Ken Walker randomly lined up as a wing tight end / slot? It's things like that where I go, why? Like, you're again moving the ball well, and there's no hope in this at all. That no one bid on the toss to Charbonnet. Like, it just made no freaking sense. Like, you're gonna do stuff. Your trick plays have to look like a normal offensive play for them to work.
Seattle's going to get the benefit of a 5-yard penalty on the Texans pre-snap penalty. I'm guessing somebody lined up in the neutral zone. So they get saved on that one a little bit. Handoff back to Charbonnet. Well, at least to your point, he's coming back to like reason, So even if they leave a little bit for a moment, they sort of might have a little tick there, Bryce, but coming back that inside run.
It's completely the inside, zone scheme right now with a little bit of gap power stuff, which is, good to see.
Got an unfortunate update in the Major League game there. You want to give?
I was going to say, unfortunately, it's 4-3 now, Toronto.
Jesus, what inning is it in?
Bottom of the 7th. There's one out, and Bizzardo came in, and he literally gave up a 3-run shot.
Handoff here to Walker on a little bit of an off tackle run, and there's penetration in the backfield, knocked back, nowhere to go here. This will bring up 2nd down and long. Gosh sakes, Mariners had that game in their hands.
Mm-hmm.
Can't get that Toronto lineup, man. You just cannot put them away. And nobody else but Julio and Cal doing anything on the day at the plate. Like, once again, like, somebody step up, please. Like, somebody. 41 seconds to go here in the first quarter. Seahawks up 7-0, ball on the 25-yard line. Darnold under center, play action pass, dropping. They're looking to set up a screen that was just dirty the whole way. I don't know if Charbonnet didn't get the note on the fact that he is supposed to be turning back around for the ball, or he just got into his block there.
And good on Sam. Just turf it. Get rid of it.
Yeah. Third down and 11 here. I'm going to guess that this is probably more of looking to try to make this a little bit of a makeable field goal. They're at the 30 right now, but you can get this very close to chip shot city here with just a little bit of a. You gotta get rid of the ball, Sam. There we go. He peels out. Does Sam still looking down the field? He's going to go and put his head down and get crunched there. A little too much, buddy. A little too much. Love the lineman Zabel over there, cross over there, telling them what's up.
Oh, you gotta love that about Zabel and Barner and just that group. Like, that's something that's been missing on this team, is that slight edge. To be honest, that was something I loved about J.R. Sweezy. As much as he wasn't the perfect lineman, you weren't going to go nail Russ late and not have to answer to J.R. Sweezy.
That's a That's a huge. Alshire is a dirty guy. He's known for having a bit of that reputation to him where he plays and look, it's not like an ultra dirty play, but he does. You can't do that. You got him 2 yards
Yeah.
out of bounds, and then you're gonna pinball. You're gonna drive your helmet into his chest as you then try to plant him into the ground. You notice the coach isn't even trying to
No.
say, he knows what's up. You can't do that. And this is just part of what I love about Darnold too, is the toughness angle. You see it on him standing in the pocket, taking hits to the chops. The guy, you could ask him there to get out of bounds, and he's just trying to get a couple of yards for a field goal there. Think about that too. And he knows he's not getting the first. He's just trying to get a couple extra yards, and you love the mentality in it. First and 10 here, 1 sec. We got 6 seconds here to go. Let's see if we get a playoff on this, or Sam's just going to get a look. He's going to try to get a playoff here. Drops back to pass. Finds Jackson Smith and Jigba in the back of the end zone for a touchdown. Another we got a flag, I think. So we'll see if the flag's on here. But a wonderful throw. He's shown, man, he can throw darts down in there in the red zone. I think in a way, not a lot of guys kind of can or have the guts to do so.
And Sam didn't even get everything on that ball.
Wow.
He got smoked in the middle.
Wow. What a throw, man. What a great angle by the telecast there. They usually miss that type of stuff, and you got to go back on the 22 to see it. Let's see what the call is going to be. Don't wipe that off the board, baby. Don't wipe that off the board.
I think it's for JSN slam dunking on the goalpost.
All right. TK's influence.
And that's on Stingley. He looks like Spider-Man when JSN does this. I love how he just kind of hangs there like Spider-Man. Here's the thing, though, about that play, Brandon. Bradford put on roller skates.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. They're taking a little bit of time here to figure out what they're going to do.
I would assume they'd apply it on the kickoff.
Well, they just roll a levels concept, man. There he's got Cooper guiding underneath, and then he's got JSN over the top. He's throwing that as he does down in the red zone at times. To me, what just stands out, and they're going to actually put this out onto the play PAT attempt here. So this is going to be a long PAT attempt here for Jason Myers. Snap down, kick up. It's drifting, it's holding, and it gets through. 14-0 lead here for the Hawks. JSN going out to Jason saying, thank you. But a hell of a start for the Hawks, man. And a nice levels concept, but he throws with anticipation. It's not that he's purely open when he throws that, right, Bryce?
No, and I think what he does so well, Brandon, is he's really good at identifying the conflict defender there in the concept and reading that defender quickly. So in that case, he's reading that safety that's standing there. That safety, it all holds their feet waiting for Cup. He knows he's launching that 2-ball right over the top to JSN to the back line of the end zone. Like, that's what I'll give Sam a lot of credit for that he does extremely well, is he's so good at identifying pre-snap who my conflict defender is going to be that we are trying to high-low in this concept.
Yeah, well said. And it doesn't require you then have to go through the 4 reads. You don't like quick pressure. I still got to the 2 because they're right on top of each other. And he knows JSN's going to get out of his break faster than that guy can get to where he's going to go. And why not trust him in there? He's done that already. Well, it was very similar to kind of the route that they did against Tampa Bay in the back of the end zone in the same way. It's like hard to stay on JSN once you have to break and throw your hips out like that into a different direction.
It definitely is. And that's where, again, he just does such a good job of getting to his read, understanding where he's going with the ball. And the one thing in this offense, there's a lot of half-field reads in it, built in, where your check down is to a certain side. Pick the side you like pre-snap, read your concepts through, get to your check down if you don't like it.
Yeah. And you like that. You don't always have to have an offense with a quarterback. You need to have the 4 read just to make, well, you need to go through 4 every time. It's like, no, not necessarily. And especially you got 2 edge rushers in a game like this, the Texans, probably going to build in some more of those kind of routes because you look, Sam, we know you can feel the rush on, but we at the same time, let's protect you in the game planning a little bit within that instead of setting you out on the far end of the limb and hoping that the limb don't snap. Thank you again, Taker and Eric Tams for the dono. Snail's been 31 months as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for that, Snail. It would have been safety for the Chiefs or the Rams. Yeah, I was seeing that whole thing with JSN doing the ball spin, and then somebody's put up on Twitter showing Mahomes doing the same ball spin move after he scored a touchdown on a guy, and there's being no call, and you go, yeah, okay, all right. Top of the 8th there. Mariners still down 3-4 there in that Blue Jay. Come on, Mariners magic. Please, Mariners magic. Wolf Tracker. Thank you for the $10 donation, Wolf Tracker. Appreciate you for that. He says, it's be amazing having you on game day. U.S. Navy stationed overseas can't get the live games, but you make the games more enjoyable than just watching the scores. Oh, man, I really appreciate that. Part of why I wanted to do this, the kickoff goes to the 5 here, taken back up. Seattle's a little better on this one down at the 30-yard line. It's part of why I started doing this was because I'd heard about more people not doing this. You think in the internet age, everybody's got that access, and so it's all just easy peasy to go get. But there's a lot of reasons that in different places it's hard to, and even in the country. And I love doing it too, man. It's a really fun aspect of this to be able to do different a little bit than the normal stuff we do. And happy to do it, man. Hopefully keep getting better at it and provide you guys that great coverage on the game. So thank you, man. Appreciate you. You're the man.
I'm still in awe of that accuracy from Darnold there, Brandon, on that throw with that guy in his face. We're not talking about edge pressure. We're talking about a gap right into your grill as a quarterback, and that's where guys are elite and guys are below average. Yeah.
And there's a lot of different reasons guys aren't good at it. It can be fear. It can be just can't throw the guy in the face. It's that I can't throw with anticipation. There's a lot of things that goes into that throw beyond just, makes a good throw. Texans come out with a little more purposefulness here on the first 2 plays. First getting 5 yards on a quick run, then a little throw on an out route there to, what's his face, dude? What's the receiver's name here? I'm spacing on his name. Save me here. The outside receiver.
Nico Collins.
Nico Collins. My goodness. Nico Collins makes the catch there, a little outside route. Simple little design there. Just attack the off coverage of Seattle. They're going to drop to a little depth here, make urine up the field. All right, we got 1st and 10 here. Ball at the 40-yard line. Handoff to play action pass. Nice bit of play action there, and a beautiful catch out there by that man, Nico Collins. Josh Jobe was all over him. He couldn't have played that better.
Jobe's coming back around here a little bit. Oh, that's just, that's just trying to get the ball out, and that's also going against a good receiver right now in the NFL, but that's a matchup I was worried about in this game is Jobe on Nico Collins, and we'll see how that goes throughout. But that's something I wouldn't be surprised the Texans don't push that button a lot in this game, Brandon.
Yeah, just throw it up there and let him go get it. He's got Julio Jones elements to him. I don't know if he's as good, but I just think he's got a lot of that. They're going to call an ineligible man downfield here, and then a pass interference call on Seattle, but that just neutralizes. So we like that, actually. That's a win for Seattle here, and that gets you back to resetting this first down. But just love the way he's competitive in coverage in Jobe, and that if he's going to give up the completion, it's not going to be on some stupidity or he can't get his head around, or he's going to be competitive all the way through the catch point. He's tight. He's going to tend to be very tight. And that, to me, goes a long way to helping you limit that yardage, even if you're not a quote unquote great corner all the way around.
Yeah. And you know what's interesting so far in this game is that I would have thought personally as a quarterback in the game plan, if I had an idea that Reek Woolen was going to start, I might target him because he's been out for 2 weeks, see where he's at. And they haven't attacked Reek yet, which is interesting.
A little bit of a strange game plan. They come back here trying to look to throw, it looks like, to the flat, and the running back's supposed to go to the flat, but he kind of turns it upfield. So Stroud ends up kind of having a bit of miscommunication there on the throwaway with first down. We got 13:25 to go here in the second quarter. Seahawks up 14-0 here. All right, we got 2nd and 10. Pressure mounting. Good job sidestepping it. He's going to find a man down the field, and Collins with just a pure drop. Great play there by Stroud to step up, but Collins just a complete. That's big play right there.
Interesting thing there that I noticed, and I think this is again, it was really interesting. I've been watching a lot of all 22 on Reek and just seeing if he's really that bad or if there's issues, and just watching him on this, like you watch his attempt to press Nico Collins, like he completely whiffs.
Yeah, it
And
should
it's
be
like
something he dominates at too, because he's so
it,
long
it
and big.
should be. And I just wonder if he's not stuck in between mentally what he learned in the Pete Carroll system, which he
Ooh, quick pass in
and
space, zone drop. Sorry to Boye Mafe. He knocks it down. Go ahead and continue.
well, and it's that whole side of thing, right? Like you're trying to learn a new scheme, and I think Reek might be struggling with the technique that's stuck in between, and that is a very good knockdown by Boy Mafe, but almost like a one of oops, I was in the right spot and threw my arm up and it went well for me.
Yeah, but it's also it's that old Blitzburg zone drop scheme right there that's purified off the back of where you're overloading, you're getting the quarterback with the timing by overloading the box up there in a way where he's already going, I got to get the ball out of my hand. And then what you're trying to do is you're trying to anticipate then with the zone drop where he's going to look to go. Torton bobbles this, but he's able to regain it. Then he reverses field. He's at the 20, 25, up to the 30, makes a nice cut up there, makes something that looked a little bit scary there into something. Good job there by Horton, but this is that flavor in Mike McDonald's defense to me that he's got to mix in. And I know he likes to do it more in the third and eight, third and nines, but I just feel like the more he does that, the merrier. I know there's probably a too much mode. I think we've been on the other side of the too much mode so far this year. And that's just that. Emanwari coming from one side, they overload over there, they drop off the other two side with Drake Thomas, and that it's also Drake there with CJ's look, Bryce, where he's got both those two guys squishing that zone to his hot read.
Yeah.
Because he's already decided he's got to hit his hot on the back of the stacked box.
Yeah, and the thing that's interesting is one thing, like I always talk to my quarterbacks, if you're getting pressure and they are blitzing, sometimes you got to throw into that blitz. It may be scary, but sometimes you do because it takes an extra second for that defender that's supposed to replace to get there. They're trying to bait you to throw the other way. You watch that play from behind, CJ Stroud has a defender that hooks up and slides out, that if he throws it, is likely Drake Thomas is trying to cover him, but he's late to the spot. Those are things that, I've seen with CJ Stroud lately in the last year and a bit where he struggles with blitz recognition to hot routes and just getting the ball out. Like he throws into the areas the defense wants you to more than he throws into the correct spots.
Yeah. It seems like defense have got a little bit more into dictating the terms to him at times here, in recent years. And look, it's gone on the back of the offensive line worse shape now than it was when he probably walked in. It is worse shape now than when he's walked in the door. And then the running game is probably in worse shape than when he walked in the door, to be fair. And so it's not helping him there. Moving on through a couple different coordinators now, not helping there. But Seahawks got a good game plan going so far here with him, Bryce. They're doing a good job on it.
Unfortunately, that game plan has not gone over into the ALCS. It's bottom of the eighth, 3-4 for the Blue Jays with a runner on first and third. Munoz is in the game pitching now and just, gave up a runner to get to third. So things aren't looking all too good for our Mariners over there, Brandon.
Oh, boy. Well, let's see if they can make something happen here. Please do hit that like button on either side. If you're watching on my or Bryce's side tonight, do hit that like. Get subbed on if you get a chance to. We really would appreciate it. Covering every game here this year. We'll do on the next commercial break one more little tiny pause there, Bryce, to try to sync it up just a little closer, and we'll roll with it from there on that side. Appreciate you guys watching tonight late as you guys are fighting through the yawns and holding on. So far, our Seahawks can reward you there with a win on the back of it here. Sam coming out under center, two side end look. He's going to change the play. He's got a lighter, he's got a heavier box here. Still goes into it. Nowhere to really go for Walker. He's trying to spin and twirl and jump back, and there's just every single hole is closed.
There's that split zone again, right? With that tight end action coming across. Just nothing on that one, though.
They're putting the numbers down the box here. So it's part of why these big plays over the top are there, is that this is what teams do. They stack up the box, they bring blitzes, and the old school way, there's many ways to do this, but one of the ways that Seattle has really leaned on is we're going to take our chunk shots down the field off the back of this. They're showing blitz, Sam. You see it. He's in shotgun. Texans showed their hand too quick. Sam bobbles it. Is able to just get a throw off here for just a very short completion. We do have a flag on the play. But the bobble, I wonder if he still goes to Cooper Kupp if he didn't bobble it there, because he caught him dropping their zipper there a little early there.
Yeah. There's certain things there's certain things with this Kubiak scheme, or Kubiak's play calling, I should say, not the scheme, but the play calling, Brandon, where there's sometimes he just calls things and I don't get it. I don't get the reason behind it. Like, play action works for you. If they're loading the box, use your play action. Don't go into a straight drop back situation. Like, use that advantage to yourself when you have great receivers that run so well off of play action.
And definitely in the back of a lot of shotgun, like we're going to have here on 2nd and 21, which understandable here. We might have jumped off sides there and they didn't call it. Comes back to JSN here. JSN with a nice catch, gets down the field, a big chunk of this yardage back on 2nd and 21 to make this into more of a 3rd down and makeable there. Nice throw again by Sam. Good pass pro there. That throw there is really nice, putting that back on him instead of leading him into the safety there. Subtle little thing he does there to help his guy. They're threatening a blitz on 3rd and 6. Looks like they got him to maybe jump, and they're going to blow this. I hope our guys didn't jump, which looks like it might have happened instead. Yeah, we didn't hold our water. Horton.
He's someone that's been absent in the recent weeks that I've kind of been surprised at.
Yeah, it's this combination of things. 3rd down and 11. Quick snap here by Darnold. Dropping back to throw again. Has a long time here, and he's going to go back over the top for Horton. Horton wants a flag. He's not going to get it. Like the balls by Darnold to go take a shot there. And they must have heard you on Horton.
Yeah, no kidding. Here's the thing though, Brandon. This is where I struggle sometimes when I see this from the Seahawks. Like, Arroyo was causing issues. You were getting great matchups. Why have you all of a sudden stopped?
Yeah. Agreed. Make them take the thing away. Don't just walk away from it.
Exactly.
Boy, Texans with a lot of guys down there to block, but not a big return, up to about the 23-yard line. And the Seahawks will maintain the lead. 10:34 to go here in the second quarter. 14-0 Seahawks. I'm going to do one more little pause here for our guy Bryce so we can get a little more closer to synced up, and we'll be right back here. It's like the Mariners are down to their last option here, huh? They escaped the 9th, but got to get it done now. You hear me, Bryce? Oh, you're muted.
I am unfortunately was muted on that. Yes, it is very much. Oh, tried to bunt it there. Yeah, they're trying everything here, Brandon. And the sad thing about this game, Brandon, is the Mariners really beat themselves in it. It wasn't that the Blue Jays just all of a sudden came out and were just this far superior team. The Mariners had this. They just beat themselves.
Yeah, I mean there's the old saying of live by the sword, die by the sword, and if you're going to live by being a heavy strikeout team that needs home runs, you're going to need, when you get a playoff play against a good lineup, you're going to need a lot of those home runs. Two won't do it in a game. You're going to need more than that, and it's a hard way to live that way in the playoffs against top end pitching like you are going to go up against, and that's. You see it again in a game like this. It's also a lineup that just doesn't do some of the things that I think good lineups would do in the playoffs, like work counts, chase starters quicker than they would like to be chased, because you're able to, at least work it. And then there's so many free swingers and first pitch swingers and just not really commanding the zone or looking for a pitch in the right spot. It's a combo of all that stuff. And it's tough to sustain that way. They've gotten to game 7 though. Let's see if maybe they can bring some magic at the end. For first and 10 here. 10:34 folks to go on the clock. Drake Thomas with the blitz. That blitz gets in there, forces the throw out to Noel early. So we're getting close here, Bryce, on the sync, by the way.
Yeah, we're good. Reek Wolin right there in coverage. Like literally, I would say even if he does have an opportunity, Reek might be there to PBU that.
Yeah. But again, loving the blitz and the stack box stuff that you put into this. This is what you want to do and go at. I wonder a little bit too with Lake and Tomlinson out there, if they're like, with Lake and he really struggles on the blitz pickup. I think we're going to go at that a lot. He can't move his feet, get him on the twist and stance.
Yeah, exactly.
Second down and 10, 10:30 to go in the second quarter. Play clock winding down. Seahawks show a blitz, then kind of fall out of it, then go back into it. Then we maybe have a fumble. Then there's a flag. Drake Thomas is going to pick it up. He's going to go into the end zone. He fumbles in the end zone. It's still bopping around. It's still somebody's got it. It looks like a Texan finally falls upon it.
Did he not break the plane, though?
I don't think that Drake ever had. Yeah, it's a safety. Drake never had possession. One of the weirdest plays you'll see. Let's see how the flag stands on this. The ball, that was one of those. We need a Benny Hill soundtrack on that thing. That thing was just bouncing along.
Or as good old Boomer Esiason would say, whoop,
whoop. Of course, CJ's making the case that he was throwing the ball.
Oh, boy, he did not throw
possession. That. He might have had enough possession there on replay.
Oh, I think he broke the plane with that ball.
Of course, that's the thing, is if he breaks the plane with the ball with possession, then it's just a touchdown, because anything that happens from the second of him breaking the plane is irrelevant. We're going to need a couple on this on loop to figure out what the hell happened on this one. They're going to call it a touchdown now, by the way. No, they're not. Are they? Did they? No.
Oh, does Strout move his arm enough forward?
There's 3 things on this play that are just hard to exactly tell, and they're not showing the right. I hate when they don't show the right angle. They give you the one that's on the backside where it's just butts. It's like, I can't see nothing. Rodney Prescio, thank you for the $2 donation. Dan should be fired. You leave Wu in for the 7th. I stay with Kirby for another inning personally.
Yeah.
And then that allows you to long out. Then that allows you to have then already Wu in the game with just the normal pathway you had. I think Dan's overmanaged a little bit in this series. I think he's kind of aware that he's a little deficient on certain things, and he's trying to overcompensate on that. And I think Dan's a good manager, and it's his first year as a coach. And, there's going to be, with all coaches that are first timers, you're going to have guys that are going to find growth and things they should and shouldn't do. But I think I can know where his spirit's coming from on this. I mean, it's not his fault that the starting pitching basically fell in the tank through the big part of the series. I mean, right? It's not his fault that these guys, in my opinion, don't take pitches or don't strike out too often. This has been a team building conceptual thing that goes on. It's not a new thing that just happened yesterday. It's been going on with Mariner teams for a long period of time. And so he's got to give him, I think he's going to get it fixed, but I understand the frustration, Rodney, too. I know that a few folks have been not loving a little bit of the overmanaging going on.
Realistically, too, if they can bring back, 80% of this, team next year, plus add some more consistent bats to it, Brandon, they could be right back in the spot again next year.
Absolutely. They got a young team, and the farm system's on its way. I mean, that's where I know it's a little bit of shades of Seahawks, where I can understand the frustration of people wanting to see the timeline on this stuff go at a certain speed that's faster than where it's been necessarily. But at the same point in time, doesn't mean that we're not on the right pathway of approach and that they're going to get there. And the farm system, money that you got to spend, I think Naylor comes back at this point. the combination of that whole deal, I think, sets the stage for this to be even a better run next year. And I'll tell you, that Dodgers team is going to be a hell of a hard team to take down, whether it was us or
Yeah.
the Blue Jays. And they're still figuring this out here, so let's see where the call goes on this from the officials now. They love to like play with you where they're like about to announce the thing and they're like, oh, hold on. And then they got to go back over and say something to somebody. And then they come back and, can we get a freaking call on the football field, please? What is he talking? Like, what's the conversation at this point? You know what the call is. Like, why do they have to? They always do that. I always wonder, like, what's the conversation?
All right.
They're going to say his arm went forward, I think.
Oh, probably.
Incomplete pass.
So the safety comes off the board because they're saying that it was a touchback. Oh, my gosh.
The Mariners did go down, by the way. So 3-4 is the final. Julio and Cal show up. Nobody else. Seen that in a couple of games already in this postseason. And hopefully, to your point on all of this, is that this comes back to bottom line being they start to open up the purse strings and get this lineup into a place where we're just not like trying to get by with these guys that are home run hitters that strike out 24/7. It's like it's not going to work in a postseason play, filling your whole lineup with guys like that. You can afford some of them that way, but the whole lineup being that way is tough. Second and 15 now after all of that. A quick little throw in space, and Woolen coming in with a stick. How about that?
There you go, Reek. About time we saw that from Reek. Just come back in and be a little bit more physical.
Yeah, you got the body. Just lay it in there a little bit. Short completion there on second down. Mariner, a lot of sad Mariner fans there, and they're showing the stadium right now. Thank you, guys. We thank you for that. 3rd and 12. Well, let's transfer this energy over to the Hawks. 0 for 3 today on third down. The Texans. 4-man look here. They're going to go to the bubble screen. Woolen looks like he got held. No call. Yeah, Woolen wants to rip too.
Oh, gosh. How do you not call that?
I don't know. Why did the freaking flag take 3 years to come out? He's up on his shoulders, yanking and twisting and turning. I decline it. Make him punt. Nice defensive stand once again. Seahawks defense has got some answers for this Houston offense. And boy, I think it's just telling that alone that they don't trust their pass protection, that they're going to a bubble screen on a 3rd and 12. Versus Seattle letting it rip with a Torrey Horton slow crosser up the field. It does, I think, speak to a little bit like, hey, no, we can maybe not last long against this defensive front. This is a short punt. Horton's going to come up and field it, and he gets it. Very good job. I love that he does that. Man, that drove me crazy last year with D. Williams, where it's just decides not to get it, lets it punt, lets it roll, lets it go back to the 20-yard line. Instead, Horton there goes, no, grab it, get up field, and it's instead of going back 5 yards, that's a 20-yard difference play just to get it up the field in a quick 10-15. We saw him, and remember his comfortability back there in receiving punts. It works all the way around in that way with him.
Totally agree. And that was one thing, you brought up, Brandon, when we were there at camp, was just when we were watching them field punts and we're watching the guys there, and just you saw this, to your point, comfortability of Horton watching the ball, getting under it, catching it. There was no hiccup. There was no bounce. It was smooth. And then it was just boom. You had this explosion. That's what you need out of your punt return. And that's why I like him back there. You know who he gives me vibes of? I was asked this the other day, like, who does Torrey Horton kind of remind you of, his skill set, what he can do? He reminds me a lot of Nate Burleson.
Mm-hmm. I can see it.
In the punt returning, and then can be that explosive receiver that you need. That was something Nate was good for when he was here in Seattle. He gives me a lot of Nate Burleson vibes with, I think, a higher upside. And that's saying a lot because Nate had a great career in the NFL.
He did. I agree with you. I think he's probably got more pure speed than what Nate had, where Nate had a little more of the shiftiness, I think, and, the very, very good hands, very good route runner. But I think that he's got a little bit of an extra gear there that might make him allow him to have a little bit of a higher upside, even like you say. And I think it's a great comp. Very similar bodies, similar smooth athletes, and I'm glad we got our punt return solved because last year that about gave me a stroke. I was almost talking from the side of my face, First down. First down, Seahawks. It was close, man. It's close. Still trying to kick that sucker out a little bit. Still trying to kick it out. We've got Gunny in the house. Thanks for the $2 donation, Gunny. Says, send Pumpkin to whoop the S out of these refs. Well, it's, I get where they're coming from on the slow-mo there. I think in the moment, it definitely does look like a fumble, but it doesn't take much for it to determine it's a throw, and it goes from here to extend. And I can kind of get that there. I don't like it. I could see him staying the other way, but I mean, I get where kind of they're coming from too on that, I guess. Probably should be well, then they're saying he's hit, so you can't do the intentional grounding thing. Boy, what a coaching staff they had there in Houston.
Unreal, right?
Whew. 1st and 10 here. Darnold under center. 3 wide. Barner dancing around back there in the backfield. Ooh, he senses something. We got a pre-snap indicator. Walker gets it. I think the Texans adjusted off our adjustment.
Sundell was the reason that failed completely. It was there to be had, and Sundell got beat. And this is where I've kind of come to this point, Brandon, for myself, and I'll admit it. I was very much on the Sundell, track of things with him. I thought he provided some things, what we saw in the preseason. I think there has to be a real look hard in the mirror on if Olu's not a better option, because there's things Olu does as a blocker I think that he is better at than Sundell. He may not have the speed that Sundell has, but I think there's a conversation to be had, because if you watch this play again, Sundell gets beat so quickly across his face.
Yeah, I think that the thing to your point, I hadn't thought a lot about this, and we got a face mask right there, which is going to save our Tookus on this one. That's a big game-changing play. That's where, again, too, I mean, it's hard, Gunny, with the getting mad at these refs. Like, they gave us that there. I didn't even see a replay of it if he got it or how much he got it, but we've had a couple of those in this game so far, which is helpful because this pushes us all the way to the Texans side of the football field at the 42-yard line. Hand off here to Walker. Walker still just trying to live, just trying to breathe, just trying to find oxygen in a sea of white jerseys.
And again, Sundell can't move him.
I'm with you, though. I didn't give him a lot of thought, but the thing that you're supposed to be getting with Sundell to me is you're looking for the run blocking stuff that he's supposed to kind of provide as a centerpiece point to what he's bringing with his athleticism. Olu gives you the better pass protector. Pistol look here, up-tempo look here from Seattle. They're going to go right back to the run and Walker. He's going to take it up here to about the 40-yard line, right on the edge of field goal range here are the Seahawks with a 3rd down and relatively long. But I think you hammer on a good point there, which is just that if, we are doing our best stuff passing the ball. We're not really running the ball too well. And he's not well graded within that. Not to mention an eye test kind of shows this to you as well. As I always say, put it all together and it makes you do think, okay, well, the baseline here could maybe be improved. 3rd down and 8, another quick snap here from Darnold. Felt like the Texans weren't even ready on that play. And he catches them pants down, JSN down the field, open for a 1st down.
JSN is just so smooth. Such a smooth route runner.
Love the up-tempo by Darnold, too, where Texans are still kind of just, they're just going to say, oh, he's going. Yeah, I love it when quarterbacks change up the cadence of the timing as they come up there, because so many QBs will get into that, rub it up, pop, rub it up, pop, rub it up, and then those guys are jumping the snap. 1st and 10 here. Ball in the 22. Throwing to Cooper, trick play. Cooper's going to throw it up over the top, and he's going to throw an interception.
Why? I don't get it, Brandon. This is what makes no sense about Kubiak, is what possessed you to call that play? That is momentum. That is one of the 5 plays I always talk about with my guys. There are 5 plays in a football game that can turn a game. That can turn a game for you in the wrong direction. You're not up 47-0. You're up 2 scores, 1 touchdown for the Texans, and they're right back in this. Nothing about that play made sense. And they're going to say, "Oh, it was a little outside." Just why is Cooper Kupp throwing a football?
Well, and you're running a
job.
trick play to run a 10-yard in. Like that ain't
Yeah.
that for the risk that's at play that we just saw in this play, to your point, you're risking that for a 10-yard incompletion that you can just as easily, to your point, get to Darnold. This is, yeah, I agree. This is those times in the game that happens that we've seen, and Milrow's been the main culprit of it. But this is the type of stuff that I think is very similar to it, as you were making the earlier point of, is that stay with what's working. Don't just leave it for the sake of needing to think you need to leave it. And I'm sure some of this is that he's probably thinking of like the running game, and I'm going to get them up on the run. They're being hyper up in there, but man, I really hate taking the ball out of Darnold's hands right now when he's playing like this. I really do. Like he's got to be the guy controlling this action for us right now if he's going to play this well. And every attempt you take away from him, every time you have somebody else doing something else, be it Cooper Kupp or Jalen Milrow, is just one less opportunity for him to do something at this point, from my perspective.
I don't know. You're in the red zone. You're at least within field goal range. Why run something like that at that? And again, to your point, you're not going to the end zone. You're running a drag. Like that is a 5 to 7 yard in route. That's what you're lining Cooper Kupp to throw on this, where the DB's following their, like, you haven't done anything. You haven't sold anything for this. You've never run Cooper Kupp on a reverse. If it was a reverse, I could have been a little bit more believable with it. But don't take the ball out of your quarterback's hands to have someone else throw it for a measly 5 to 7 yard gain.
You're another game where your quarterback's over 10 yards an attempt, which is an incredible number to be at from a quarterback position. And he's slinging it down in the red zone, as we just saw earlier on this drive, with precision as well. It's where I can't hammer it hard enough. It's let him work here. If he's not at his best or performing lesser, that's one thing, but otherwise let him work. Whew. Cooper, you know better too, buddy. Like at the feet, let the guy catch it. He's got a guy just throw it away if it's a dead play on a first down.
Well, usually you use a trick play to gain momentum, right?
Yeah.
That's usually what you use them for, is to gain momentum because you're struggling. It's trying to kickstart something, not when you're just chewing up the yards down the field.
1st and 10 here for the Texans on the 23-yard line. Play action pass. They're going to come back and try to do a little screen underneath. Byron Murphy says, He sniffs it out from the jump and takes him down in the backfield. Seahawks defense is flying around right now.
It's going to be really exciting to see this defense after the bye versus Washington, with Love hopefully back, finally fully healthy, Spoon back fully healthy, just to see them add into what this group is already doing.
6:33 to go here in the second quarter. Seahawks up 14-0. Texans with a 2nd and 15 and 19 total yards in their back pocket so far in this football game. CJ Stroud, shotgun, drops back to pass. Quickly gets it off. Nice completion back into Nico Collins. It's where they have found anything that has worked so far in this game. There, going back at Job there. This will bring up a 3rd down. Texans are going to come up here with another sugar huddle. Back in, play action pass again, looking out, going back out to Collins, another out route there. 1st down, just a little 3-yard out route there, gets the job done.
I got to think that Seattle's going to add to a position group, Brandon. Like, I know we all want the premier edge player. I think there's a case to be made that it may be at corner. They may try to add another top end.
This ball's fumbled.
Corner.
Sorry, strip sack there. Boye Mafe gets his 1st sack of the year. We got a flag on the play, though.
And if it's in the secondary, it's going to be
looks like secondary. Oh, boy, I can't believe it. It's like, I can't get my 1st sack after that. They're going to get a hold back there. I wonder if it was... Boy, Mafe beat Ursery cold-blooded style. That's unfortunate. Can we see the hold in the secondary of this guy? Thank you. Ernest Jones. I don't know. I mean, did that really impact the play? That's
a little ticky-tacky.
That's a little ticky-tacky for my taste. First down run, Woody Marks here off tackle. He'll get an 11-yard gain there for a first down. Texans got something working, to your point about momentum shifters.
It's frustrating.
They got Murphy isolated there, and the hole opened up over on his side. 4:46 to go. Texans onto the Seahawks side of the football field for, I believe, the first time this game. Handoff inside back to Marks, I believe. Short gain there. If anything, that might be Chubb, actually. .408, clock ticking away here. Stroud back under center. Play action pass. Got a man wide open in space here. Schultz again, just a big play down the field. Nobody picked up the tight end. And he'll get 20 yards up the field for a first down. Texans got cooking going here, man.
And just think, if we had not decided to do that, Brandon, there's a chance we're either up 17-0, or we're up 21-0. There is a chance of that.
Very true. 1st and 10 here. Stroud bobbles the snap. Kind of leads the whole play to getting thrown out of whack here. Oh, my God. What a late flag that was. That's one of the latest flags you'll see. That took about 10 minutes for that guy to pull that thing out of his pocket.
Drake Thomas is going to get called on the hold here. Or pass
like it was more of the receiver, and it's a fine call. Just I don't like how late it is. Don't let the receiver talk you into it. All right, 1st and 10. Come on, Hawksty.
Hold him to a field goal.
Hold him to a field goal. Give our offense one more chance here before halftime. Texans do get it after half. Shotgun look here on 1st and 10. 3 wide. Pressure mounting on Stroud. Boy, he just had eyes in the back of his head there. Gets the pass off to Chubb. Chubb should have caught the ball. Stroud's had a couple of these moments breaking the pocket, getting to his guys in space, and they sell on him. Guy just completely dropped a very catchable pass. I mean, hell of a job to feel that pressure on the backside there. I don't know how he sensed that, Bryce.
That's just, a little bit of that internal clock. Chenna, again, just is doing so well as a pass rusher right now, coming off the edge.
He really is. Consistent pressure coming off that edge from him. 2nd and 10. Stroud goes back under center with a 2 tight end look, and he just falls down. I think probably his lineman stepped on him. Someone probably got the ankle going back. I've been told that that's on the quarterback by somebody. I think it was a lineman was trying to sell me on that on Twitter the other day. Are you buying that?
If it's the center stepping on you, yes, it's totally on the quarterback. If it's and if it's a guard too, if it's it's a pull, you need to know to get your ass out of there. That to me is it's a quarterback. That's completely on Stroud for not getting his feet out.
He got a good step on that too, man. He dug in there.
Yeah.
All right, Texans 1 of 5 tonight on 3rd down, 3rd and 15 here. Seahawks going to just go with the front 4. They're going to get pressure working in off the edges. They'll get it back out in space, make the tackle. Good job, boys. Out of way. Jones and Woolen rally up on Schultz. Very, very short gain, and you've got to figure here that the Texans are going to go with the field goal, which they got to do. Nice job defensively there. You look at this half of play, potentially only 3 points, if that, on the board that you put up, and they've been good against the run, good against the pass. They're definitely doing their job.
They are. They bailed out their offensive coordinator on this.
Let's see if he can hit this 36-yard field goal attempt. The hold is up, the kick is up, and it will make it right through almost the middle there. So 3-14, 2:18 on the clock. Seahawks got all 3 of their timeouts remaining. Thank you again, Gunny. Pumpkin appreciates Appreciates the love. I'm giving her some love right now for you, ma'am. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. It says, bad luck, B&Ms. It was a hell of a run. Let's go Blue Jays. Megan's a Blue Jay fan. Yeah, it was a hell of a run. Next year, I tell you. Next year. Good to see you in the house, though, Megan. Thank you for the $5. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing. Thanks to the $2 donation. Howdy, boys. Wild drive to work tonight. Yeah, I bet. It's a rare time in Seattle history ever where we get these kind of games of high intrigue and it's mattering and you're connected and then they're going on at the same time. It's almost like overload to me, just about, Bryce.
It is a little bit of overload for sure. And, it's going to be interesting to see, again, how the Mariners offseason goes, if they're able to get back, if they're able to take this as a learning experience and get better. But on the Seahawks front, Brandon, this is a big second half for Seattle. They need to come out and actually, finish off this first half, I should say, and go down the field and get some points out of it. But again, this is where teams that are Super Bowl contenders or teams that are going to make deep playoff runs don't shoot themselves in the foot when they have opportunities inside the other team's 25. And we have seen that numerous times throughout this season.
Yeah. He just seems like he just in these random moments overthinks himself where everything's going good and he just kind of suddenly gets wild with it without reason. And I know he's got to be frustrated a little bit with the running game not working. It's probably starting to drive him into some of these territories where he's like, well, I've got to find some creative ways as a coach to get the running game going. And that's where we come back to, well, look, having commitment to running the game ball is really good and really well. But if teams are stacking the box and they're continuing to blitz, as we've seen with Darnold here, the answer at the forefront is attack downfield in the passing game until they're going to play this a little more straight up. And it's not that they're just sort of subtly playing you like this. They're playing you at the most extreme level in the sport with these stacked boxes, Bryce. So you've got to me, that's what's at the forefront of this and lean into that. And he's going to have some easy throws down the field because of this.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the one thing I think we're going to see coming out in the second half from the Texans, at least, Brandon, on that point is I got to think they're going to just try and feed Nico Collins the ball on that end. And on the Seahawks side, get the tight ends back involved, get Arroyo back involved in your passing game, and then get back to running your gap pull scheme that you were running in that first half with Walker in them. And if they're starting to take away, come back with a counter. Use different things to still get a similar result.
Agreed. 2:18 here on the clock. You got plenty of time. We've seen Darnold and company execute the 2-minute offense very well. Everything's kind of on the board here. Don't mind still sticking with the run early on out the gate. If you're going to pass, I like a short, quick pass to just get you a completion and get Darnold a little bit of rhythm. Taken up to the 30-yard line by Hololani. He'll be ridden out of bounds there. So 4 stoppages of the clock to me. Sometimes you get a little aggressive, I guess, Bryce, when I see the play calling on this. And thank you again. I'd rather be flying X-Wing. Appreciate you on the donation. He's trying to push and get a little bit of the chunk out the gate. And it's to me, well, that can sometimes set the stage. They're going to bring an early down blitz or just come down, hit a little check down like a running back there, go get the 5-6, and then come back second down even at the 2-minute warning then and go, okay, 2-minute offense from the 36-yard line.
Yeah, that's the one thing we got to be smart here. Don't get over aggressive in your play calling just because you have that extra, given timeout with the 2-minute warning. Still be smart about it. Set your stuff up. But we'll see. Charbonnet's in the backfield here.
There we go. Bubble screen out to Jackson Smith and Jigba. How many yard gain? 6-yard gain. Take it down to the 2-minute warning. That's just what Sam Darnold's going to be. See, folks, it's not hard. It's not hard on this front sometimes. It's it's easy. I could do this. Wonderful play call there from Kubiak, though. I like that because now Darnold comes back on 2nd and 5. You got the full playbook here still to go to the run game. You can go oftentimes with the run play to the second pass play after you get it, so that as soon as you come from the line, everyone knows the call already. Bam, you're right to the second play call and you're going. So love that call. Just get something because sometimes those OCs get a little bit too wild with it there first down.
Well, and that's the thing. This second, you're 2nd and 4 now. You have the whole playbook in theory to you. And to your point, Brandon, call 2 plays. Have 2 plays ready to go. Change the tempo quick. Get the first down. Call another quick play. Go. And you can probably stretch out a couple of big chunk plays in that regard.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Kind of like here, a shotgun look, Charbonnet, and I'm not a big run from shotgun, but like a little delayed draw to Charbonnet here off that. I feel like You're going to get them dropping back into their pass set, thinking you're going to throw here all the way, I think. If it's not a blitz, if you don't get the stack box, if you get the heavier box, I'd go to the pass. But if you get the lighter box with them in their 2-minute defense, I come back with the shotgun delay draw there to Charbonnet out the gate here. What's your call?
I think you could run something similar to that. I think what I would probably come with is kind of that draw design, but I'd probably still run a bubble front side for Darnold. So if they do crash, you can still swing it out to JSN with, an Arroyo and Cup out there blocking, and you still might get your 4 yards. Either way, you're giving yourself like almost 2 plays within one, where if they want to come out with a light box, you come out in the gun look or whatever, and you're, 1x3 or 3x1, however you want to do it. And you're going to run that, inside draw zone play to Charbonnet, and all of a sudden they crash hard, and then you can just sling it back out to the outside.
I love it. Feels like a freebie 5 right there. Ard Levy, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, Kubiak needs to stop calling these plays when we're driving. Leave that S for the Lions. You can hear we're both in the same frustrated point on that.
Yep.
Where it's like, look, when the offense ain't working, that's one thing. When the passing offense ain't working, if Darnold's not playing at a certain level, all these things are factors into like when you're going to bring this stuff out of the playbook. And when things are humming to that point on the other side, then stay with what's humming. Don't overthink this that far here. Defenses will make adjustments, but force them to make the adjustment. Don't anticipate an adjustment that's still not yet been made by any of these defenses, really.
So we'll see how they come out here. And by the looks of it, it looks like they're in a 4-2-5 here, Brandon, from the Texans.
Yep, that's exactly what we got.
So this is where I think this is where I think your call might be the ideal situation here.
He's broken it up. Charbonnet up the field, down to the 50-yard line. Just what the doctor ordered, baby. It wasn't a draw, but it's a pure inside zone.
Yeah, inside zone. There you go.
How about Zabel with the nice kick out block to the inside, and down the field you go. A lot of green stuff on the freaking thing.
You almost ran. They almost ran a draw or a trap, I should say. Basically, they ran an inside trap.
No, that was a trap. Inside trap there. Love the call, though. I just love that. You make this, this is where you steal possessions to me. Darnold drops back to throw here. He whips this back underneath to JSN. JSN looks like he gets the first down to me up to the 40. Seahawks, keep it moving here. Keep your timeouts. Keep it moving. You got them on the heels. No need for the timeout here. Keep it rolling. Keep it rolling. 105 to go here. Shotgun. Darnold's got the play up here. Quick snap. Drops back to throw. Got to get rid of it, buddy. Got to get rid of it, buddy. Dangerous throw down in there inside late. That will stop the clock with 57 seconds. But you want to make this to where you bleed this clock down and give the Texans nothing to the other side of it here.
Now, see that play there for me, when you start feeling that pocket collapse, get to your check down.
Well, part of it too is you got Charbonnet blocking. So it's like, where does he have a check down on that play?
Well, on the last one, it looked like Charbonnet did swing. That was a great block by Charbonnet on the in-breaker there to JSN, right behind Daniil Hunter, who was doing that rat defender drop.
I love the run here. They go with another inside run here to Charbonnet. He's going to get about 5.5 yards. Clock does continue to run here. 43 seconds. Love it here because you put this on the Texans. Are you going to call a timeout? You're going to burn one here? Or are you going to let us roll this down on you? And that's what you get to do. You still got the 3 timeouts. So there's a little bit of like internal, you're maybe sacrifice here for the touchdown to get the field goal, but you keep the possession away from the Texans at the same point in time. So it's a bit of, to me, the combination of all the deals where they finally call the timeout, but this isn't to me McDonald calling this late. He's not coming back to this, Bryce, and saying, oh, add the 20 seconds. I exactly want to do just what I did there. That's where I leave a little bit of time to kind of still do stuff offensively, but I'm burying this clock for the first half. Am I seeing that accurate from your perspective?
100%. And as a coach, I do this in my own right. I will use that clock advantage once I get onto the plus side of the territory. So I know for me, there's the red zone and then there's the green zone. And right now where the Seahawks are is what I call the green zone, which is I'm in attack mode still, but I'm also playing against, I don't want to give them any opportunities to get the ball back here under 2 minutes. So I'm going to be in that. I've got my field goal opportunity here. Great. I'm not in the red zone yet, but I can use this clock and manipulate. I take my timeout. I still have 2 of them. I still have at least 2 throws to the middle of the field if I want them, with chunk ideas behind those throws if I need to go there.
Darnold pressured. He's going to throw this out and throw this just away. Nowhere to really go with the ball there. Some internal pressure coming up right through the middle, which pass protection's been on point today. Just Texans got after it there in anticipation of the pass and kind of collapsed quick. Good job of him, though, to get free here. You don't want to be taking a sack there and making this into a position where Myers got an opportunity to make this from a makeable standpoint.
Yeah, 100%. And this is kind of where you play. Now, the one thing I would say is I'd like Sam a little bit there a couple of times in this last 2 plays. Get to Charbonnet on your check down a little bit quicker. He's waiting a little too long to get out there. If it's not there with him, read 1 or 2, get rid of the ball to your check down to get something out of it.
This ball is going to be blocked by Myers, and this will bounce back. Seattle's going to let it flow back inside the red zone there. 13 seconds. So a blocked kick there. You got to put a little lower trajectory with a 50-yarder. And unfortunately, Danico Atre able to get his hand up there and get it just enough of it there to slice that thing away. Good job by him. He jumped into that gap with some force. Got to kind of change out their snap count there on the kickoff. He jumped that snap way too much where there's some sort of indicator there. You got to
stole right over.
Yeah, he jumped that way too. That's where Mike's going to see that and be like, look, he knew the snap was coming. We're showing something they're anticipating there on that. Hopefully they get it, by the way, get on that, because if you need to come back for your kick later in the game, let's make sure that indicator's taken into account, because this comes back in down the line on that. So see what happens here with the Texans. 13 seconds. They got 2 plays you basically can run here. They've got 3 timeouts, not enough time to use all those timeouts. They do have fairly decent field position here.
I'd take a shot. If I'm them, I'm taking a shot right now.
Seahawks showing a blitz, by the way. Let's see if they bring it. They look like they're bringing it. Well, they're bringing some of it. Looks like a 5-man fire zone action there. Looped up over the top, and he's going to catch it. Wow. Jalen Noel with the grab. What a shift in momentum here at the end of this half, potentially. Texans going to call timeout and go for a field goal. Big play down the field by Stroud, who's done a great job with the edge pressure and navigating and feeling it. His climbing of the pocket has been so good in this game over and over again, and your internal pressure is just not there. You're getting it off the edge here, but internally wise, Murphy and Leonard Williams on those pass drops, there's a lot of space for him to step on up into the pocket right now.
Agreed, there is. I don't know if they're spying a little bit because he's taken off up the middle a little bit and playing gap control on their pass rush, but they need to push that pocket back. Laken Tomlinson should not be holding up Leonard Williams.
Especially when you're bringing a 5-man pressure look like that was, where you've got the extra body down there to more cinch down the pocket. I'd reckon to guess that 5-man look is on the back of them trying to more close up this pocket, because CJ is stepping up a little bit here. Texans are kind of playing like they're going to go for this. They're going to bring the field goal unit out. They're just playing. Or no, Seattle's calling timeout. They weren't thinking they were going to do this, but this will be risky by the Texans here with 6 seconds. Trying to, I guess so, see if they can go steal a touchdown, but
that's how I kind of look at it, Brandon. If I'm DeMeco Ryans right now, why not? I'm writing 2 big momentum things. I'm writing that we got an interception late. We were able to turn that into points and march the field, and now we were able to block a field goal. I'm kind of playing with house money right now. Being only down 14-3, why not take that opportunity and take that shot?
I guess just because you get this with 6, you're putting yourself within a touchdown range of this, and what is a tight game with how your defense has gotten better and better as this game's gone along. And that 6 seconds to get that to the end zone, I'm going to probably have to burn all that clock to get a throw down into the end zone here. So it becomes kind of Hail Mary versus just taking the 3 to me, and I take the 3 and just keep carving my way back into this. But maybe they're going to try something, super fast. But see, they're at the 29, man. That's 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, throws up, CJ's drops back. He's just going to see what I mean? Like this, okay. I guess you're trying to get like 3 extra yards. He just throws it. He basically drops back and just throws it away. Cause he knows he can't take any time off the clock. That's where I go. You just take the field goal. It's like, there's not enough time there to go into the end zone or really make it that much shorter of a kick, quite frankly. 46-yard attempt here for the Texans kicker, Fairbarn, I think his name is.
Yeah.
And the kick is up, and the kick is good. Tough end of the half here. Seahawks really got to feel like they should be up way more in this football game. Just a couple of plays have really moved this in a different direction and given the Texans a chance on the road, especially getting the possession at halftime. Goodness, we're going to be in a fight today here, Bryce.
We could be up 24 at least right now, 24-0 if Seattle hadn't, or, in that kind of realm right now. But bad play calling and momentum shifts are a great thing about football when they go for you. And when they're not going your way, it makes things difficult.
Phoebe Moore Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. I'm not sure what this might be in reference to. He says, please stop telling people how to fan chat, please. I'm not sure if that's going on. So if there's anybody in the chat trying to tell people how to talk football or talk sports or talk anything, please don't do that. We're all the same team. We all part of the same community. So let's celebrate that and make sure we're respectful towards each other and let people be the fans in the way they want to be fans.
Interesting comments from Mike there, Brandon. I just heard his little halftime thing. A couple things stood out to me. He goes, we need to stick with our plan, and when we're down in their area, we have to convert and come away with points. Mike's not happy, and I think it's more on the offense right now than it is on his defense. And I think that play call, I don't know if he liked the idea of what they were going to do with Cooper Kupp there on that.
Kubiak can be so locked in and so solid in his play calling. He's got his quarterback executing at such a high level. I don't know at what point or another the light bulb starts to come on to what he's got at the QB position here, and that he starts to really understand you can lean on this a little bit. And he's like trying to get all just extracurricular with it on some of the stuff. And you don't have to use all of the things. There's like 5 ways to beat this way they're playing you. If the one thing's working, then just stay with it. It doesn't have to be, make them make you change. And he kind of gets out of that. And I'm not sure the draw, other than just as a coordinator, you feel like you got to do extra stuff. The lack of the consistent running game sometimes making you kind of feel, impelled to try to overcome that. But it's not working in your effort, like your spirit being taken there a little bit. You got to just sort of trust in your process of it and let this thing keep going. Sam Darnold, 9 of 15 for 134 yards in that half. He's averaging 9 yards an attempt. So it's still in a position where, he's making it happen. He's making it happen.
He is, again. And to be honest, the run game is hitting a little bit more consistently, but stick with it.
Yeah. It's doing good. Yeah, I think it's another game where you're seeing a huge discrepancy between the two backs, hot hand approach here, where Charbonnet's definitely got it flowing and rolling, but still find your balance. Come back to the play action. Felt we kind of left that on the cutting room table about into the early in the second quarter. Let's bring that back into play. You mentioned Elijah Arroyo. God forbid we start trying to get a couple more targets his way on this. And, it's again, there's so many other things you can call to there than the trick play, where there's so many other things here too. It's not just JSN, but it's like some of these other parts. We haven't even gotten really Barner into play here with just one target as well. So we'll see if he comes back and just keeps it simple.
To me, the thing that's very surprising with the Seahawks team is it's like, it kind of in spurts is very much like that San Francisco game. It's almost like Kubiak's afraid, like, oh, if I go to Arroyo too much or this too much, the team's just going to take it away from me. They're going to know that I'm going to go there and they're going to take it away. It's like, well, no, that's why you have other weapons. So like you go to it a little bit and then you go somewhere else a little bit, and then you come back to it. And you kind of play the seesaw back and forth thing with the defense. It's almost like he's terrified of being in that situation, of being in that seesaw decision making, and just completely abandons things. Like Arroyo, that first drive, bang, bang, you went down the field. Or sorry, second drive, bang, bang, you go down the field and you get the matchup. And now he's a ghost. He's disappeared for over a quarter. Like, that's not how you use weapons effectively.
No, it isn't. And it's especially when it's just that efficient, where every time we target, it's making the catch. And Shazier is a guy I want to target in coverage. They have linebackers I like to go after with our tight ends, in that way. And we'll see what they do adjustment. I'm feeling they'll keep it a little more simplified, but man, it gets frustrating because there's so many good parts of this offense when it's cooking. It's just like, man, we're right on the edge. It feels like a cracking through and just rolling a little bit. Big old donation here. Kevin Low Nice with a $50 donation. Thank you for that, Kevin. Let's go, man. Really appreciate you for that, brother. Let's go. He says, now living in Thailand, thank God for you. First time since 83 not watching the game live. Go Hawks. Oh, well, thank you for that, Kevin. Sorry you weren't able to watch it first time, not being able to watch since 83, not being able to watch it live. My goodness, you've been on board for, that's a long streak of run right there that's gone broken. And damn the NFL for some of this stuff of making it so hard to get these games. I can only wonder over. I mean, they're making it hard when you're here, be it in Canada, or be it over here locally, nationally in US. I mean, it's still not easy to check these games out. It's like you got to go through a brochure of like here to there, and then but this, then that, but if that, then this, but if that, and you go, okay, we got to really make it this hard in order to watch a football game?
I don't know. It's just like the 7 o'clock kickoffs, even a late kickoff to be having on a Monday night. We're not talking like a Sunday night or something like that. We're talking about a Monday night where people have to go to work the next day and all those kind of things. Like it's not easy. It's not conducive to, I think, getting the most out of the home fan base as well in the stadium. But we'll see. I'll be right back, Brandon. I'm just going to grab myself another beverage for the second half.
Sounds good, brother. Sounds good. Appreciate you, Kevin. Very kind of you, man, for that big old donation. And we'll try to bring you some scintillating coverage here in the second half. And hopefully a Seahawks win on top of it. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donations. As Brando stepped up his shirt game, did the shirt come with the shades? Also, respect to the Jays. Better team won. Enjoy getting beat by the $600 million team. Yeah, we've all heard of the $600 million man. Well, here's the $600 million team. And whether it was going to be the Blue Jays or the Seattle Mariners, I think either of those two teams is probably a little bit too imperfect to take down this Dodger team, which is almost just about close to as you can get perfection for how they're playing and how stacked up that team is at as far as their talent level goes. And thank you, man. This is, of course, got this from training camp from the Seattle team itself. They were kind enough to give this out to season ticket holders going out there and checking out training camp. And so I definitely was like, oh, yeah, this is definitely going to work for the live stream shows. But agree with you, man. The Blue Jays went out there and they won this game. I mean, won this series. Let's remember, they're down Bo Bichette. We had all of our guys through the year, some guys a little bit more banged up like, Robles and whatnot. And you had your full talent out there, basically. I mean, maybe only just Wu wasn't maybe at 100%, but you still got him in this series. And so, you sent your best at them. They weren't able to necessarily send their best at you, and they still took the series. And you had an opportunity to take this multiple times, and especially coming back at home with the momentum like they had, not being able to kind of quite carry it through. And it's a kind of understandable where you don't get this series, man. It really is from my perspective, because just your approach at the plate versus the Blue Jays approach to the plate, the amount that you're striking out versus them, a lot adds up on that to me of why this doesn't come out to a win versus just a bad break here or a bad bounce of the ball there. But thank you, Jeffrey. Appreciate you for that, man. Also, another $5 from Jeffrey. Seahawks turn to give us a heart attack because nothing is consistently good in Seattle. I made my $30 king salmon for dinner. Well, that's where you got to get the consistently good, is at least your dinner. It's the thing you can control. But indeed, we don't get anything easy here. There's nothing that's going to be simple. There's not going to be just some easy prime time blowout where we are going to run away from it. We're going to have to earn this thing. It's going to take everything we got. It's probably going to come down to the wire, I would say. And we all love nice and comfy victories, especially with the Mariners having just lost now. But hopefully we can just at least get the win there, Jeffrey. At least that. Maybe a heart attack deeper, but at least with one more win on the books going into the bye. Let's go get this thing. Brent, thank you for the $2 donation. Really appreciate that. He says, if we ain't up 21 and past halftime, we'd be up 21 past halftime if we didn't do any of the cute stuff. I think I translated that right, because it said we ain't 21 and past halftime equals no cute stuff. Yeah, it's something you're hearing in the frustration of Bryce's voice. I share it as well with him. I felt like this every time he brought Milrow out there, and there's just sometimes the play calling does get into this place. I think cute is the way to put it. It also just where are you coming from a standpoint of Kubiak to decide that this should be the play you run, and that this is the right time to run it. A first down like that, offense is humming. It's almost like he's got everything in rhythm and everything's rolling, and he's got to kind of almost, he can't help himself but to knock it out of rhythm. And you feel it, you tangibly feel it in the play calling. And it would be frustrating. It wouldn't be so frustrating if he wasn't such a good play caller and so good with the sequencing of plays and how he's setting up these defenses. But he really would be served, I think, as he goes into this bye week after this and doing some self-scouting and going, okay, where can I improve? Hey, my base stuff's working. I mean, it's simple. It's meat and potatoes. Sometimes meat and potatoes will fill you up and sustain you. Appreciate you for that, Brent. Any thoughts on the cute stuff in the first half? I'm going to get a little more coffee here. I'll be right back too. So I'll let you comment if you got anything to add.
Yeah, for me, the cute stuff in the first half, I've never been a fan of, calling plays to call plays for a sake. Like, I don't understand the reasoning behind the Cooper Cup trick play. Like, if you're gonna call that, they must have stopped everything. You're trying to spark your offense with that type of play, not, hey, our offense is chewing yards down the field, and all of a sudden we turn around and go, yeah, okay, let's just randomly in the red zone call a Cooper Cup reverse pass and do so. Nothing about that made sense enough to me to justify the means. Same with the Milrow stuff this year. Again, offense is moving, it's doing things right. Okay, let's throw Jalen Milrow. It's like you're cooking a meal on the stove and you randomly decide, oh, it's really good. But you know what? It randomly needs, I don't know, a bunch of pepper to it because for whatever reason, I'm just going to throw a crap ton of some sort of seasoning in there just for the sake of doing it because I think it'll be good. Rather than, oh, no, like this is the recipe, this is how it's working, everything's going, okay, good. Now I add that small pinch here or there. It made no sense to me. None of it made sense to me on that one, Brandon.
Yeah. See if we can overcome it. See if we can figure this out. Still in a good position, 14-6 up. Defense working things well. Stroud, 11 of 18, 106 yards in that first half, 77.5 rating. From the running game aspect of things, Texans only able to run 7 carries in that half, 20 yards for a 2.9 yard per carry. 3 quarterback hits, 2 sacks for you on the board on that side. So, I mean, everything pretty good. You got the time of possession slightly in your favor here, 16-13, though, again, 1 less possession, essentially, kind of, for the Texans there at the end of half. So we're in decent shape. Still struggling on third down, Bryce. That is still continued to carry over in this game. 1 of 6, both teams. So 2 of 12 collectively in this game on third down. See if
the thing from I don't get, like, our third down offense, the play designs in it sometimes, Brandon, just confuse me. Like, they don't make sense.
I think you're not consistently getting into the third down and makeable situations. And so now you're driving in the playbook into places you don't want to be on third down. And you're having to anticipate, okay, defense knows we're going to pass. They're going to pin their ears back / probably going to get a blitz look. I got to anticipate that now. When you're in the 3rd and 4, defense has got to play it straight up. And you got a little bit more of the playbook at your disposal. And this is where we backtrack to, like, how do you get to trick plays? It's like, well, I'm tired of getting these third down and da-da-da. Like, even in this game, we've seen Darnold on a couple of these, like, 2nd and long, or even the 1 third and long play where he's getting the first down still for you. But from Clint's standpoint, he's like, I don't want to be in 3rd and 8. I want to be in 3rd and 9. And just running the ball ain't doing that. And they should be doing it. Man, they're really, and look, they're selling out on the run. Again, we saw that with the Texans here in this first half. Teams are really selling out on that run game. All the more to be working that under center play action stuff, because you can feel their steps flowing to the play, can't you? On just the beginning of Sam starting to turn to extend the ball back on a handoff, you feel them just boom, 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 boom. The defensive line stop a pass rush and start to get into more gap control stuff.
The other thing for me, Brandon, I want to see out of this, I'm not seeing it from Kubiak, and it's getting concerning, is a lot of our play action is play action drop back. It's not play action boot. And you're seeing teams now interior with their defensive line really bull rush to collapse as quickly as they can. And it's getting there. Like we saw it on the touchdown pass. Again, it's right there. Get Sam out on the edge. Design boot rollouts for him to get out on the edge and stress that defense so their D tackles and that cannot bring that interior pressure on your play action drop back game because of the fact they don't know if it's going to all of a sudden be a boot action coming out.
Yep. Short kick here. Little mishandled initially, regathered back in, but that does give the Seahawks crew a chance to go over there and swarm around the kick returner there down at the 25. Why are all these yellow pieces on the field in this game? Have you noticed that? It's throwing me off like a flag. There's all these, like, little yellow pieces of something on the field.
Like confetti almost or something.
Yeah. I don't know if was there like a giveaway and people were just chucking it at the field, or I don't know what, but throwing me off. I keep thinking there's a flag there. 14:54 to go here at the start of the 3rd quarter. Seahawks up 14-6 here. Texans with the opening drive of the 2nd half. Handoff. Looks like Chubb swallowed up there by 2 guys, Ernest Jones and Byron Murphy, and he will be taken down for about a 3 or 4 yard gain there.
You know, I was going to say it's interesting now, Brandon, is as the weeks have gone on, Boy Mafe is not part of the first down packages now. It's Chenna and DeMarcus Lawrence, where that was Mafe's spot and, was rotating with Hall there. It's now turned into Chenna and Lawrence.
Yeah, I think oddly with Boye, who started out really in his career, even from day one, ability to stop the run was where he did bring something to play there. And we got a blitz by Woolen here off the edge. They're blitzing off the other edge. Oh, he picked it off. Great pick there. I think that's Ernest Jones. Ernest Jones up with it. He's on down the field, and he's going to try to go make something happen with this play. Good job by Ernest Jones. What an interception, falling on his back, able to reel it in. Seahawks bringing as an exotic a blitz look as you're going to get. Oh, flag. Hold on. Well, they're running off. Maybe the flag, something post the interception.
It's got to be post. Great play by Ernest Jones, though.
Falling back and able to somehow make the reception. Looks like it's personal foul in the Seahawks. What are they getting him for? What's the personal foul on?
It sounds like some sort of block. Like low block or something it might be. Cut block on the run back.
Okay. So Josh Jobe and Woolen, double outside corner blitz. Ballsy. And it works. Stroud doing such a good job of stepping up in the pocket, and he tried to do so again there, Bryce. And this time you were ready for it as far as you got the guy, got the arm, didn't let him do it essentially. He didn't let him escape like you've let him escape. And Ernest Jones with his third interception of the season.
That's one thing that's been really good is getting those picks.
They give you a roll out there, but Sam, I can't tell if he was trying to throw it to Barner or Horton, and it looked like he sort of split the difference.
Oh, I think he's looking for Horton by the reaction.
Yeah. It looks like Barner tipped it and it was on its way to Horton.
Yeah.
And Sam's like, damn. Well, that's what you get sometimes, the level concept. Guys are running both the same route on at different levels. And so they're going to be on that same kind of pathway. Sometimes the ball. 2nd down and 10 into Walker. Nice run by Walker. Come on, Octave. Come on, push. Oh, come on with the whistle. Let him play. How do we get the epic runs if you don't let him go and he's still getting forward momentum, Bryce? Why has it got to be called dead if it's an inch moving forward, right? That's forward momentum, right?
Correct.
Was to your eyes, was he held up there?
The thing I would say is Walker's feet stopped moving a little bit, and that's where you're going to get that quick whistle.
Okay.
The minute the running back's
feet
lifted
up.
Yeah, that was the issue.
Okay.
If his feet are still on the ground, he's still turning because he gets up, and then it's just like they're carrying him.
Yeah, I saw that. That does make sense. We got a blitz look here from the Texans. Seattle's still going to try to run into it because that's what you do against a blitz look there, huh? 3rd down and short. You finally get a 3rd and short, and you go super hyper conservative there. So let's see if Mike decides to go on 4th and 1. Is this Barnyard City time? I don't know if you're close enough for Barnyard. This is a long yard and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Don't like the play call on 3rd down there, man.
That to me should have been if you're going to run it and run into that, you got to counter. You got to run a counter.
Play action. Loops it over the top. Got JSN for a 1st down. That's the play call I want. Don't go conservative. Go get this game.
What's so impressive, though, Brandon, is JSN's outbreaking capability in such a small area. How he can get that separation. He's not running into the middle of the field and then breaking out again. He's literally not even, he's like just, great, cool, I'm outside. Like, I broke in, got outside.
Just makes the cut, just makes the soft cut there where it's so subtle and he's so smooth body control-wise. Hand off here to Walker. There we go. I like that 1st down carry there. I'm okay not coming back to the pass. I'm okay to back that inside stuff that's worked well for you. Love the call on 4th down versus 3rd down where you got a little conservative because that defense was going to sell out for the run game all the way on 4th and 1 with Charbonnet back there.
Agreed.
Your play action wants a couple of them in here early on too in this drive in the 2nd half. I'm noticing. Let's see if they do maybe come back. This wouldn't be a bad to me play action from under center one here, would it? There we
This would
go.
be, for me, this would be the boot to the right call right now. Not
Yep.
boot to the left, boot to the right.
Just what you get there. Boot to the right with Sam Darnold. He's looking a little bit in the back end zone. That's his first read. It's not there. Comes back to Arroyo for a very short gain, but love it conceptually there. Can I get the Texans to maybe buy into a little bit what I'm doing on the run game there? Not to mention, again, first down run, a couple yards. Second down, couple yards there to Arroyo. The difference between being in a 3rd and 6 versus a 3rd and 9. I know it's a fairly short distance, but this is a little bit more makeable, even down here where it's condensed I think they're close to right now at the red zone, if not inside the red zone. Yeah, they're in the red zone. They're the 7-yard line.
Mhm.
Darnold back in shotgun. Got to get a first or a touchdown here. I don't think you're going for it. Darnold drops back to throw. He's going to hit over the top, tries to hit Horton on that fade ball and just puts it a little bit too far out in front. It's a tough, you got Stingley out there on Horton. That's a tough matchup to go get a win on. And Darnold wanted to make sure with that throw there, Bryce, he was being very careful with that to make sure that we're coming away with this with 3 points. And I can't blame him for doing that on that throw there. I think if it was a tight game, he needed that. He probably puts that a little closer, but you got the Stingley Horton matchup. You're going,
I don't mind that there. I would have liked that on maybe 2nd down. And the reason I say that is when you kick Walker out into a full empty, you now know you're throwing the ball. That run threat is completely gone from that defense, and they can truly sit on it. So we'll see here.
All right, Myers kicks up the field goal, gets it drifting a little left there, a little scary for a moment, but does punch it through, and the Seahawks are able at least to add on to this lead, which is major to take this from 8 points out to now 11 here, as you now make this into a 2-score game, especially with how this defense is playing, man. Any points you're getting here are big time. I don't want the team going conservative, but get points every drive will be a nice way of going in the second half. Even if it's just 3-7, 3-3-3, you'll take this thing. So nice drive there. Like some of what he's doing conceptually there. Inside runs, working off the play action. Maybe we're back on the path, you know?
We might be. It's just, again, there's things where the one thing I'll say is I can't wait till Robbie Oots is back because Brady Russell's not a good fullback. Love Brady Russell. Not bashing Brady Russell, just stating an obvious fact. He is not a good enough fullback to be in there. He's a great special teams player. Robbie Oots gives you something as a fullback when you can get into, 21 personnel, and you can get an I form or an offset I, and you can do things with him and shift him and make it look like it's, 12 personnel because he still has a tight end background. Those are some things I think that you get an advantage, and he's such a better run blocker.
Yeah, he really is. He's a hammer in there, and Russell is the opposite of a hammer in there. And you can't really seemingly use the thing you think with Russell is you can at least use a little bit of his pass catching ability because he's got that, but they haven't really been able to utilize that as out of the backfield as a fullback. So you just come back to I don't know, man. We're getting back, by the way. Mike was initially like it's a long road, and it's like, oh my goodness. So I don't know if it's necessarily we get him back after the bye. It might be a couple weeks beyond, like down the home stretch of the season.
Yeah, no, it very well might be. And that's for me where the high ankle sprains are such a weird thing because the worst thing about a high ankle sprain is it's almost like a break, but then you get all the ligament damage of the sprain, and sometimes you get tears in there. Like you look at Chris Carson had a quote unquote high ankle sprain that rookie year, and it took him out for the season because of he had to have surgery to repair it.
You used to call it a broken leg back in the day.
Yeah.
I actually used to call it that. So, it's hopefully he can come back around, but it's also one of those weird ones where some guys can come back faster. Some guys, it's just a little weirder with it too. And like the combo of all that deal going into it a little bit, we'll see with him, but I agree with you. We need him back for the run game to get better. He's such a good blocker in there, and he can still, those linebackers just aren't used to those kind of fullbacks with that size in there. Okay, here we go, D. Great job last time. And Mike, again, continuing in the trend of last week, working some flavor packages in that was to me so absent in that Tampa Bay Buccaneer game. We're actually seeing him really willing to dial up stuff, and it's making me look good on this, Bryce, where I said, look, you bring the heat's going to work. These teams are so used to us on the base stuff that you start throwing all that extracurricular activity at them, and they're like, I don't know what to do with that. I don't have what you're doing this now. It catches them off guard, and they don't have necessarily the easy answer down the field to hit you deep when we're sending that pressure right now, which to me, they're going to the check down a lot of times with CJ when he is getting that, which just tells me today they're not a little bit of an indicator. They're not as much ready for it when you're doing it. Not that you got to go 24/7, but just a little bit.
Yeah. And the thing that I really like is even the simulated pressures, Brandon, are different than what they normally are. It's not just, straight, like you're running more stunts with it. You're doing different things that make it a little bit more challenging. So, no, there's things like that I'm really enjoying now with Mike. And I'll say this, going back to that game versus the Bucks, I think the one thing Mike has to do a better job of, and he hasn't been tested with it yet, is in-game injuries and adapting. Now that he's had, knowing these guys are out, he's been able to devise things. The Jacksonville game, this game. It's when he deals with in-game injuries, I think you see the struggles sometimes of his defense's philosophy and scheme.
Yeah, I agree with that. First down pass here, and Woolen is draped all over it. He comes right up and says, I had that locked down. So I guess he did there. He was on the receiver's back a little bit, but no call. Must have been good coverage.
I always don't think it was a catchable ball for
that's a good point.
That was Jaden Higgins there. Like that ball was so far outside on the in break that it wasn't even possible.
2nd and 10 after play action on first down. Stroud again is going to try to set up the play action here out in space, and he's got his tight end again. They've hit this about 3 times in the game, and it's been wide open every single time to Schultz out in space. Definitely found something exposed in the Hawks defense off the play action there.
Well, you got the blitz. That was your issue. So you had Chenna come and you had Drake Thomas come, and Drake, I think, was, most likely would have catch Schultz. I think maybe Okada was late over to his assignment too on that.
We've got to have a hold there. That's got to be a hold in the back. They're putting it on the defensive secondary, but there's got to be a hold on Boye Mafe there too. It's going to be on Seattle, but Boye got absolutely.
Oh man.
Yeah, they're calling it on the Seahawks defensive secondary. Hold on, Joe. But man, Mafe got absolutely ripped backwards trying to get into the pocket there.
Man, Job's been struggling, eh?
I mean, that's a tough call there. I mean,
no, I'm just saying in general, though, not on this particular play, but the fact that they're again kind of targeting him again, they're really staying like, oy.
They're going at him, man. That's for sure. I mean, he's being pretty good with it, competitive wise. Running play in here to Woody Marks. He's going to gain about 3. Seahawks continue to do a good job of stopping the run for the most part here today. And they're going at him, but that call was kind of, that's a little ticky-tacky there to me. Especially considering Boye got just about clotheslined in the pocket there. I'll give him a healthy 4 there. Texans onto the Seahawks side of the football field at the 42-yard line. 9:15 to go here in the third quarter. Seahawks up 17-6. I formation look here for the Texans. Stroud doing a lot of this play action now. And great coverage out there by Nick Emanwari. He says, no, 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 no.
Oh.
Just playing zone, man. Just playing zone, reading the quarterback's eyes. And almost goes and gets himself, what a play by Nick Emanwari. Job's in coverage on Nico Collins, and this is where slide some doubles his way. Love this from Mike as well. I don't know if it's sliding the double or just the zone there. 3rd and 6. Let's get back to that play in a second. Shotgun look here for CJ Stroud. 4-man front from the Seahawks. Uchenna getting pressure. Looks like he got held. Drake Thomas over there, very tight in coverage. Ball bobble. Bobble will be incomplete. And that's a big deal here. 1 second this, Bryce. So you've got to throw out there. Uchenna first looks like he's held in the pocket. I guess we're not calling holding in the pocket. Drake's out there tight in coverage. Ball bobbled. But if this ball's caught, yeah, the ground hit it. If this ball's caught, now the Texans go to a 4th and 2. They probably likely go for it. We'll see if they're going to be as willing to do this now with a 3rd and 6. 4th and 6, excuse me. And no, it takes them off the football field. So that you would agree, Bryce, that difference of 4 yards there, the Texans are definitely not trying to field. They're going to go and try to get the first down there in that spot of the field, right? Not to mention, I mean, you could do a field goal attempt, but
I would agree with you. I think they potentially come out, they try and get you to jump. They try and do something. If they've got a play that they like, they run it. That's really huge by Drake Thomas there, and that's great coverage from him again. This is something that is really good in his game, is this coverage, and you're seeing it there again on a running back.
Yeah,
that's
excellent
again.
Excellent job. Did that look like a hold there on Uchenna too off the edges? To me?
Yes.
Like he beat him. That's why he's doing it. He whooped his ass. He's like, grabbing down on the thing. So let's maybe get a call. I'm Mike over there and saying like, come on, guys, come on. Then we get to do this to Will Anderson. We get to do this to Danielle Hunter. Okay, tit for tat. All right, the strike zone's got to be same for both sides on this one. Then, so I'm going to say with that. Freaking my goodness, that was back-to-back plays with the Boye 1-2 on that one, but the Eamon play though, I don't know if that's him because he doesn't look like he's going to zone. He's just flying back in there, reading that you're going to Nico and reading the quarterback's eyes, almost like he's in a freelance mode a little bit there, or you're sliding the doubles to Nico if he in cuts on the route. Maybe.
I think that was more Nick making a very smart play and reading the quarterback's eyes, just how he sold out for it too. The thing again that concerned me in that is how much separation Nico Collins got from Josh Jobe on that in break. Like that was, if Nick Eamon isn't there for that, Collins is catching that and he's running. Like he's got space to go. That's an awesome play by Eman, just coming back, flying in there, getting his hand in there. And the thing is, you can't turn around and throw a flag for hitting a defensive receiver because he is genuinely playing the ball. And just they happen to bump.
Yep. No, he's got a right to the ball too if he's making that way. So he can be in that place as long as he is making the play on the ball. But back to back, I'd call it sensational plays by the Seahawks defense. They're getting the job done there and keeping this Texans team punting back at the Seahawks. The Hawks now have an opportunity, even with a 3-point drive taking time off the clock, could in many ways just not close this game out, but just about put this thing to bed at that point if they can do that. Now they've got a long field here. It was a great punt to put him down about the 5-yard line is where it was downed. But you have an opportunity here for maybe one of those long drives, one of those 95-yard drive specials where you just take a good 7.5, 8 minutes off the clock, put this baby to bed.
The biggest thing for me right now is run the ball, but don't run it simplistically in the sense of don't just come out and run inside zone. Like throw a counter in there, throw a trap in there, throw some different things in there to make that Houston D-line work. Then bring your boot package out once you clear your, end zone.
I like it. I like being aggressive here still too, and being willing, certainly not the 4-yard line here. You got to do what you got to do in this spot of the field. Handoff here to Walker. Walker, good job running hard through the hole. Not much there, but able to just kind of pinball his way forward to go get 4 yards. In this spot of the field, that's a big difference.
And that's what I'm saying about Brady Russell there on that, Brandon, is he just catches the defender. He doesn't impact him.
Which allows the defender an easier chance to get off the block.
Spin off, get back into the play. Exactly. Like you think of the block. Go ahead, Brandon.
No, my bad. Sorry.
I was going to say, you think about the block Oots made in that Pittsburgh game and sprung Walker. When you can impact block a linebacker, that changes the run.
Yeah, indeed it does. And especially when you're getting true push in there. A little conservative here. First 2 calls. The thing you said, Nick, I was kind of like, I still want to be a little aggressive here. I'd like to more in that second down play call. Come back a little more pass. They come back with, again, the run and end up like maybe losing a yard in the play. And the Manning thing, you want to try to run twice, get down to 3rd and makeable. Instead, you're in 3rd and 7 on a day where you're 1 of 8 on 3rd down conversions. So where conservative play doesn't always get you the place you're trying to get going, especially when we're dealing with what we're dealing with so far and how we run the ball.
Someone targeted that run wrong. I'm telling you that right now because Sundell and Bradford cleared.
Got to throw it. Uh-oh. Texans got a touchdown. Sam Darnold sacked in the end zone. Ball stripped. Will Anderson picks it up for a touchdown. Clint today, man, with the play calls, bro. Like, golly.
Oh, Sam looked like he was down. Oh, okay, he got up. He looked like he got hit in the back of the head there on the. Yeah.
The first 2 play calls there are just what sets that up, where it's just like, dude. Yeah. Texans are going to go for a 2-point conversion here. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just looking at that design of the play. There's too many deep options there. Nothing for him to just get that ball out of his hand. Like in that situation, That's more of a throw underneath, try and get yards out of it if you're going to throw. And I agree. Like the 2 run styles there, it shouldn't have been run. I would have liked to see 2 runs in that situation, not back to back, though.
The thing we've got to be aware of here with the run and even start the run thing with having the 11-point lead like that. And the part that this is the part where I say still going back to be aggressive and look, being on your own 5-yard line's got to inform this somewhat. I get that part of it. But when you go ultra conservative, this is what we've been doing in some of these games where we have the lead. And it's almost bit us in the ass a couple of different times and trying to just, well, maybe we can just eke this out in the ground game. And it just comes back to again and again, be it these trick plays or well, we got to eke out the game because we got the lead at this point. To you sometimes not just putting the trust in Sam on this point, and instead we got to come down to a 3rd and 7 in the heart of his own end zone, and you're putting routes down the field for him to go make the throws. Put your quarterback in a position for success, but also like show the trust in this guy a little bit. When is the trust going to pop up? Because like you just saw there, it's really not on Sam. I mean, you can put a little bit on Sam, but like, where's he supposed to go to? There's no check down option there. Yeah. Everybody's going down the football field. So you can say, get the ball out of your hand. You got to get the ball out of your hand. Throw it into the heart of the coverage there. Like into a sea of hands and then give up a touch, an INT for a touchdown. So Kubiak, man, when he's hot, he's hot. When he's cold, he's cold. And he's ice cold at that. And this team's got to fight a general nature to me, Bryce, that's shown as a general nature thing that we've seen here in these games of, oh, I got the lead. I'm going to lean on it. And when you got a defensive-minded head coach, I got to say, the old cliche with this is those defensive-minded head coaches are a lot more falling into that trap than you get an offensive-minded coach who will still understand I've got to put the gas down and still take this game. I don't just survive this game. I go and take the game.
Totally agree. And for me there in that situation, like if I'm stuck there, okay, the run on the first down, I get. You're trying to see if you can pop something a little bit to get yourself out. Next play, I'm coming back with some sort of leak my tight end into the flat, run a snag route run like basically a natural pick play. And then outside of that, if we get a couple yards, then I can be in a run situation again in 3rd and less than 4. And then if it doesn't work, I'm not in the other situation now where I'm 3rd and 7 and I go to throw. And I'm not having my quarterback take any sort of drop where he's going to end up in his end zone. Like that to me, like if you're in that mind thought of, okay, I'm going to have to call a play here where I'm putting Sam Darnold against 2 of the better elite pass rushers in the NFL and Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, I'm letting them just pin their ears back and go. I'm at a disadvantage, a massive one. So I've got to do something to get myself out of that.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%. And boy, Charbonnet completely whiffs on the chip there to Will Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what Charbonnet's doing. It's just a mess from the start to finish there, but I come back out now and deal like this is a tie game. I don't want to hear anything about leaning on anything now. There's no 11-point lead and nice return here by Hololani up to the 38-yard line. There's way too much of this game right now to be thinking about any of that. Come out aggressive, come out using the play action, use the boot stuff. Oddly here, I don't get where we both have talked about the fact that yes, inside running is where you got to roll with on this and that's where you're going to have success and where we've had success in this game. But we're now to a place where Walker's at 12 carries, 25 yards, and that's not really Walker's game, is to be working him to the inside. That is Charbonnet's game, who's got 6 carries for 39 yards. So maybe also as well, something we can recognize here is to go to more of Charbonnet on some of these inside runs that have had success early on.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
We're going to start out in shotgun here.
Tight end. Hunter and Anderson are off the field, though. That's why.
Throw over the top to JSN. And JSN again for another game, every single one so far this year, again, takes the top off the defense on a 9 route. Beautiful
Great
throw
ball
by Darnold. Right in the honey hole on Lassiter there in coverage.
He is so smooth, JSN.
So good. Sam drops back to throw again, trying to throw it quick. JSN can't get off press coverage there. Sam's just trying to kind of get the ball out of his hands as the pass rush was bearing down quickly on that particular play. JSN just couldn't get off that press there, man. That guy rode him like a pony. 6:42 here, 2nd down and 10. Ball on the 36-yard line in Texan territory. 3 wide look here from the Hawks. Handoff inside here to Walker. Walker bounces it outside, a little bit of space to work with, lays down his shoulder and finishes the run nicely on Stingley, getting a nice 8-yard gain there, but showing a little bit of power at the end of that run, Bryce.
Yeah, and that's the thing I like about Walker is he is starting to finish his runs better. Punish the corner that wants to come and try and take you down.
Corner thought he was going to dance. Instead, he gave him that shoulder, man. 3rd down and 2. Let's see what Coobs comes up with here. A lot of bodies by the Texans. Almost a goal line look here from the Seahawks. 1 wide receiver. Why? I mean, y'all, but just told them where you're running the ball there with that whole formation, Bryce.
Oh, I know.
I kind of take the field goal here myself. I just take the points.
Why have the tight ends gone away from the game plan again? This is, again, the frustrating part with Kubiak. Like, get a Barner and frickin' Arroyo involved in the damn game when it's between the 30s, not just when you're inside the red zone.
1 for 2 today is Jason Myers. 47-yard attempt is up and through. Yeah, I agree. I don't understand the lack of tight end usage with the success they've had. I love working JSN here, but even coming back after that bomb off the other side, okay, work something with the play action roll game, back to the tight end. And, the 3rd down in short runs, you're not running the ball enough to think that you can have the confidence on a 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, especially when teams are refusing to do anything but stack the box and put bodies down there around the front 7. And that's, you're going to goal line where you're not even spread them out. Then at least if you're doing that, right, you win 1 wide receiver and then all tight ends, 3 tight end look there. So the Texans are going, you ain't throwing this. There's no way you're throwing that.
Like, you have 2, in my opinion, of the better potential. I'll give a royal potential here on this statement, but AJ Barner is turning into one of the better tight ends, like all around tight ends in the National Football League. Get him involved in your pass game. And that doesn't just always mean chip and go to the flat. That means, like, literally run him on over routes, run him down the seam. If you want to get JSN and Cooper Kupp involved, let him start being a factor inside the numbers. And then that'll open up them running the crosser routes you want to do, or Arroyo. Like, when you're in 12 personnel, have Barner run down the seam and Arroyo run the crosser underneath. See what the defense does. I guarantee you're going to get one of the 2 of them open because everyone's so fixated on JSN. But it's just like they're allergic to throwing it to the tight ends when they're not inside the 10-yard line or 20-yard line.
Yeah, it's definitely a general trend where they're going to do the self-scouting in that bye week, and you hope that's one place they pick up on, and hopefully even just for this game, because I think there's some success you can have on matching up still against these linebackers in this game, offensively speaking. Thank you. A couple donations here. Brent, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, just like stack wins, must stack points first. Well, good side of the offense, 3 drives. They have got 2 field goals. You'd love to get touchdowns and get this more extended out, and giving up a touchdown in your own territory is not how you draw it up, but they are still finding a way to move the ball here. Albeit, again, there's some maddening things with it. The offense is, finding a way to still get the points consistently put up on the board here now. But let's close this out. Let's not just try to lean on this win now from a standpoint. You can feel it from an energy standpoint, especially offensively, when you're trying to just go out there and get by versus let's close this door shut. Let's kick it shut. Let's not just gently shut it and twist the knob so it can be extra quiet. Let's go get the decisive victory here and take this thing. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. Milroe looks terrified. Not an NFL quarterback. Prove me wrong.
I don't know if I'd say Milroe looks terrified, Brandon. I don't think we've seen enough from Milroe to state that yet.
Yeah, it's to me, it's more of like, I want to see where he is 2 years from now.
Yep.
Nice kickoff return here up about 36, 37 yard line. I think that certainly right now there's a feeling of, when he comes on the field, I think that he does look like that. I think from my standpoint, when he drafted, I thought it would be a 2-year process. I thought if you put him on the field this year, that there'd be a little bit of what we're seeing from him now when he is out there. That's just, the game's going to be too fast for him and he needs that time. And, I think the thing, Jeffrey, we've seen this year with so many quarterbacks across this sport, be it, look, Mac Jones is doing San Francisco, Baker, Sam here, right? Different places. 1 second, we'll get right back to this. 1st and 10, 5:09 to go in the third quarter. Seahawks up 20-12. Ball inside the 32-yard line here of the Texans. A little bit of a miscommunication play there between the back and the quarterback. One guy goes one way, one guy goes the other way. Allows for Seattle to jump on top of the run play and take it down for a negative 1 yard gain by Ernest Jones, who's playing a very, very good game there. 4 tackles, a tackle for loss, a pass defense, and oh, by the way, an interception.
I will say both these linebackers, Brandon, are playing quite well. Even Drake Thomas,
Yeah.
he's done a good job as a weak side linebacker right now.
Absolutely, he has. 27 yards rushing in this game for the Texans. 2nd down and 11. Fans getting loud. 3 wide look here for the Texans. Back under center play action. Going to try to flip this out in space to that Schultz route that's just been unstoppable. And he's going to get another nice play and a very healthy mark there by the officials, who's going to give him a first down spot there. 4 times they've gone to that, 4 completions, and Seattle's just not been able to run an adjustment off of it. It's kind of odd how he just every time leaks out there. It looked like Woolen was just laid out there that time.
Woolen, he was late, but I like the hustle from Woolen. He got it turned back inside. He overran it a little, but it wasn't for a lack of Woolen being completely out of position or anything like that. Like, he just sees it a little late, but we got to rally.
Yeah, definitely need to get a little bit better on the rally. They allowed a little too much on that. They're going to mark him short. Initially, it looked like they gave him a first down spot, and then they pulled it back. Let's see what they do here with 3rd and 1. Probably 2 down territory here for maybe 2 down territory here. They might challenge the spot there. Official initially gave it to him. They are a half yard short, technically speaking here. Let's see if we're going to get the old tush pusha. Kind of looks tush pushish. Real condensed split here from the Texans on 3rd and 1. Seahawks driving up. Seahawks put him down right there, saying, "No, you don't. No, you don't." Marks gets twisted sideways there. I think Ernest Jones or someone stepped up there and laid a little bit of wood to get him going sideways rather than forward. And now it's decision time for the Texans. He probably lost a half a yard. Yeah, that was Ernest Jones there, right in the heart of it. They're going to go for it. 4th and 1, handoff, outside. No, they don't get him. He's taken down. Great job by the Seahawks defense. The whole defense on back-to-back plays just swallowed that thing on up, Bryce.
And this is where you look, you got guys like Brandon Peely in there, and you got Byron Murphy and Jaron Reed. Like, guys like that make a difference now in that interior. And that's something we talked about this offseason. Could they get an interior run-stopping force in there? And they've got one now. This group is working well.
Murphy just completely turned everything out on that play. You tried a one-on-one Murphy. Jaron gets the backside with penetration, Murphy to the front side, and then Uchenna setting the edge. That's truly team defense and stopping the run on back-to-back plays there. Ernest Jones made a great play in the last play, but each time you've got everybody with their gap integrity and losing no ground and actually pushing ground backwards towards the offense. 1st down and goal. Come on, offense. Go and put the freaking dagger through their heart. Darnold drops back to throw. He's going to let this rip. Jackson Smith out there, can't quite get it to him. Like the aggression, though, here, man. I do. Go get this game right now. Don't sit here and let's mambly-pambly our way around on the running game. I still want to run. I'm not saying bail on the run, but I like coming back there aggressively with the play call there and letting it rip a little bit.
And it wasn't a bad ball placement. Looked like it was just maybe a little bit of a get out of the break late from JSN. But I like that too. You got to take that deep shot play off a momentum shift like that. That's a momentum shifting moment there. You got a turnover on their side of the field. Go take a shot.
2nd and 10 here. Seahawks in 4 wide. 4 wide. Bobo blocking at the line. Takes the check down here. Like that play there to Bobo actually quite a bit, because this does put you now into at least field goal range on the 3rd down. So you don't want to risk 3rd down having to come away with trying to drive Darnold to go get the first with a 3rd and 10. And now if you can't get it, you are at least in a makeable attempted try here with Myers and his big leg to try to hit that. It's going to be a long-ass field goal from here, man. But I like that play. It looked like it was kind of designed and set up there a little bit to come back to Bobo. You have him. I think they hope that the team would kind of lose him in blocking at the line there.
I think the other thing on that too is because you did the swing route out there with, I think it was Charbonnet. You put that linebacker in a bit of conflict with Bobo doing that delay hook and sit. He's got to decide: am I going to go take out? And for Darnold, if he looks to Charbonnet, he can come back inside to Bobo here.
3rd down and 7 throw inside there on a nice route there to JSN. What a fitted ball in there by Sam Darnold. Another dart there. I think he's running a little bit of a post route or a slant. It's kind of a slant, kind of a soft slant there, huh?
I call that, like, that's basically a short bang 8 for me, or bang 7, depending on what route tree you follow. It's a really skinny post. It's aiming for the right goal post usually what your marker is.
1st and 10 for Sam, back under center, and he did something great there last play prior to the snap. Dropping back to throw, play action, whips it back around. JSN's looking for a penalty flag, and he's going to get it. I think we're going to get PI back there as he got twisted around there with the ball in the air. What'd I do? What'd I do? You know what you did.
Oh, good ball, though. Still, that's still an elite throw by Darnold there, Brandon. Like, I know JSN got pulled and stuff. That's just, that ball placement is so good.
Not a hold, but a PI play here. So this takes you right down, knocking on the door. And another great ball, as he did say to his point. Just Darnold, wonderfully executed. Again, stay with the play action too, man. Like, just stay aggressive. This is what I'm talking about. You can win this way on this defense right now. They're struggling with this part of your game. You know, and on this drive especially, that's what they're leaning on with this. I'd like to see this. Go take this thing, man. 1st and 10, ball on the 2-yard line, goal line look here. Charbonnet in the backfield.
Boot it.
They're going to throw this out here. They're going to get to Charbonnet. Charbonnet is going to get swallowed in place there, right where he catches it. Almost no gain on the play. Bad conceptually, I guess, huh?
Again, Arroyo's there. Why are you not using him? Like, this doesn't sell anything. Like, to me, they knew that type of play, just the running back going straight to the flat. Like, okay, cool, I'm a corner, I can sit out there. Don't just condense everything. Don't take JSN off the field or Cooper Kupp. Go into your 12 personnel. They want to bring their goal line defense? Cool, we'll be fine with that. We can leak our tight ends out to the flats and cause problems for you. Don't all of a sudden play to what they want you to play.
Same look here. Charbonnet running behind, off tackle, touchdown, Seahawks. He can cakewalk his way into the end zone on that block. Going off the left side, Charles Cross and Zabel clearing a pathway for Zach Charbonnet to get the touchdown. Seahawks take the bigger lead, 26-12. There we go, man. There we go. 5-play, 39-yard drive, consuming a mere 2 minutes and 17 seconds on the clock. Looks like that pre-snap motion made 95 shoot that gap a little bit wonky there. He lost his edge. You blocked it well, but he sort of took himself out to play there, Bryce. That's the hard edge out there, right where Charbonnet ends up.
Yeah, there's a tell here that's, yeah.
Is that a guy trying to do too much defensively when he shoots that far, or are they telling him to do that?
They probably have a call on where at the tight end, they come out in this formation, the tight end goes across, you know, and then you shoot that gap. Now, the good thing there is Barner has obviously been coached up well enough to, hey, he's going to shoot it, wham block him in, give him that shot and that extra momentum shift inside, and we'll just bounce out. You now take the corner and kick him out.
Boy, the linebackers flowed to the right on that play post-snap too. Yep. So that must be a tendency breaker play. And don't you want to whip those out when you're down at the goal line and you're needing a run to punch it in? That's why it was as wide open as anything else. It seems like is that they must have run that a couple times this year in a different direction to have the linebackers. Cause it wasn't even like you made it look like it was going to the right, Bryce. It went pure to the left as far as a run play. So those linebackers taking the false step away from where the run play is going, they were trying to anticipate. Love that. There we go, man. It's just, you go with Kubiak, man. When he's got his pedal down and he's running hot, that's when he's at his best. And when he eases up, when he starts to try to get tricky with stuff or just, that's when you can see it's hot to cold, man.
Agreed. And now what you do is now the next time you run that particular formation with maybe that particular motion, Darnold keeps it and boots out and you leak Arroyo to the corner and you run one of the other tight ends, whether it's Barner on a drag on the goal line, because the linebackers don't shift, and you get that matchup now to the outside.
Definitely, there's a lot of room to still utilize Arroyo, to your point, down by the goal line a lot more. He's
Like,
going to
it's
be a factor down there.
If we can figure out how to use him, Brandon, that's the big question, man.
It is the truth. And he's got, 3 targets in this game, 3 catches, 36 yards. So it's when you've thrown it to him, he's made those grabs in this game. All right, out at the 20-yard line after a short return by the Texans. Stroud will take back over, play action pass. Is that almost picked off there by Imanwari? He almost jumps the route. He's got his hands just about on it. Boye Mafe maybe playing his best game of this season so far, again creating pressure off the edge to force the hand of Stroud to throw it quick. But Imanwari all over that play on the flat. Almost put this game away there on that play. Great job on Berrios there, boy. He just swallowed that whole. He's so big and so long, man. He made Berrios look tiny coming around him there. 2nd down and 10.
Mafe had a really good rush on that one too there, Brandon.
Yeah, he did.
Really.
A throw over the top here by Stroud. Little rush there by Stroud. I wonder if the pressure's getting to him there on the time clock with that throw. He needed to wait about an extra hitch there to let that thing go, and he tried to put it out a bit early. But yeah, I think Boyo's playing in his best game here so far this year. He had a sack taken off the board with a defensive hold out there, but he's had a couple moments of pressure in this game. And if he could get a hold call, maybe he'd be helped out a little bit here and there. I'll tell you something else, Bryce, I'm seeing is that they're trying early down to the Texans with that play action from under center. And pass rushers for the Seahawks are like, yeah, that's cute. They're not buying.
They don't have a run game. And so when you try and do it, when you don't have a run game, Brandon, it's really hard because there's nothing to make the defense truly believe it. If they had managed a better run game in the first half, you'd have something, but they don't have one.
They don't. And on a 3rd down and long, Seahawks, Mike McDonald in his bag, bringing Ty Akata, the free safety, on a delayed blitz. Texans don't pick it up until too late, till post-snap to CJ Stroud see it. He's a free rusher at CJ Stroud. There is a Mike McDonald special for you right there.
The one thing for me on this too that was so good is it's you're bringing 2 because Drake Thomas comes as well. And that allows Okada that free line. Watch, back has to come down on, and that's just you're hooped.
Almost close to a casino blitz with how many guys you were bringing down there.
100%. And you got Mafe taking that tackle to the edge. Okada had nobody. Like that was a perfectly timed up and designed blitz.
Good spacing there too, to not let the back get the 2-for-1 with the undersized
field.
Torrey had a little fun with it on the punt return, but he managed to settle down and get a couple yard gain. But he tried to do he's sensing some reverse field stuff here in this game. I think on the punt returns, he's like, there's some space over here. He's trying to go take it. But great job too by Mike Sting. Again, both offensive coordinator and your essentially head coach defensive coordinator here are doing the things that you want to see in this game from my standpoint. And I think why you're finding effectiveness on both sides of the ball in this game. Offensively, you're maintaining your aggressiveness despite a lead in the second half. It's been a bit of a question at times, Bryce. And defensively, we have seen the commitment to the stack boxes. This might be our highest blitz game that we've seen of the season so far here out the gate for what they're running. I don't think they've blitzed at this high of a rate for a team that's been 31st throughout the league so far.
No, and the thing that, again, I'm really liking about this is you're not bringing just typical blitzes. Okada's now coming on that safety blitz. You're double blitzing on that safety blitz. It's not like, okay, we're going to simulate the backer coming and he's going to bail to the middle to recover this. No, like we're bringing both. You pick who you're taking. You're going to take, and a running back in that situation is always taught to take the most immediate threat. In that case, it's Drake Thomas. But the best thing is you saw Job on that. His immediate coverage responsibility was, okay, I'm going to take away the underneath. I'm going to go sit in the flat and the hook to curl area and kind of take away that underneath hot route. And now that guy's got to bank up. And now CJ Stroud wanted to throw into the blitz, but there was nowhere to throw the ball.
Yep. And that's exactly what he tried to do to Bryce's point. They tell you, Bryce tells his quarterback, you blitz, throw into the blitz. There's a guy that's vacated the space that's blitzing into me. So there should be a guy open to that. But then that's the smart part where you marry the coverage to what you're doing on the front end. And now you can take that away and make this a little more easier to confuse these quarterbacks at that point. Great call there to be aggressive. I love when this team's putting his foot down on that pedal, man, and just going after it. And the defensive effort today has been just phenomenal across the board. Stopping the run, generating pass rush, tackling, being tight in coverage. They get a completion. You're right there on them. Very, very impressive performance here today, Bryce.
It is really good. And you know, the one thing for me on you know, you look at the stat they got up on the screen right now, it's 10-yard plus passes downfield. Sam's 8 of 11 for 159 yards and a touchdown. That is not, and it's been sustainable for Sam. We're now in game, 7 of the season. This is now a sustainable thing for him.
Indeed it is. He came into this game as your highest rated passer on deep throws already, and only going to add to that. Oh, Anthony. All right, Anthony, if you're going to do the false start, us up by 2 touchdowns is not the worst time for you to pick your one false start a game for that. So 5-yard penalty. Seahawks have done a good job of not doing too much of shooting yourself in the foot with self-inflicted penalties, pre-snap penalties and whatnot. He was getting jumpy though. He knows they're about to run the ball. He's like, I got to go eat here now. I got to go take it to this guy. So he's probably getting a little excited, Bryce.
Little excited. I think on that one, you could tell it wasn't going to be zone. They were running some sort of gap power because he was firing out straight ahead.
Hand off to Walker inside for a 1-yard gain here. I'm okay with a little more now. I'm not saying go ultra conservative, but I get this a little bit more to the point of this with what you're doing on the clock and how your defense is playing. So it was when we had this at a 1-score game that I don't like that when you get soft with that type of stuff. Seahawks 79 yards rushing in this game to 25 for the Texans. It's been tough sledding. More of this kind of stacked dish boxes, more of the certainly commitment with the extra guy down around the box in this game from the Texans.
Just get the tight ends involved. Like, at least get that more established in this game now. This is where you can use your tight ends in your passing game as almost an extension of the run game here.
Looked like he was trying to throw that down to Barner on that play, and the ball got knocked down at the line of scrimmage, to your point. So good timing on the comment. I think Barner was his target. Tajaya pushed back Bradford into the pocket there. Come on, Bradford. Come on, buddy. Come on. Lucas and Cross got the hard jobs today, okay? They're the ones that they're having to like earn their money here. You got to hold up, buddy.
This is the second time that he has had Toga there blow him back, and that was on the touchdown was the other one. Like,
Walker up the field here. Walker all the way down to 1 yard short on this play and a little throw to the flat. Love the play call there on 3rd down. And Mike's got kind of an interesting call to be made here. I'm sort of kind of like feeling going for this here a little bit. You're not going to get a lot with a punt. You're going to get like 20 yards of field position. You're not quite in field goal range.
Go for it. I'd be going for it.
So I run this clock down. Now they're going to punt it. Okay. I would have run this clock down and timed out and thought it through a little bit if I wanted to maybe go for it, because you got to be thinking about that there versus what you're getting. He's probably thinking I can punt, I can pin him. I'm going to make him earn the deep field to do. What look is this? What is going on? What in the name of Jehoshaphat am I looking at? They're trying to get him to jump off sides. Oh, geez. I'll go ahead and just take the penalty. I don't even know what to describe. Bryce, you describe what we just looked at. I don't know what that. All
I can say is this is at least better than that time the Indianapolis Colts ran a fake punt and snapped it to the guy right behind the center and it went for nothing. Like, I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to get the Houston to panic into calling a timeout or something. But the way that whole thing was aligned with Stoll on an angle and Bobo calling the snap, like, you're not going to snap that ball. The guy's going to run right into Bobo and it's going to be over. Like this.
Weird call. So they do punt it. It'll go basically the 20-yard line there. He'll field it and just take it out of bounds. So 13-13, Seahawks up 27-12. Long field for the Texans. But I get it, trust your D. I get if it's a game where you're going offensive score, you get it a little bit, but trust in the D makes sense.
I don't know if you saw it, Brandon. Derek Young pulled up lame with a look like a pulled quad on that rundown. He got down there and he started hobbling to try and get the guy to go out of bounds, but he was holding his right quad.
Yikes. All right. Well, hopefully Derek's okay out there. He's been a good kick returner for us. Brian Kennicott, thank you for the 25 months as a Hawks Nest member. He says, Kubiak reminds me of a guy who won millions on a scratch-off ticket, shows off things he doesn't really need, fooling his money, soon part ways. That is indeed how the saying does go. And yes, I think he's just, this is where you do the self-scouting in the bye week, especially. And these are the things within the bye week that we've talked about a little bit here, where there's so much good on this that you can operate off of. And the only reason that we touch on the bad is because it is so controllable. It is so within his scope. You have things where like, well, we don't have talent on the outside. Well, we don't have the offensive line to hold up. Well, we just don't have, this offense has what it needs to be successful across the board, on my opinion, on just about against any defense. But him getting cute, him sometimes overthinking things just a little bit is a little bit of what we've gotten so far with it. But again, something that a guy with time, new team, new coordinator on new team, the time to the bye to kind of look at what you've done from a tendency standpoint. I mean, even that run to Charbonnet shows that there is a feeling of being recognizing where teams are playing to what you're doing and trying to counter off of it. Even the trick play, from much as we hate it, is you kind of countering off of a sense of what teams are trying to do to you on the front end and to make them be punished for it. We just don't like the way you're making them being punished, because you got this other methodology to the tune of Darnold, slinging it, that it's working just fine. So stay in that pocket of things. But yeah, he is a little bit like that on that side of it. Even more Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation fee. Me. How many times does Mike prove us wrong on players?
Are we talking about Okada here, Drake Thomas? Like, what players are we talking about?
Yeah, I'd probably need a little more elaboration on that, Femi, on what you mean necessarily. But he's certainly got these guys flying around today and ready to play this game. And he's got a game plan that's pretty intricate here. He's not dialing this back for Okada or Drake. He's not drawing it back for no Julian Love back there. It's been full tilt city here. Exactly the plays you run this game, you'd run with Love. And that part has been very impressive. He's got the backups able to be so smoothly within that. Cause I felt like the Buccaneers game, especially, you're kind of being a little bit protective on that nature of things. First down, play action pass, Job, great coverage down the field on Nico Collins, rips the ball free, being a moment of the truth mangler there, causes Nico Collins to fall on his head. He's still kind of grabbing his head a little bit there. I love Job, man. He's just so competitive down the field.
Oh, it slammed hard.
Oh, that's the one that'll do it. That was the 201 from a couple of years ago, where it goes to the back of the head on the slam. But that's him being violent through the catch point. And that's what happens when you are like that, is that you get that kind of, not that you're trying to injure the guy, but that you're playing like a football player, play like a hard ass. And if you don't make anything easy to the final moment of the catch, you're raking through, you're throwing down, you're doing everything you can.
That's the one thing I wish we saw a little bit more out of Wolin, Brandon, in his situations when he's in those, is that fight.
I don't know if he's wired.
I know, but that's the thing for me.
I agree.
Where, like, yes, Josh Jobe gets picked on. Yes, like we were saying about earlier, and he needs to be a little bit more refined sometimes with his technique. But then in those situations where it is that aggressive fight through to the final whistle, Jobe excels in those situations.
Well, now you get a second down and 10. Stroud drops back to throw and actually has his guy Higgins up the field filling in for Collins on that outside part. He's open, but because you brought a blitz, you've rushed the hand of CJ Stroud, forcing the pass too fast. You've already seen this before earlier in this game, where he had a guy open down the field, but not the timing right, because he's trying to throw it too early because he's worried about the pressure. And this is what happens when you get pressure on a quarterback over the game, is it starts to mount up into the fourth quarter. And whether it's there or not, you start to bring those blitzes, and he starts to anticipate it ahead of time. And that's where you're in good shape from a defense, if you can start to get a quarterback to think like that. A little bit of discussion here from the officials on 3rd and 10. I'm not sure what they're trying to figure out exactly. What?
So your rush package here, it looks like, is Mafe, Murphy, Williams, and Lawrence with your 4-2-5 look. Eamon in the slot.
What are they talking about? Is the play clock broken, maybe? You got to dial it up here to me. You don't have to bring the blitz, but give me another stack box on CJ here. Like, put it up in his face, make him think prior to the snap, get him to change the protections. You can drop out to the 4 at that post snap. It doesn't look like Nico's going to come back out on the field here. So, I feel like I can trust my corners all that much more on the outside too. Even maybe having them up and press to kind of sell the blitz look and then have them run trail. Though I know there's the pull here. Go ahead. Wait, why is it 2nd and 10? Why is it 2nd and 10? It's 3rd and 10, right? It's 3rd and 10.
No, they're saying there was no play on the previous shot to what?
Why did they say there was no play there? This is incomplete pass down the field to Woolen. Why did they wipe the play off the board? Why did they wipe the play off the board? How did they wipe a whole play that's been played off the board? Woolen able to catch back up on that play, partly because CJ underthrew that a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. 3rd and 10 now. So I guess okay. 3rd and 10. Play clock winding down. Stack box look here from the Seahawks. They're bringing the blitz. The heat's coming. Stroud's going to take a shot up over the top. And it's not going to be there. Nick Emanwari running step for step with Jalen Noel. I like that matchup in our favor on that point, man. Yeah, good luck, Jalen, getting over the top. That's too much length and size for him. And he's not going to outrun Nick down the field. Great job by the defense on that stand. And again, aggression at the forefront of what they're doing here. We're going to come after you. We're going to stack this up. We're going to make this and put this under heat. First, remember for years what we would deal with if we got a 3rd and 10. 4-man front, off coverage, drop to depth, prevent that very big play there that you set up and you met. That would have been, and Torrey Horton didn't take this up here. Nice little return.
The big thing for me there, Brandon, is you're now, because of how much pressure, how much blitz percentage has gone up in this game, or seems to CJ Stroud as an uptick in blitz percentage. That ball he got rid of, in my opinion, too early. He should have held that another half count and let it go. But because that pressure's there, he's not doing that. He's legitimately getting rid of it early.
And it's the nature of a quarterback where it's not a toughness thing with Stroud. To me, this is where I always hammer on people where they get on quarterbacks and go toughness. Steven goes, it's that this is the human nature of the position, is that you put me through 3 quarters where I'm getting sandblasted more often than not when I drop back, whether we've got the 4-man pressure or whether they're going to bring the blitz, and especially when they're dialing up the heat. Now it starts to build that stuff into my mindset as the game wears along. And that's where now don't even need to get there for it to have effectiveness. 1st and 10 here for the Seahawks. 2 tight end look, dropping back to pass. They're going to try to throw this out to Emanwari, but very good coverage out there in space. Just no separation there. And Sam's got to kind of just throw that one kind of away on that play. I like the aggression still, though, here from the Seahawks being willing to come out and let's still take it to them. This is what we've done the best of today. We're running the ball has been a mixed bag. 26 carries, 108 yards, 4.2 yard per carry. Maybe the Texans will start here to feel a little bit more into coverages too, though. And maybe they're starting to kind of try to anticipate a little bit of that as well within their play calling. See what they do here. Probably a run here, no doubt on 2nd down, huh?
I wouldn't. You know what I'd be running here? I'd be running a double move with JSN, and I'd be running a stick nod with Arroyo on a linebacker.
1st and 10 run here. Walker goes right up the middle here again, and they do go to the run. So, but he just one of his better runs of the day there with a nice 12-yard gain. Nico Collins, by the way, is being walked to the locker room with the towel over his head. So his day is done. That is a tremendous loss for a Texans team right now that needs to get a couple of touchdowns to get back into this one. Ball at the 49-yard line in Texan territory. 12:01 to go in this football game. Seahawks up 27-12. Go with another 2 tight end look here from the Hawks. Play action again. Man, ballsy. They're going over the top. Oh, tries to go out there for Horton. He cannot quite bring it in. Woo! Let her rip, baby. Huh, Bryce? Horton coming up a little gimpy. Holding on the Texans.
There's things with that where, Cross got beat bad on that one. Oh, Horton got folded funny on that.
He's definitely coming up a little bit wonky on that ankle. Ooh, yeah, that right ankle came down real weird. Real weird.
Holding Texans.
Oh, I hope his ankle. Then the guy landed on the ankle after it came down weird on top of it. Oh, it's on that. Why is it first
Yeah,
and 20 if it's on the
it said
Texans?
holding Texans. I don't know. It said holding Texans, and then now all of a sudden it's going. I think it's on cross, but that ankle doesn't look good there, Brandon. What happened there to? Oh, it's not that it got rolled; it got stepped on.
Yikes. Hopefully Horton's okay. Interesting play design there. Little flip into Charbonnet. He runs into three guys. Seahawks run into each other.
Well, Bradford basically tackled Charbonnet.
2nd and 14. Still a 6-yard gain on the play. Clock continues to roll at 11-11.
I don't know why on that one Bradford is looking at Charbonnet.
I'm not sure. Get out in front and go find the hat and put it on somebody.
Exactly.
2nd and 14. Charbonnet, drop back to throw here. Complete fumble. Elijah Arroyo fumbles the ball back to the Texans there. Just as you were about to knock on a 3rd and short. Got to know that they're going to be ripping and tearing at that ball at this time of game. You got to get the 2 hands on that after the catch.
Oh,
Seahawks offense here today is a lot closer. Both they've done a great job, but they've also kept this Texans team in this game here with some of this stuff. Texans will have decent field position, and there's still a lot of time on this clock right now. Self-inflicted wounds. Three turnovers in this game for the Hawks, only 1 for the Texans.
Man, oh man.
Rookie
This
will
bye
learn.
week couldn't come at a better time for this offense to get re-geared up because it's so lopsided in how it functions. They need to find more balance to it, in my opinion.
They do. And I like Kubiak, those 2 calls there, the chip and the Charbonnet coming back there, getting you to a 3rd and down and makeable off 1st and 20. So that you like where he's at, but you need the execution too. 1st down throw to Woody Marks. He's going to get the catch and a nice little 8-yard gain there on 1st down. Clock will continue to roll here. Both teams have the full allotment of their 3 timeouts. Texans down Nico Collins here. 2nd down and 1. You know what they're going to do. Pass. Don't go soft, Don't just sit here in soft defense. Stay with what you've been doing. They're bringing a little delayed blitz there. Ball tipped up in the air, but it will be caught by Dalton Schultz for a gain of about 5 yards there. CJ caught that blitz, man. He saw that one. Schultz, 6 targets, 6 catches, 75 yards today. 1st and 10, ball at the 40. Quick snap here from CJ Stroud. He's got pressure. Boye Mafe can't buy a sack. This ball will be thrown out of bounds. I feel bad for my guy, man. He's playing such a good game. We got a flag here. Hopefully he didn't rough the passer on the late throw. Oh, they got it on the Texans. This will back them up 1st down. They get hands to the face on Mafe. Is that what happened? Oh, no, a crackback block there. Is that what that is? Can't come back on the crackback block, Bryce?
Yeah, so once you can't turn around and basically actually engage in block, you can run by the face of a defender and kind of you see it on the gunners on punt routine, just run by in front. You can't actually engage in a crackback block like that.
Boy, Uchenna gave him a little bit of some dandy sauce there to CJ, didn't he? It's like,
a little bit.
A little bit of here you go. 1st and a
long.
long.
Make contact with the head.
Oh, Josh Jobe had the ball in his hands and could not quite reel it in. That's the easiest pick he'll have in his life. He threw it right into his gut, and he just couldn't reel it. I think he's almost so surprised CJ threw it to him. CJ may be starting to press here a little bit.
Oh, hi.
Just a little bit of a press. 2nd and 25, 9:43 to go in this football game. Stroud and shotgun, 3 wide. 4-man look here from the Seahawks. They're going to stay with it here. Texans dropping back. Stroud's going to try to run with this. He's got some room, and he'll get himself a decent little gain. To make this a third down and makeable, I would imagine this is probably going to be 2-down territory for the Texans here, Bryce.
It's going to have to be. They need to score on this drive in their eyes.
1 of 10 today are the Texans on third down. Seahawks haven't been much better. 2 of 12. And 3rd and 15 is a tough get. See if Stroud tries to just pick up a couple of yards here to make this makeable on 4th down. Pressure's just mounting again in his face. Leo Williams that time creating instant pressure. Stroud again on his back. He's been living there quite a long period of time. Might need to get him a chaise lounge out there, Bryce.
Ooh.
4th and 15, and boy, this is a tough call Texans-wise because you got to go for it. He just destroyed him. Sorry, go ahead.
Now,
go ahead.
now, I was going to say Big Cat's now having his field day. Now he's starting to just go after it.
Well, that's the hard part offensively, down 2 touchdowns in the 4th, is that you've already been under pressure in the best of times when the running the ball was a kind of a threat. 4th down here. Texans, Stroud just already anticipating pressure almost from the drop back there. He's going to roll out late and look and no, incomplete. Drake Thomas with great coverage down there on Woody Marks, making a play on the ball, making it tough at the catch point for Marks. He's not a wide receiver, but good job. He's been very good in coverage today. And CJ is feeling that pressure, man. There's no doubt there. I don't know if you felt that same way, but dropping back, the pressure wasn't there early, but he felt it and then started to roll from that pocket instantly. You felt him wanting to just already roll out there.
Oh, 100%. He's feeling pressure without there being pressure necessarily. That's the state you've got CJ Stroud in. He's in a bit of a paranoid state of the minute he at all feels a white jersey in his peripheral start getting pushed towards him, he's bailing on it. But man, Drake Thomas, what coverage down the field. Like, there's a separating factor you can now potentially see between him and Tyrese Knight. Tyrese Knight is not running that well down the field with Woody Marks making that play.
No, and it's the part that I've been looking for in Drake's game to come forward where you know with him, okay, he's a little undersized, so the run game stuff's going to be what it is there a little bit. But what you do want to see with him then is that you feel that element of his game that we've known from the moment we got him here, even before Mike, that this is what people talked about with him coming from the Raiders, I think it was he's a coverage demon bear at the linebacker position. That's the claim to fame with him. And man, you felt it in this game. He has been all over it and making a hell of a difference in this point in this game. And they've had to lean that way, especially now with Nico out. This is where you don't have any guys to throw to. So all the more where Stroud's trying to work into these ancillary parts and hoping they can hold up.
I'm just looking at the chat right now, Brandon, and the one thing I can tell everybody, you will not see Jalen Milroe on the field tonight as he is the emergency third-string quarterback, so he cannot take a snap unless Drew Lock and Sam Darnold are not able to enter the game.
Amen there. Yeah, no, they've learned their lesson, it would appear, on the Jalen Milroe front. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I'm on East Coast time, touchdown, so I can go to bed. Looks like they got it for you. I'm a little late on this dono, but looks like they've got that this on point in position, man. So let's go. Let's go, Sanchez. Good to see you in the house, brother. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $5 donation. Is there a cleaner connect in the league than Darnold JSN right now? Rest in peace, Mariners. Let's go open this thing open. Let's go pound this thing open. I think maybe I'm gonna go with that.
Maybe.
Let's go pound this thing open. I like that, Wu-Tang. And thank you for the $5, man. Pretty. What are they showing here? What happened here? Did CJ get hurt? Oh, did he bang the back of his head? Oh, he did the Nico Collins. We got a Nico Collins, CJ Stroud situation there. That doesn't look like that felt good. And rest in peace, the Mariners. Hell of a season. One of the best seasons we've ever seen from the Mariners. You wish it would last longer, but maybe we can go back and get there next year. We'll get right back to your dono here in just a sec. 1st and 10 for Darnold. He's going to fake change the play at the line of scrimmage. And Kenneth Walker with a big play down the field. The Texans defense starting to, we got a flag. Okay. Looks like Walker's starting to make some headway here though, man. Maybe this Texans defense is starting to get a little position. Is this going to be Bradford again?
I think you're more likely to get it on maybe Bradford or Sundell there.
Zabel got hit with it.
Zabel got it.
Okay. Okay. But I don't think that there's certainly the Puka Nakua Stafford connection is probably right in alignment when those guys are healthy and working together. But maybe the Jamar Chase Burrow when that's healthy. But right now, John, in the moment, as where we are in 2025, this season, there's not a better one, Wu-Tang.
No, there isn't.
First
I'd
and
say the
eight.
only one. Go ahead, Brandon.
Oh, sorry, man. My bad. First and 18, drop back to throw. And that ball is going to be intercepted by Stingley. Sam forced one there a little bit. Oh. We got a brawl here a little bit out. Somebody overstepped something with JSN, hit him over on the thing well out of bounds after the play's over with. There's got to be a couple flags if they're trying to get JSN. Are they trying to get JSN initially on that flag? I didn't think he did anything.
Well, whoever took the shot at JSN after needs to be ejected.
Yeah, he does. That's a straight up basically a punch for all intents and purposes. You're out of this thing. Go take a seat. That was as dirty as it gets over there. That second guy coming over at the end. And Darnold here, again, like the aggression, but 2 touchdown lead. Like, we're okay with just running the ball here, Coobs. Boy, you attacked Barner with Stingley on him too. I wouldn't be maybe the decision I would have made.
I'm just looking at this concept from the All-22. Like, I don't like that. I don't like that attack point. I don't like that concept. You're running just a hook with Cup in a condensed split and a seam. There's nothing to spread out that zone horizontally to give you any kind of room. That's a real tight window throw. I think you get face mask on Stingley, if anything. He basically rips JSN's helmet off.
Yeah, he does. All right, so the Texans are going to take back over at the 49-yard line here. First and 10, 8:23. This is still a football game, man. I mean, this is really now uncomfortable a little bit after that series because this is still in a place where the Texans can still go get this thing. And it's like you feel like you've got it's part of you like, oh, we got the win here. You can't get comfortable here where it's like, no.
There were no penalties called on that, eh?
It's where it's really from a Coop stack. I don't like conservative, but you got the 2 touchdown lead and you can work 2.5, 3 minutes off the clock there. Which just with those laws it's taken the Texans to get up the field at times. I might like that a little bit more there on a 1st and 18 than trying to see,
I think there has to be a serious evaluation on game plan calling by Kubiak. And I think Mike needs to be obviously more involved in that process. I don't know how involved he is, but I think there needs to be a serious, like, what are we doing? Because the amount of drives in this game, you have seen yourself get shot in the foot because you've been too aggressive, too cute with things. It's going to screw us in the long run, Brandon, in a playoff game. 4
freaking turnovers tonight. You're up 2 touchdowns and just uneasiness right now with this still 2 touchdown lead. Texans are moving the ball quickly now up the field. Momentum sliding back in the Texans' favor on the back of that. Dalton Schultz stays down after the play. Kata almost got himself a penalty there with a late tackle. Well, he was right on the line. He's fine.
No, Okada's fine on that. Schultz is just shouldn't have the kicking net that close.
Second down and 5, 6:38 to go, clock winding. Seahawks bringing a blitz here. Woolen, very good in coverage today, and he's right there to knock the ball away and turn this into a 3rd and 5. CJ again, when that pressure gets dialed up, you can feel a bit of jumpiness there in the pocket with him. Thank you again, Wu-Tang. Who was the other tandem you were thinking, by the way?
Oh, for me, it's Burrow Chase. That's the only one I can think of. Like, there's no one else I really think of when I go to a receiver quarterback tandem right now that's just completely ripping the league apart. If they're healthy, Burrow and Chase are the other ones I'd throw into that conversation right now.
3rd and 5. Cover 0 blitz here from the Seahawks. Looks like it gets picked up by the Texans. They're going over the top here. Ball's almost intercepted again by Josh Jobe. Tight end coverage, stacks the receiver in proper position there, and then there to make a play on the ball as it arrives, just couldn't quite reel it in. This will bring us back down to 4th and 5 for the Texans, and Mike continuing to not be fearful in his approach here with these blitzes. He did a little bit of dropping back,
man.
and Jobe's got to be kicking himself. He's had 2 balls right there in his hand. I mean, it's not an easy catch, but you love him to reel that one in.
Do you notice what's really interesting, Brandon, on that drop from CJ Stroud? He almost falls over. He's trying to get out so quick.
Yeah. Oh, he definitely has got that sense of what's happening there. 4th and 5, no pressure here. Dial everybody back in coverage, and they're going to complete this here for a first down to Noel. Big play down the field. So you tried to anticipate maybe a little bit, seeing that they picked up the blitz last time from McDonald's standpoint, to then go, okay, they're going max protect. Let's drop back down and try to squeeze down some zones here. And it looked like Seahawks got a little bit of a flood zone concept going on there with a lot of Texan bodies, and not everybody was able to pick everybody up on the timely moment there. Kobe might have been a little late getting over there to Noel. All right, 1st and goal. Plenty of time in this football game for this Texans team right now. The Seahawks team still got to get this work done. 5:49 to go. Stroud goes under center. Handoff to Woody Marks. Woody with the carry. Close down to the goal line. Did he get in? No. They will say he is a little bit short. Clock will continue to roll. 5:32. Able to get him just short
Drake
there.
Thomas.
Good job. Drake able to initially put the collision there, and Okada and Murphy to help out. Handoff, play action pass here. Stroud looking. He will throw it at the feet of his tight end there. Incomplete, 3rd down and goal. 2 plays, Seahawks defense, and we can put this thing away. 2 plays, baby. 5:12 in the 4th quarter. Seahawks up 27-12. No Nico Collins. No Dalton Schultz here for the Texans. Do they come back with a run and risk this clock continuing to wind, or do they go to the pass here? Definitely 2 down territory. 3rd and goal. Play action pass. They're looking in space. Knocked down out there in space by Ty Okada. He does the Mutombo. No. Gets a hand up in the air, shows off some of the hops there, Bryce, and just knocks it down. Good job on him.
Ty's been playing well in this game. He's made a couple key plays in this. He could have almost picked it, and I think he knows it.
Getting your hands on balls here. 4th and goal. Come on, D. This is where running the ball is definitely in play from the Texan standpoint, I got to think, too. And I like Seattle calling the timeout here. I love this. You got your defense. Let's get them fresh. Give them another little extra blow here, and then mount up for what do you want to load up for something here? How we want to play this, talk it through just a little bit. You're not using the timeouts in the game anyway, ideally. If we got to come back around and need that 3rd timeout, we're in trouble. But I like giving a second here, don't you? Give just as a coaching staff, you get a moment to think it through.
I think totally. Go think it through. Think about, okay, run through the scenarios. What has been the Texans' go-to here? What have they, liked it when they've been in short yardage situations? You got to think they're going to potentially try, to maybe change the snap count on you. You also need that interior pressure.
I don't know if you worry about getting called offsides either. Don't you try to jump the count here? 3rd, 4th and goal.
You could. Yeah. You just give them you give them a redo of the down essentially, but
they put him down. Stop there. We've got a flag. Oh God. What's this on? Ball start. Oh, is that going to let him have another opportunity?
Probably.
Officials a little bit late on these, getting these plays stopped, Bryce. You know what I mean? Like, you're kind of waiting through the whole play to be played, and then you're like, oh, no, there's a thing. There's this thing.
Ball starts an automatic dead ball foul.
Yeah. Damn.
Now they're gonna throw it. But what I would be aware of if I was Seattle is an inside shovel.
They're bringing the blitz. We're selling out. And CJ's got to cut more timeout. I'm okay with this. Do another timeout. All right. I'm good with this again. You don't like the look? You're not using these timeouts anyway. Reset it back up. I love this, man. Like, good. Mike's standpoint, get the right thing in here.
It's also smart from Mike's point because you're getting a pre-look of what they're potentially personnel-wise going to come out in. Because they may change how they align here, Brandon, offensively. Like the Texans may change, but the personnel grouping is what they want to go to. Yeah. And that's what you're looking for here.
Fourth down and goal. 5:08 to go in this football game. The Seattle Seahawks trying to put this away, up 27-12. CJ Stroud comes up from the 5-yard line here. He's got a 3-wide look stacked to the far side of the field. Schultz back out there for the Texans. Looks like offsides by the Hawks. This ball is thrown to the back of the end zone, incomplete. Didn't get called. Got away with one there, Bryce. That looked like offsides to me. Texans are trying to argue just that. It looked like DeMarcus Lawrence got a half-yard head start there.
Oh boy, oh boy. I think he might have got the special treatment of the veteran. I'm a little bit quicker than the average bear kind of a thing there because like he was close there, Brandon.
Definitely CJ was aware of it too. CJ, the second he got his hand, he's like, holy crap, he's right here. And again, another throw that comes off a little early there. Kobe's got to be careful as well back in coverage with that arm draped her back around the waist. But you get the stop nonetheless from the Seattle Seahawks standpoint. In this defense, I don't know if you could have asked them to play better in this football game than they've have. Your offense has 4 turnovers, man, and they've held up.
100%. They have bailed out this offense tonight, and in my opinion, a very suspect game plan from Clint Kubiak.
1st and 10 run here to Walker, and he's just fighting hard as hell to go maybe carve himself out a tough-ass 4-yard run. Seahawks here going to try to wind this clock. Texans are going to take their first time out here at 4:57, knowing just what Seattle's looking to do here.
Zach Charbonnet.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, Zach Charbonnet, this is what, turn out the yards. Don't go down on first contact.
That's why you like giving the runs here at this time of game too, where you love the explosive Walker, but the guy where if it's not blocked up, I can still go get you the 3. Ideally, I'd love to turn this into a position where you get this into a 3rd and short. You've had them burn their first 2 timeouts off the board. And then you can kind of be in a decision to make a call there and what you want to do there to go conservative or go a little bit more. Here, it's always in that place of, well, if we just wind the clock 40 seconds here, then I can do that. 2nd down 7. Ball on the 9-yard line in Seahawks territory. They're going to throw. Okay, Bryce, walk me through that one. Why?
The only thing I can think Kubiak's thinking he's somehow going to get them in, like, there's nothing there. Like,
Did this offense make this harder for the defense today? Like,
100% it did. 100%. And it's not even like that should just be a dropout route or a blaze out is what I call, which is like
just get
JSN ran against the Jags. Like quick completions, get it out, catch the ball, get down in bounds, run the clock. Like you're 3rd and 7 now. What was the point of that?
And 3rd and 7 drop back. Sam's going to drop back and get sacked. Almost then have a safety. He's able to fall forward out of the back of the end zone here to not have it be a safety, thank God, which at least requires the Texans to burn a timeout. But miserable couple of play sequences here for the offense here trying to close this game out. I do not know what Clint's thinking here on some of these play calls. I think
there needs to be a serious, like Mike McDonald tomorrow. Clint, get the bleep in my office. What was that? What were you doing last night? Because you've literally, if the defense didn't do what they did to this Texans offense tonight, Brandon, we are losing this football game. this is like a big smack of a bat to the offense, and maybe Clint's reading the press clippings about how great the JSN Darnold connection is, that he's just living in this fairy world of I can call anything because I've got JSN and Darnold to bail me out. No, you don't. Get your shit together.
Yeah, this has got to get back onto the track here with this a little bit more purposeful, and again a little bit more just getting a little weird with it here. I like the aggression, dude. I do want aggression, but Timon, you got 2 touchdowns. You're late in the fourth quarter. You can start to now. The problem I've had is that we've done this in the early third quarters when we start to do the conservative thing in some of these other games where that's been where you've kind of eased it up a little bit. It's not been when you're deep into the fourth quarter and it's like, okay, a couple first downs and we're to bed here. Let's see if the defense has got another stand here.
The suspect play calling tonight. This reminds me of the Seahawks last year with Ryan Grubb.
Yeah, a little bit like that. 1st and 10 here. CJ Stroud's going to drop back, rip this, open up down the field. Noel, 3 Seahawks bodies down there, but nobody close to him. He's just kind of wide open off the break, all the way down to the 28-yard line. Clock at 4:16. This game feels closer than it kind of maybe. This is very uncomfortable. 1st and 10. Blitz look here from Jones. They're going to flush CJ out of the pocket. He's throwing back across the middle. He completes the ball to Dalton Schultz, brought down for a 14-yard gain. 1st down. Clock continues to roll. Texans trying to hurry up. They've got 1 timeout on the board here. CJ setting things up. Schultz, 9 catches to almost 100 yards here. Dropping back to pass. 1st and 10. Throwing it underneath. Ball gets skipped there at about the 2 or 3 yard line. 2nd and 10. Y2K, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, use Munoz. God damn it, Dan. I think maybe he did. Hopefully he used him a little bit at the end. Doesn't sound like it was quite enough, but thank you, Y2K. Sorry, we are a little behind on the donations. They're not doing a lot of commercial breaks here, and it's going very fast. I think partially because they have a 7 o'clock game. They're just rolling through this a little bit. So it's been hard to kind of quite catch up on the donos, but we'll be doing I got a long post game setup and all of that. 2nd and 10, another blitz look, double A gap pressure and a safety blitz on the outside. I think the Texans might've got a little jumpy there before the snap. They'll call that play dead.
Realistically, Brandon, this game should be at least 35-12 for Seattle.
Putting teams away sometimes, man. So far, it's a good problem to have. It is a good, it's verse out, knowing how to like close games out, like we see the Cardinals, or as far as like not closing, but like losing the final drive of the game. Basically, certain teams have problematic issues that'll pop up. It'll be a kind of a common theme to your point, and this one is that so far. But this should be maybe 40 points at this point, quite frankly, just about.
Yeah.
2nd and 15. Another blitz look here from the Seahawks. Stroud's going to change the play. Seahawks are going to bring the blitz anyway. They're not changing it out. He's going to go flip this out into coverage, out in the flat. Good job by Seahawks there to rally up on that play. And Leonard Williams out there hustling. He's played a good game, just always out there flying around, man. 3rd down and 16. Clock will continue to roll at 3:24 in this football game. Not a bad counter play there, but look at Leonard out there, man. He read that exactly what Stroud was doing to the adjustment there and took that play away. Hell of a play by him. 3rd and 16. Stroud back to throw. He escapes out the pocket. He's going to go run with this. He's got a little bit of space to work with. We've got a flag on the play. I think we're going to get maybe potentially offensive holding out there as a receiver saw him break the pocket and got into locking and blocking and maybe blocked a little bit too much extra there. Otherwise, it's going to be a good game. No, illegal contact on the Seahawks. Ernest Jones. Automatic 1st down. 3:01 to go here, man. Hopefully Leonard Williams okay over there. He's sort of gritting, walking back over the sideline. Seems like he's okay, just catching his breath.
That's a really weak call.
It's a very ticky-tacky one.
That to me isn't a call. That's a let it play.
1st and goal. Play action pass. Stroud navigating the pocket well. Incomplete. Drake Thomas again there in coverage, able to tear a ball out that looked like it was completed in the end zone. Just able to get an arm in there and tear it free. 2nd down and goal. He had made this catch, and Drake just able to get that hand in there and make him bobble and knock it away. Great job, kid. Excellent angle by the television.
He's really stepping up as a weak side linebacker, in my opinion. Even in his run fits today that we've seen, Brandon, a few times, he's blown up the fullback. He's done some of the things that I think we weren't sure if he could do.
Agreed. Best game of his season here by far here. 2nd and goal. Handoff to Woody Marks. And there's Drake Thomas again filling the hole with Ernest Jones and bringing him down. What a coming out party here for Drake. Takes him down in the backfield. Bold decision by the Texans there to go with the run play. As that just keeps that clock motoring, and you got just 1 timeout and 2 stoppages left of the clock. Here's this game's rolling down. Texans letting this go down to 11, 10 seconds, 9 seconds on the play clock. Interesting here on their part. Dropping back to throw. Stroud's got a long period of time. He's looking around. He's going to break back out the pocket here. Drake Thomas is going to get over there. He's going to throw it back for a touchdown, and he's going to get it there. Touchdown Texans, 27-18. You probably just do the extra point and come back for the 2-pointer there. If you can come back and get the ball. Woody Marks comes up a little bit lame. A few moments in the game, you've given CJ a long time to sit back there and assess, huh, Bryce?
Yeah, and to be honest in that, the fact that it took Drake Thomas all of a sudden coming on a massively delayed shoot, blitz or, delayed go after the quarterback to create some pressure, it tells you how much time.
So I'm sure that the Texans would have liked to have probably tried to get that drive a little bit quicker down there, but they score nonetheless. They're 8 points away. It's 2:04 on the clock, but Bryce, you might be in a position to have to kind of onside this, don't you?
You'd have to onside it. I don't think you have you've got the 2-minute warning still in your favor. You got 2 timeouts in theory left.
The thing is, you don't have the 2-minute warning in your favor, though, because if you kick this off, if I'm Seattle, even if you launch that in the end zone, I'm taking it out, and I'm going to eat that 4 seconds off.
4 seconds. Yeah, you're
I'm
right.
Jay Harbaugh. I'm telling you, you make this take 4 seconds as a kick return. I don't care if you got to reverse your field. Yeah. I don't care what you got to do. You make sure that you get this down to 2 minutes.
Agreed. So you got to do the onside because, yeah, you'd have to. I can't see a way around it because even if Seattle runs, you burn 1 timeout, Seattle gets 5 yards. They drain the 40 seconds. They drain the 40. Like, you maybe get the ball back with 10, 15 seconds left on the clock.
Folks, we got a ton of people in here. Well over 1,300 folks in the chat tonight. If you can hit that like button, sub up to both me or Bryce's side. He's the Hawks Eye here on YouTube. If you're on the Hawks Nest side, so he's another guy that does great Seahawks content over there. So kind of help me out today with the color commentary. Please do drop a sub over there to my guy with well over 1,300. Hit that like button if you can. Does look like the Texans are going to kick this off. And so you've got as a kick returner here, no, they're going to kick it deep. You got to run it out. Run it out. There we go. 3, 2, 1. There we go. There we go. Like that. Like that. That will take us down to the 2-minute warning, Bryce. So good job by Jay to have him prep for that because you tell these guys all the time now down at the 35-yard line. But this is more important to get that clock stoppage here because like you said, now you go one play. We got 2 50-second pops, right? Basically almost. We can almost do 2 50-second pops with the timeout. So that does take you down to where in my God, Clint, I do not. This is going to come down to something, come down to the defense. I don't need to come down to us getting a first down. I'm just saying that, Bryce. The same place here as far as conservative and versus, maybe throw it and throw it off on second down. Try to give a little,
Don't throw it. Run the clock as much as you can. Run the play clock down to like 5 seconds. Take your motion out of it. Snap the ball. You're going to get 1 timeout here. The minute you run your first play, you're going to get a timeout from the Texans. Next play should take that majority. The next play take the majority. and then you punt it, have good coverage. I don't even know if you let them return it. Tell Dixon to punt it out of bounds deep in their area. Have them come on the field. And then the one thing I'll say is I don't want to see Seattle all of a sudden go full-on prevent defense because we've seen how that's worked in the past. Still bring a little bit of pressure occasionally to throw Stroud off. You have to, because if you let him sit back there, he's going to pick you apart in the middle of the field. Yes, I know there's no time, but you can get quick plays off. Take away the sidelines from him.
It kind of depends on me on the time. Like if there's 35, 40 seconds, that's one thing.
Yes.
If it's down to 25 seconds, I'm probably sitting back and prevent at the 30-yard line in Texans territory if we can get the punt there. And trust
in the best case scenario, Brandon, run the damn ball and get a first down and end the game.
Yeah. That would be nice. Wouldn't that be nice after a game that's been so uphill here for sometimes the offense on this? Jeffrey, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, finally, this offense shows some effing balls. Definitely balls were played today. I'll give that. I like to see that. You weren't leaning on the lead too much in this game. There's some things where maybe you over course correct a little bit here, going too far the other way with it, but that's for sure. And that you were at least willing to still try to put this thing away in this game from an offensive standpoint. I like that energy that they at least came from it on that side, Jeffrey. And thank you for the dono. Sorry, a little late. Brent, I can see you got a dono in there too. We will definitely get to all of these here. We got the last of this game here where Sam Darnold and company are going to come on out now. Brent, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, let's get this win and then heal up on the buy. That's why this win's so very important, Brent, is you get this win, you set up the buy, the trade deadline, all of that stuff in alignment as far as possibility here. If you can just get this dub. Let's go get it, Brent. Thanks for the $2 dono. Sam, under center, 3 wide look here. Hand off to Charbonnet. Charbonnet able to carve out a little 2-3 yard gain. We'll see if the Texans are going to call their first, and they will call the timeout. 1:53 on the clock. Michael Bicknell, thank you for the $5 donation. Kind of what we talked about on the call. Arroyo isn't bad. We just stopped using him. Love the commentary. Go Hawks. It's a good point. Bryce definitely would agree with you on that one, where it's just you gotta use the guy, and he's a second round pick, and he's a weapon. He's a mismatch tool. That's one of the main things he does as an H-back type tight end. You really got to try to make sure you lean on that through a whole course of a game, not just a play here or a play there. And you had a plan for him at the start, Mike, at the start, Bryce, but then you just kind of went away from it.
There's nothing about this offense right now, Brandon, that seems synced up. Like, as much as we have a bit of a run game and we have a commitment to the run, it feels still, in some respects, as discombobulated as it did last year. Like, nothing seems to be marrying as much. Yes, your play action works a bit. Yes, your JSN to Darnold connection works, but it doesn't feel synced up enough yet.
It's very true. It's very true. A lot of room here for growth, Michael, but if you can still win games while you got a lot of room for growth, that does speak to maybe about the upside of not only this team, but potentially even Arroyo with that as this year goes along, and you can learn more about what he brings to play and more of what those, do a better job maybe of utilizing those mismatches. Thank you for the kind comments though as well. Go Hawks, man. And I really appreciate Bryce, you coming in and helping me out with the commentary this week. All right, 3rd and 3 clock winding here. 1:13 to go. Short 2 runs here from Charbonnet on the first 2 runs of this drive. You're going to probably come back to him on the 3rd run here. Spins out of the first tackle. Fighting, nowhere to go there. Understand the conservative nature here, man. I really do, because this is going to allow you to, again, take this clock down. It looks like, yeah, see that 25-second territory. We do have a flag on the play. That's not good. Why do we gotta forget the ball? Don't you hold? Oh, there we go. Okay. Bryce. Oh, instant first down, game over. Personal foul on the Texans. I was about to have my eyeballs pop out of my head if you were going to stop the clock on a hold, man. And Settle just dived over the pile. I don't know what'd he do? What did Settle do?
I don't know. I didn't see exactly what he did there, but
he just kind of jumped on.
I can already tell you, Mike looks pissed. Yeah, he jumped on the pile late when there was no need for it. I'm going to be interested to see what Mike's post-game comments are and what his press conference is like this week and stuff, because it's going to be really interesting to hear what he has to say.
Well, the Seattle Seahawks will get into the best formation in all of football, the victory formation here on the back of the personal foul penalty. Tim Settle, the defensive tackle, seemed to just jump up over the top on the pile, which again, it's hard for me to penalize a guy in this game when we've had so many scrum-like runs, especially from the Seahawks side of it, where you're like, look, you're doing what you can try to do here. I don't know about that call there in that moment, versus the Texans there, but hey, it worked in our favor. So hell yeah. The clock will wind down. The Seattle Seahawks will escape with victory. You will go here now to 5-2 on this game. But Bryce, there'll be a lot of room for you not to get overconfident here, right? I mean, maybe that's the silver lining, is that there's a lot of you coming out of this game able to say, yeah, but we see a lot of places for improvement, especially on the offensive side of the ball, and still showing that we're not yet playing our best brand of ball, which again, this isn't a negative thing. It's more about speaking to the ultimate from my standpoint of where the high end growth can go to, being that you can win games like this where a lot of teams can't have 4 turnovers in one game and still come out the back of it with a comfortable win. Bryce, you know what I mean? Like that's probably evident of this being a pretty good football team.
It is definitely, and I think its defense is showing you that even without its full pieces back in the fold yet, with Spoon and Love still out, they're ascending. This defense is getting better to where we can talk about this being an elite defensive unit through and through. I think the one thing I'll say is there definitely needs to be an addition on this team at the trade deadline. I think they need to go out and get, whether it's a corner, whether maybe they can go out and get a lineman they think can add to this group potentially. But I think the best thing is there's a lot of self-evaluation needs to be had in this bye week, Brandon, especially on the offensive side of, we need to figure out what we do well, and we need to stop shooting ourselves in the foot, because there have been more times this season, even in our 2 losses, where we truly shot ourselves in the foot with random, unannounced play decisions, 2 of them being Milrow, and then today the Cup reverse throw. Like, just, I tell you, I'll be honest, Brandon, if they go down 21-0 there on that drive, I don't think this game's close. It changes the whole complexity of that game. Texans have to throw more. They have to completely abandon any hope of running the ball. It changes everything in that moment. To then have it where they were able to get some momentum going into halftime with the 3 points, then the blocked field goal, it gave them hope. And you can't give teams hope in the NFL because it's such a small margin of error that will decide a winner or loss.
It very well is. It tends to come down to that. And teams, a lot of times the team wins the game as the team doesn't make the most self-inflicted errors, that it's almost the errors you avoid, the mistakes you avoid that allow you to get the win. And this would have been, to your point, a way more comfortable win today if that was what you're able to do. Let's get caught up on a couple of these donations as I'm behind here. Phoenix, thank you for the $2 donations. Says, I'm enjoying the dual commentary this week. Well, we'll definitely have Bryce back along too, and probably try to get you back along when we get the playoffs, whether Hawks are or not. I like to do playoff coverage. Maybe we'll bring you back in on that if you're down for that. Just I like to check out all the teams that are in there at that point. But thank you, Mike at Phoenix. Very kind of Bryce to come in here. Please do, folks, show some love to Bryce over on his Hawk's Eye channel. Give him some love over there, subbing on up as he's cooking along over there and does great work on his side of things, as well as part of the Seahawks Syndicate coming up this week. And we're going to be pretty happy about that, aren't we? We're going to have a good Seahawks Syndicate this week. Lots to turn over. Jeffrey A. Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation. Bryce, did you play defensive line or offensive line in high school? I was 6'2", 230 pounds in high school. Coach didn't know where to put me, so I had to play on both lines. Wanted linebacker.
I played quarterback. I was 6'2", about 215 in high school. And then I also played defensive end on defense. So I played on the D line and I played quarterback, started at rush end for our high school team.
Yeah. I was under about 5'9", 5'10" in high school, late grower. And so they went, well, we know what to do with you. We're going to put you on the offensive line and defensive line. I'm like, thank you. Appreciate that. I went to a high school with just like 2,000 kids too. So like everybody was 6'3", 225, 230, It's like, oh, goodness. But thank you, Jeffrey. Appreciate you, man, for that dono. Michael Austin, thanks for the 10 months as a Hawks Nest member. Says, what's up, Brando? Nice to get the W before the bye week. Hey, this is a monstrous win for a couple of reasons. Number one, because the team continues bit by bit to get better, and offense, self-inflicted wounds notwithstanding, you still were very good in your passing attack. The stuff that's carried on through this year, carried on in this game, ran just well enough, certainly stayed committed to running the ball and able to take the top off the defense, able to find those shot plays down the football field. And that seems to be something that I think we can count on is going to continue on. That we're talking about a lot of things that we can kind of improve and help on. There are things to build on, though, with this offense, isn't there, Bryce?
Oh, 100% there is. There's definitely room for growth in this offense. They have to find a way to balance it out. This cannot be coming out of the bye. You know what every team in the second half of the season is going to try and do to Seattle, and that's take away JSN, whether they're bracketing him, whether they're pressing and then bracketing. They're going to do something to disrupt that timing. You got to find a way to get the run game going consistently, and you got to find a way to get your other weapons, Arroyo, Barner, Cup, Horton, whoever else involved in games.
Indeed, you are, because the teams have got to do that eventually. And it did seem like there were some pre-snap indicators today on, and not always for the funnest point, because they would lead us away from where we need to be going, where they were seeing they were still getting some one-on-one opportunities with JSN to take the top off. And they did early in the game, and then they did a little later on the game, but they're still, I think, getting a lot of those one-on-ones. And then Sam's just like, well, I can't not, I got to do it. I'm gonna have to throw it over there. 14 more targets for JSN again in this game, 8 catches for 123 yards. And Bryce, he maintains as we now find ourselves almost firmly at the halfway mark on the pace to break Calvin Johnson's all-time receiving yardage record. He will still continue on that pace beyond this game, which is pretty incredible.
It is truly incredible, because I don't think anyone had that on their bingo card going into the season, Brandon. I don't think when we did the training camp shows, none of us were sitting there going, hey, man, JSN's going to be attacking Calvin Johnson's single season receiving record, because all we thought was run the ball. They're going to get some shots. This receiving core, we didn't know what it was going to be, what Sam Darnold was going to be. We were kind of up in the air on the passing side. We were expecting more out of the running game, especially what we saw in the preseason. And now for that in the regular season to completely flip on its head and have probably the most prolific duo this year at quarterback and receiver through the first, 7 weeks of the season, definitely something we didn't have on that bingo sheet.
Indeed not. And it's been a great development for this offense. And again, gives them the foundation for a lot to build on. Arroyo, use of Barner, finding some headway in the run game. They're trying to work Horton more in, I think, a little bit today, which is cool to see, because at least that, but I mean, even a Cooper Kupp, only 1 target in this game for 32 yards. You'd love to find a way to come back to him a little bit more often at times too. So there's a lot of room to improve, but it's also looking really great in certain areas of things. Appreciate you for that, Michael Austin, and getting this bye week in this win. You get the win. Not only do you keep the pace with this damn division, which it's at a breakneck speed and there's no room for error. There's no, hey, we can take this week off. Oh, we didn't get this one team this week. You're going to fall behind if that's the case in this division. So you maintain the pace, but you set the stage. This is the most important part of this, on top of putting the record where it's at and setting this up for the downhill stretch of this, Bryce. You set the stage for John to be able to go and potentially make that aggressive move at that point. He doesn't have to do the advanced math of the Leonard Williams year. It's starting to kind of come together. It's been rough, and you can see, okay, if the offense can stop shooting itself in the foot without the defense kind of causing them to do it, and the defense can get healthy, this is a team that can contend for this division. This team can make some noise potentially in the playoffs. And now I can add on top of that. And does that take that even further? Yes, it should. And so I think this gives him that kind of confidence, which I think is really good, because that opens the door. And look, I know I dream with this on the Max Crosby front, but now we hear today about the whole injury thing from yesterday, Bryce. Precautionary. Start hearing words like he was taken out of the game yesterday. Precautionary. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to get people to dream on this too big, man, but I'm just saying, when I hear words like that, I go, how often do NFL teams do that, Bryce? Huh? Well, he could have gone back out there, but let's keep him out for precautionary reasons.
Especially in a divisional game.
Yeah, and especially for a Raiders team that comes out of that game and you all but have Carroll throwing up a white flag almost seemingly with some of his body language and pulling Geno from the game too. Where it's like, as I've maintained over and over again with this Crosby situation, what is the point of holding on to him? What is the point of not trying to get assets when you need right now to stack this team up from a talent standpoint? Not superstar difference makers. We're in that position of needing that. We've got the solid base. It's the difference makers we've needed. They're in the position of, you just got to get through the solid starting guys first, and then we can get down to the difference makers down the line there, Raiders, because of how bad you've been managed and rolled. Do you agree with that take?
Oh, completely. I think this is an actual opportunity for the Seattle Seahawks to be buyers and a team like the Raiders to be sellers. Now, the interesting factor with that Crosby situation and the precautionary side of it is the Bengals now, everyone was all hot on the Trey Hendrickson, do we go after him? Well, they might actually have a legitimate shot. Sounds like Burrow could be back. Sounds like Joe Flacco and the way he played might be able to keep that, ship afloat a little bit for Joe to come back, they might not be willing to sell off Trey Hendrickson now. And Crosby may become that very vital piece of that, market for the premier edge rushers.
Very well could be. And, the number of teams that are going to be in on that, certainly there's going to be a couple of them you would definitely think. And who's who and how much it's going to cost. And I think it's going to cost prime market prices to get him if you do. And I think certainly after today's game, maybe one of the things with this is that you're looking at this pass rush again, and it's going to be, again, one of the league leaders in pressures and in sack numbers. And well, do we need to take it even further? And Boyd starts to have a good game here, and you're going to get Derek Hall back. And Chen is now, as you pointed out earlier, really starting to come on really strong. So then maybe that just doesn't feel enough as a need with DeMarcus Lawrence on that mix too. It's a bit of a conundrum from John's standpoint and on this, where he could end up as well, Bryce, in a position of wanting to make a move, wanting to look to improve a certain position, but yet the player maybe just doesn't become available to go get because there's not enough teams that are in sell mode for the positions you're looking to upgrade.
Totally. And it's going to be an interesting thing in this, because I think right now we were talking about positions for Seattle to go. Edge is one. We all know guard is one that's going to continually be a topic there with Anthony Bradford at that spot. And I think the other one, we talked a little bit about weak side linebacker. If Drake Thomas plays like how he played tonight, I don't know if you need another weak side linebacker this season. It can be something you can address later on. The one area for me is corner. I think they still need to add a corner to that room, just because you don't know if Witherspoon's going to be able to stay healthy the rest of the season. Josh Jobs has his up and down. And then if you do lose Reek or Spoon again, Shaquille Griffin showed that he doesn't have it, in my opinion, in that Jacksonville game. Like, that was a really bad showing from him. It's going to be interesting to see. I think you could stand to have an upgrade at the cornerback position as well.
Well, and that could be one of those positions where there does tend to be more of those guys maybe available out there, to your point. And I agree with you, where it really isn't coming down to even as much Woolen or a Witherspoon thing. It's as much as, okay, Kendrick is a slot guy, Emanwar is a slot guy. And if you do go down those two, you're to one of Nehemiah Pritchett or Shaquille Griffin, and you just don't feel tremendously confident with either of those guys. You'd like to have a little bit more of that confidence if you got to call upon those guys. And so I think and it won't cost a lot. So you get just looking to get a functional type, the Rasul Douglas kind of guy out of corner, right? Just, you're not looking for necessarily the star at that point, but just a guy that's more than competent if you got to call upon him out there. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Dable should have been fired today. See how long he holds on to his job out there, Sanchez. The whole thing that they've tried to do, and I could see this coming a mile away, is that you start out Russell and you try to ride Russell as long as you can ride him, as long as you can take it as a coach. Then you bring out Dart at the end of the year. He gets a couple of wins. He looks good. And then you save your job. The problem is that he had to pull the ripcord on the Dart a little too early. And now, Dart's he's playing wild. He's free. He's going to get hit. He's going to get injured with the way he's playing Dart. It's too much. Just, I'm getting by on moxie and bravery, and that's not going to work at the QB position, especially as a youngster. We've seen too many guys get bashed taking that approach. So probably sooner than later, right, Bryce, on that one?
I think so. I think Dable will potentially be the next head coach that is fired. That, or I'll say this, Jonathan Gannon in Arizona.
Yeah, he does not look like he's there. And I hate what they did with him on the whole finding him. You talk about just taking the nuts off a coach, not to mention the fact that, there's times a coach should be, look, there's coaches that have gone off tilt and gone pissed, and they don't have, okay, that was a little over the top, buddy, but this isn't Bear Bryant smacking a guy up the field off the sideline on the head. Like, this is like, you did one of the dumbest things on a football field you could possibly do. It ended up costing you the game, not just you in the motion, but it cost you the game having done that. Yeah, you deserve to get tapped in the chest. Sorry if that's hurt your little, tender little heart as a football player that's in violence every other play. Like, it's such a soft thing by the owner there. And that's just partly why that team's never going to win anything, quite frankly. Sorry, Arizona fans, but that's why you're going to be losers for freaking life. You got an owner like that running things. Can't even have his coaches freaking back. How far do you think you're going to get if you don't have your coaches back from an owner standpoint? And then they're going to force Kyler back out there. That's the thing too, is this owner, he does want to eat $50 million, Bryce. Now he's going to force Kyler back out there too. Why are bad teams bad, man? Because they do multitude of things like this, stacking one up on another.
Oh, they do. And then they sit there and they look at you and go, well, I don't understand how it didn't work out.
Yeah. Everything was set up this year for it to all just, it'll continue to be a mystery there, Cardinals. God, what a bad organization. JRD, thank you for 7 months as a Hawks Nest member. So stop the 1-yard runs. Don't let them hang around. Close it out. Well, I do think that I mean, we've got some little issues here. The one part I will give him Kubiak, as hard as we might be on him, the one part that I do like that shows adjustment in this game from where you've been is you've been about midway through the quarter in a couple of these games up by 2 touchdowns, and you start really going in the pocket of running and getting hyper conservative. And now you're not even trying to pass the ball down the field anymore, and you just try to eke it out. They didn't try to eke it out. They may have gone a little bit too much, though, Bryce, in the other direction in this one and getting a little bit too aggro on that realm. Like it's a sweet spot thing. Cause it's like when somebody can make the criticism to me, like, what do you want? You know, they go hyper running it. You say be aggressive, and then now they're aggressive, and now you're going to bang them for that. And so it's admittedly like a sweet spot thing for me, Bryce, but you can just kind of feel when you're spilling over the top of the sides with the aggression in the points and times of this game. Couldn't you just a little bit?
Absolutely. You could totally feel there are points where I could feel they wanted to put the nail in the coffin, especially after the Cup interception. It was like the Cup interception almost forced Kubiak to be over aggressive. And when he got over aggressive, it led to more issues and it led to more stall outs. Stick with your game plan. Okay, you made a mistake. You made a bad play call. Okay, flush it, move on from it, get back into your game plan, get back into the things that are working well. Don't press to try and keep chasing that potential missed 7 points, even though you theoretically are. Get back within your game, and that will actually help you out in the long run.
Did they ever stop or underplay action stuff when we didn't just try to run it back to back to back in this game?
A little bit. There were a couple series there, Brandon, to your point too, and you mentioned it during the broadcast where it was like, why are you running the similar play back to back? Like why, like when we were in that where we took the sack fumble strip. Okay, you got the one run. Okay, now come with something a little bit different. Throw your counter or your thing to make the defense think, and then go back to that run. Don't go run. Now put yourself in a 3rd and long, and then force yourself into a pigeonhole where it's like, okay, cool. We have to drop back and pass in our own end zone with 2 of the better edge rushers in the NFL. Like as much as I love Abe Lucas and Charles Cross, they do a great job. That is like a D lineman's dream as an edge rusher going, I also have the 12th defender being in the back of the end zone. So the quarterback can escape out and bail out. Like they only have a fine amount of area to move and operate. Now I boxed you in. Now I can really pin my ears back and go.
Yeah. Well said. Definitely well said there. And a little bit of a change, but definitely still more room still for improvement there, JRD, on that one. And they went for it. Just a little too aggressive there. Michael Bicknell, thank you for the $5 donation. Michael, if the dumb announcer calls our head coach, Mike McDaniel, one more time, I'm going to lose it. Laughing out loud. Yeah, is that Al? We got Al Michaels on the call tonight still, I think, right? Isn't it Al? So yeah. It's, I can attest. This is the problem. You get old. You got too many names have gone through your brain. I'm reaching this stage, Bryce. It's happened to me a lot, and it's you. Good luck fighting it, folks. As you may be a young man going, you could say the names either. Wait till you get old like me, and it's like everything turns into like you cannot help yourself somehow or another. Just it's like the mind just getting old, brain getting old, head can't catch up to the lips sometimes.
Agreed.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate the $5. Mike McDaniel might be the next. He might be the next guy. Canned. Also, I don't really see a lot. I mean, we'll see with Horton if there's an ankle thing, but if there's not an ankle thing or the problem there with Horton, I don't see a reason here to be going for a Waddle or for an Olave either at this point. That's been brought up a couple times in my chat as well. Glad to hear you're in the same boat on that. Samuel Carlson, thank you for the $2 donation. Why do we keep prioritizing Arroyo over Barner?
Ooh, I think they're still struggling to figure out what Arroyo's good at. Like you saw him run the outs tonight. You saw him run some stick ins and in breakers. The one thing I've been upset with, Brandon, is they talked about it in the preseason when they drafted him. Oh, his flexibility, let us put him out as an X. How many times have you seen Arroyo line up as an X this year and run an in-breaking slant or a snag route or something like that? Like it's not something we've seen very often. I think that's one thing we gotta see Seattle start doing now is if you're gonna figure out how to use this guy, use him that way. And the reason why I think Barner to a point does get prioritized. Like I know it says here, why do we keep prioritizing? Because they're trying to figure out how to use Arroyo. They know what Barner does well. Barner can do this. Barner can do that. We don't know what we can do with this kid yet.
I think there's a temptation too when you have just such a nice mismatch option in Royal, because he does move different than Barner, and to have a guy that's that athletic and explosive with ball skills from the tight end position, and you're just drawing a little bit to get it. You do a second round pick on a guy, that's going to be a draw to it as well. I think a big part of this is that comes down to me a little bit. Samuel's the same thing that we also saw as an indicator from this game. You have 29 essentially targets in this game to Seahawks receivers. JSN's eating up 14 of them. He walked into this game with the number one target share percentage in the sport for any wide receiver or any part of the offense, at 40% of the offense, essentially of the passing attack. And so even in a game like this where you have 31 attempts, which feels like a lot of attempts for Darnold here, Bryce, when it's really not, just because we've also been keeping the passing attempts down low because we tend to be up in these games. And so the combination of high target share to JSN, low passing volume attempts, this is where you're going to lead to a couple guys, in this case being Barner and Kupp, who end up getting left out in the cold in particular games because there's just so many touches to go around.
100%, totally agree. And that's something they're going to have to work on this, bye week, and figure out how they're going to come to solutions for that.
All the more reason staying with more of the base nature of your offense, not doing this sort of trick play, not going to the Milrow stuff, understanding how valuable these, what I would call passing reps are, because of how explosively effective they've been and because of how many different guys you can utilize in order to keep the defense honest. And it doesn't have to be the JSN show all the way. I think part of like not using him at X, by the way, I think is a little bit of JSN kicking ass at X out of, 80% of his snaps over there. And that's probably, they thought coming into the season, I would guess, Bryce, they're like, we're going to have to kind of probably, put it together, a little bit of this, a little bit of that at the X, a little bit of Horde and a little bit of JSN, maybe a bit of Kupp, and then we'll work in, and then they saw, oh, he can do it. He's fine out there. Let's just keep it rolling. You know what I mean?
Agreed.
Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, good thing the Texans isn't in our league in talent.
Yep. I would say that saved them tonight. And I think their inexperienced offensive coordinator struggling with the pressure packages that Mike brought, I think caused some more problems for them for sure.
Yeah, I would 100% agree with that. You have much more talent to this side, both sides of the ball, than what the Texans tried out there. And you saw those deficiencies in a couple of different places where you're able to throw at that secondary and get after that. I was kind of surprised because with Petrie and Lassiter and Stingley out there, I thought that they would do a little bit of a better job at being able to restrict some of the deep passing attack from the Hawks. But I continue to believe that every team we play, no matter where they're at from a stack box percentage. I don't know if the blitzes were as much dialed up today, but I still do think and feel like if it's not the pure stack boxes up at the line of scrimmage, but the 4-on-4, you got the 4 down linemen and then you got the 4 standing right behind their butts. And so it's a de facto 8 down there around the line of scrimmage. I'm seeing a lot of that. And again, every team, I would reckon you to agree with this. Every team like a Texans, that's not how they're living life in every other game. This is a Seattle Seahawks common denominator of every opponent, of them coming down and just kind of condensing things down there. And again, can't quite understand why, because as we saw in this game, you're ripping it up apart down the field on the back of the strat. And the whole thing with defenses, Bryce, the whole point of cover 2 shell is supposed to be, let's make them earn their way up the field. Yet on the back of this strat, you're opening it up for us to go up and just get the chunk play like we did to JSN in this game, where it's like, now we're up to the 33-yard line. So I don't know what to make of that. Why? From your perspective, I know the condensed splits are a big part of this, but I think we're seeing it even absent some of the condensed splits. Is it just that they're that scared of us with the commitment to run the ball? Is it that there's not the fear of JSN and they're just a little slow on the dial to kind of recognize this is the thing they're leaving opened up here? Because I think you're halfway into the year at this point, or beyond sample size.
I think they're terrified. Well, not terrified. I think what defenses are scared of, Brandon, is if we play too high shell and Ken Walker starts breaking runs, now we're in trouble. Because now when we do have to, if we come from our too high base defense of too high shell and roll that safety down, he's potentially going to be uncomfortable in that spot. Maybe he's not designed to be an in-the-box safety. And so now you can take advantage of your mismatches with Barner or other condensed splits where you got Kupp now on him, or you get that guy covering a JSN because you're better off to come out with the stacked box and have the right personnel out there to handle it and take your chances of Darnold overthrowing it, Darnold missing a throw, maybe getting a break here and there. It's going to be something that I think teams will adjust to now on this bye week, because they'll have a good chance. Like, be interested to see how Washington plays Seattle on Sunday night in a few weeks.
It will be. Yeah, and Washington's the next team up. I have to think you're with us on this, where it's when it comes to this being this successful, you're the highest rated quarterback on those throws of over 20 yards into this game. You continued it with Sam Darnold in this game. That adjustment does come because defenses hate having those chunk plays like that over the course of the game. That's almost every defense sort of starts in this modern era, don't they? From a standpoint of limiting down the big plays. It wasn't always this way. And I think even 10 years ago, it wasn't necessarily this way, but it seems like it's really gone extreme there now with these Ds.
Completely have. And it's that way that you see the balance in the NFL. Like all of a sudden the NFL goes offensively, we're going to go spread. We're going to go air raid. We're going to go really high pass shotgun level. Okay. Well, defenses, we get smaller, we get faster on the D line. We get two high safeties to take away the deep shots, make you earn everything down the field. Then offenses revert back to, okay, well, you know what? When they're in that too high safety, we got to take advantage of the light boxes and start powering the ball. Like I truly believe fullbacks are going to start making more and more of a comeback now in the NFL. And I think you're going to see edge rushers and linebackers start getting bigger again.
That would be the next counter you'd expect to it if they do. If one goes, then the other should go with that. But thank you, Jeffrey. And Jeffrey, the other $2 donation says, add link to the Hawkseye channel in the description. Indeed, it is in there. So if you go down in the description section, we've got that added in there right now to Bryce's channel, the Hawkseye. Just click that link, sub on up. It is free. He's been so kind to take out about almost 4 hours of his time here to hang with me on the stream here and help me out on the color commentary. And I really do appreciate that. Thanks for your help tonight, dear Bryce. It's been great having you in here. Mick Frewer, thank you for the 2 months as a Hawks Nest member. Remember what the Texans insider said, that the Texans O-line is underrated. Yeah, he was pushing back, Bryce. I mentioned the fact that I don't know what in the name of God the Texans are doing with their approach to this offensive line for CJ Stroud, and that it pisses me off and that it frustrates me because I like CJ Stroud so much as a player. And I think that you're doing him dirty. I think you're doing him very similarly dirty the way that the Bengals did Burrow dirty, and Burrow's been broke a couple times now. And I don't get these teams' dumbass approach to this, where it's just, this is your most valuable player. This is your, you got a young guy, these young 20s. This is good. Next 10 years, he's going to be your guy. And you set him up behind that offensive line. And he was trying to sell me on the fact, well, he's getting the ball out of his hands. Okay, he's the top 4 in getting the ball out of his hands. He's doing that because he doesn't trust his pass protection. They're doing that simply to mitigate. And you can only smoke and mirrors that thing for so long, right, Bryce? You can't short pass your way out of bad pass pro.
No, you can't. And that's the biggest thing I look at this. Like, for anyone to say like, oh, well, it's underrated. You couldn't run the ball. You can't protect your number one asset. That's also the quickest way to have your number one asset when his contract comes up, go, I'm out of here. See you, bye. And you're restarting all over again as a franchise. And the one thing the Houston Texans have not been able to do is have sustained franchise level quarterback play for over 5 years. Because if you think about it, they had Matt Schaub for a bit. Okay, he was good, but he was more of a journeyman that got, flash in the bottle there for a little bit. David Carr, behind a really bad O-line, ended up becoming a career backup after a point. Then you went through the Rosenfeld era, Ryan Fitzpatrick. Then you get Deshaun Watson. The whole situation happens there. He's out of town. Now you got CJ Stroud. CJ Stroud may look at this and go, if you don't fix this offensive line, I'm out of town.
I would have to think that if this continues to be a thing beyond this year, that's going to start to be a bit on the table. And I think that they are through 3 years now. So the contract extension is definitely coming into play. Maybe the Texans are just like, look, we'll pay you all the money after year 3 just to shut you up and make you happy on this. But Texans would be really smart walking into this next offseason, doing something I've advocated for Hawks to do, which is make ultimately the offensive line a high priority and get this guy protection. You've got your skill position players. You drafted your 2 receivers in Noel and Higgins, which felt like, to me, bonus picks at the time you did them versus addressing the offensive line here. Now it's the time to go do this. And hopefully they will. I thought CJ didn't play a bad game at all out there here, considering, to Bryce's point, no running game, under pressure. Probably it felt like at least 50, 60% of his snaps in this football game. Hard to operate from that position. And that's going to add up for anybody. I mean, how is this 2 carries and 25 yards almost outpaced Nick Chubb and Woody Marks's 15 carries for 31 yards. Like they only had 14 more carries or 13 more carries and only 6 more yards on the ground those guys had in this game. The weight was on his shoulders, man. He loses Nico at one point. Dalton Schultz is kind of banged up. I still maintain CJ is still one of those really good great quarterbacks in the sport, and that anybody starts talking about like, oh, he's not as good as he once was or first was when he walked in or whatever, that's almost like a ball knower kind of thing for me at this point. If somebody starts to pop off in that direction with him, because he's good.
He is good. And I think CJ Stroud has the ability to be a really great quarterback. You just got to surround him with the right talent. And this is the one thing, Brandon, that still bothers me to this point. And I'll just say this on this topic is so many teams do not have the proper infrastructure to set up these young quarterbacks that they are drafting for success. And they go through this reclamation project. And now you look, Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, Daniel Jones. Did we ever think Daniel Jones could play this level of football? No, because we saw him in New York with a horrible franchise around him at that time that didn't know how to build the infrastructure. Now he goes to the Colts. They have an offensive line. They have a good play caller. They've got pieces around. And Daniel Jones looks, yeah, now I understand why he was a first-round pick.
Exactly. Yeah, it's the one thing that you do come back to time and time again with these teams doing that same mistake, Bryce, and they can't help themselves not to do it. I think the general managers and their short shelf life don't help with this, and the owners having the quick hooks. But it remains an issue in the NFL, and one that this is the market opportunity for teams that are going to go the right way and the smart way, take a different approach than what these other teams are doing, because there's so many failures that have stacked up along on that edge. Well, Bryce, I think you're just about having to head out here on this one. I'm going to keep going here on my side, folks, but I want to give a big thank you here to Bryce for walking and helping us out on some of the color commentary tonight. Again, please do click down the description section below. You'll get a direct link to Bryce's channel, Hawk's Eye, with Bryce Coots here. And he's doing great work on his side of it. We'll definitely have him. We're going to be having him back on the channel here in a couple of days, as we're going to be doing the Seahawks Syndicate. So he'll be here, and we're streaming out of all of our channels on that one. But have him back here along soon and to chop it up, talk about this team, hopefully celebrate a trade deadline acquisition.
That would be really great. Thanks again, Brandon, for having me on. Love doing the live watch party shows and color commentary with you. It's a lot of fun for me to talk with someone that knows ball at the same level I do, and appreciate you having me on, man.
I love having you on, brother, and keep doing the great work out there. Keep banging along. And again, folks, please do show folks like Bryce the love out there, getting that sub. It's free. It helps us out, small channels out, especially on that when they're coming up like this, just starting out in the way, in a major way doing that. And he was already on Hawks Run Zone, so he had to kind of reset the button there a little bit on his channel on that. So really could help him out a ton by giving him a little bit of sub love out there. And again, it's free, doesn't cost you anything. Really would appreciate it. He's going to be a part of this channel as we go forward. So appreciate you, man. Thank you for doing this. And we definitely will do this again with you, man.
Sounds good, Brandon. Have a good night, man. Have a good night, everyone.
Have a good one. Go Hawks. Give us Go Hawks.
Go Hawks.
There we go. There we go. All right, coming back over here. We got Big Daddy Culp 8, and folks, we'll go late tonight. I'm not under any restriction. We got a lot of donos, so if you haven't gotten me to your dono yet, don't worry. We're going to roll. We're going to roll. I'm going to give each of these the proper attention. Big Daddy Culp 8, thank you for the $5 donation. Love the defense this game, but what the hell was that replay second down the Texans got when it should have been third down? I never got any real confirmation as to what the hell went down there. I tried to check the chat at the time, Big Daddy, and the chat didn't really have anything as well. They said, wait, what is this bonus snap crap? You can't have a full play go off like that, and then you come back and then you're going to reset the play for what reasons? I'm not sure either there. As somebody else said in the chat, Big Daddy, that was a sure nice 4 and out. You gave them a whole extra down. Speaks to how good the defense was. You could have a drive where you're still going to give them an extra down and they still can't get it. Like the official's like, we'll just give you a freebie. We're not going to explain why. We're just going to give it to you. We gave you a freebie. Damn it. You got to get a first off that. But defense held up all game long, and you've got to give them a ton of credit and a lot of hope with this in this, Big Daddy, in that they play with this kind of performance, and you get a Nick Emanwari back out there, and he's locking things down, playing well and flashing. You get Woolen back out there, improved and looking hungry out there and tight in coverage and giving up nothing. And you go, ooh, okay, more healthier bodies coming out here. We're going to have Love. We're going to have Witherspoon brought into play. Can it get even better? Can it get even more dominant? You start to dream a little bit in that fashion of things here. And so the defense today, not easy. Not easy at all. Your offense gave you the lead and gave you an ability to be aggressive, and you really felt like you get after them, especially, I'm sure, with the blitzes and the stacked boxes, but 4 turnovers in this game. Time and time again, you had the defense handed the game over to the offense going, just close this thing down now. One more little drive, this thing's done. And time again through that late third and fourth quarter, that's the offense kept interception, fumble, Strip sack, touchdown. I mean, you gave up a touchdown in this game. The defense really gave up 12 points because there's a touchdown where your offense just gives it up there. And so this is how this defense is built, is there's a standard, and that they're trying to be that kind of dominant type of defense that can just completely shut you down. And I'd offer in a game like this, they absolutely did that when you consider how much the offense gave back to the Texans to make their job easier to potentially go and score on this defense. Great job. Fourth down stops, giving nothing in the run game, consistent pressure, dialing up the heat from McDonald where you get to feel some of that mastermind ability from McDonald in this one, and his ability to really make things hard for the quarterback with so much variance of what he can throw at you. It ain't the same blitz over and over again. It ain't those 5-man fire zone blitzes of old that we'd see time and time again where you're running 5-on-5. It's dual corner blitzes from the outside with Woolen and Jobe, and it's getting home, and it's surprising the Texans when you're running it. Just great all the way down the line in this game from the defense. I don't think you could have asked them to play better. And hopefully the offense can find some adjustments within that, and we've got ourselves maybe a dominant team down the stretch run of this season. Appreciate you, Big Daddy. Sorry, a little late getting back to the donos on these, but we've got a lot stacked up. Jeffrey, again, thank you for the $2 donation on the Hawkside channel description. So do please click that link down there directly to his channel. Michael Bicknell, thank you for the $2 donation. I wonder what Drake Thomas's PFF will be. Unsung hero. Yeah, I think he's going to have to probably be, Michael, my underrated hero of the week when we do the Seahawks weekly roundup. I think that's going to be my guy at that point. Drake was all over the place in this game, but you really got to see at the forefront of what he brings as a will linebacker that is really a plus skill he brings as a will linebacker. He is legitimately upper end as far as coverage from that position. 3 passes defense today. I thought he was also solid as a run defender, good tackling, great out there in coverage, tight in coverage, making a play on the ball, able to be competitive at the catch point. You've got the one catch down there where Woody Marks at the end gets the ball in the end zone, has it in his hands, and he just sort of tears that thing out late, keeps fighting, keeps competing. He's down the field with Woody Marks on a deep ball earlier in this game and able to just drape him all over in coverage. Drake was outstanding in this game. I would imagine that his grade's got to be somewhere in the neighborhood of like an 85, I would estimate. I will say sometimes with the off-ball linebackers, PFF has a real hard time and always disseminating properly what is what and who is who on a given play, or what the responsibility is on a given play. But Drake gave you a game where a lot of people might have said coming into it, Michael, why is this guy starting over Tyrese Knight, who had a really solid rookie year for you? What has he done to earn quite this? And I don't think he's played purely bad necessarily, but just here's a little bit, I think, of the representation of probably what the Hawks are seeing from him in practice and why they wanted to have him out here. That maybe that this is a little bit less of some of what we thought up until this point of being Tyrese maybe a little injured or Tyrese having taken a step back from his rookie year. And as much of that, they really do like what they're getting from Drake Thomas, as Mike McDonald has said in his press conference when kind of asked about this very thing. Thank you for the dono, Michael. The multiple donations. Robs, thanks for the $7 donation. Look like number 27 wants his contract. Do we have Tariq Woolen back? By the way, JSN is the best receiver in the league. Let me say this right. Hold on. Let me get my button right. Let me get my button right for this. It says, by the way, JSN is the best receiver in the league as currently taught argue a wall. I don't know what the next part. I think it probably mixed up Rob's the typing autocorrect is a sucker sometimes. JSN is the best receiver in the league. Us currently taught argue a wall. So I think what you're saying is he is the best receiver in the league. You can argue with a wall if you disagree. And there is not a better receiver in this league playing right now than Jackson Smith-Njigba. There's nobody else that is even in the vicinity right now in 2025. You can talk about what Jamar Chase has done in the past or what Justin Jefferson has done in the past, but for the money right now for game in and game out, there is no more of a game wrecker at the wide receiver position than what JSN is doing. Tariq Woolen, he added back the T and the A couple weeks ago to his Twitter handle, I'm told. Maybe that brought back the full power, You rob a man of a couple of letters in his name, and you might rob a man of some of his game. That would have appeared to be the case because the second he went to reek was the second that his game started to reek. Well, wordplay there late, huh? Well, wordplay. But he was great in this game. I've been hard on Reek at times, so I got to be good on him when he's out there balling out. And he was tight in coverage on every snap in this game. There was no mental error, no mental lapse, no moment of like, what are you doing? He got beat on one play a little bit, was able to catch up. CJ Stroud kind of underthrew the ball a little bit on a deep ball. But aside from that, all over the rest of the field, he was in the proper position, tight in coverage. And this is the Reek Woolen we need. This is the guy that we want to rely upon, because once you get Witherspoon out there and you can have Reek doing what he's doing tonight on his side and Witherspoon doing what he's going to do on the outside to the other side, which is, I think, even a little bit more of an improvement from what you have in Josh Jobe, now you really are locking it down, that secondary. And now there's not any real easy outs. And now Mike can be all the more, in my opinion, feeling free, loose, and easy with sort of dialing up those complicated fronts that he wants to throw at offenses, because he knows he can trust his guys one-on-one on the back end. But GSN, Rob's number one in the league right now. It ain't close. Or maybe it's close, but he's got it. And it'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this blistering pace that sees him right now on a pathway to potentially reset the receiving yardage record for a single season in the NFL. Don't know if he can get all the way to doing it, but for an offense that's so heavily run-based, to be on that kind of pace is absurd. Thank you, though, Robs. Appreciate the donation. Eli Cash, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, my dad died this morning. I really needed this dub. My really, really sorrowful condolences to you, Eli. That is tough. That is really, really tough. I can't even begin to know what it kind of feels like or what you're going through. Hope you're handling it okay. And hopefully just kind of keep strong there. And, it's just a process of mourning there. There's no fast forwarding through it. It's just is what it is with it. But maybe dad helped out the team today, get that dub a little bit, and hopefully it can make him feel just a little bit better on the grand scale of things. But I'm sorry to really hear that, man. That is really, really tough. You must be really struggling, man. I give you a virtual hug from here, man, and say a prayer your way. And I do appreciate you for the dono, and that's just tough. At least they got the dub, though, make you feel a little bit better. Little wins like that when you're going through something like that can make a bit of a difference. I'll tell you what, when you're just needing a little bit of an exhale. Appreciate you, Eli. Hang on strong there, and you got the Marine Cross in there, so it's up for Phi as well, brother. Appreciate you for that, man. Michael Bicknell, thank you for the $5 donation. The fact that we can be this disjointed and still win the game against a good team, we should be excited for the corrections made after the bye. Go Hawks. There's a lot of teams out there that have to win and have to play perfectly to go get the win. There's a lot of teams out there that have holes in their game that seem to prevent them from being able to, let's say, close games out, like the Arizona Cardinals, where they've lost by a combination of 9 points in all of their losses this year. But this has also been something that seemingly has carried over with them even from prior years, an inability to just close those teams out, to finish these wins. The problem with the Seahawks is that we're winning comfortably. We're getting up on teams comfortably, but we're just not quite dominating enough. We're not quite running away with it enough with some of these things that we're doing as far as self-inflicted injuries go. And I think that you're right about that getting us excited, because most of the time when you're looking at a team saying we got to fix A, B, C, D, E, F, you're saying so on the back of the fact that your team is struggling to go get wins, or maybe they're middle of the road, or maybe they're 3-4 at this time of season, something like that. Instead, you're looking at it saying, hey, we're right there with the best in this division. We're right there with the best in the NFC, and we can see the room for growth. We can see that best version of this team down the road. Is it going to take work to get there? Is there no certainties of ever getting there? Yes and yes. But at the same point in time, when you look at the base fundamentals of this team, Michael, you're fairly well healthy. You're getting the reserves bought in the ranks. You got money on the hip if you want to go get a little bit aggressive at the trade deadline. You're not going to have a tremendously difficult schedule down the stretch of this season. A couple of tough games in there for sure, but it's not going to be some awful, horrible schedule that you're going to have to go tooth and nail to get through. The stage, as I said, is set. It is set if you could get this win against the Texans in a variety of different ways. Thank you for that, Michael. Appreciate everybody today for all of the donations. You guys are just tremendous as ever. Again, shout out there to Eli Cash, man. Much love out there to you, man, and I hope you are hanging in there okay, brother. Heart goes out to you. JD, Pacific Northwest. Not a serious contender, until they can run the ball at an average level. Certainly, the running game still remains an issue coming out the back of this one. 33 rushing attempts here for 118 yards. I don't think that there's anything wrong with what you're saying on that. I think that that's very fair in that can you rely upon this offense if it's going to make noise when it gets into January and February to be throwing the ball at a incredibly high rate? That's maybe going to be a tough way to get it done when we're talking about playoff football, when you're talking about having to throw in the elements a lot of times, and that we also know with playoff football that running the ball is such a big factor to success in getting wins at that time of year. So I think all around, it's a very fair point, JD. I hope I'm not running into being a homer on this to say it in this way, but there is confidence from my angle of this that this can improve with time. And I have a couple of reasons for that. Number one, I think it's understandable that the run blocking element of this offense takes a little bit of time to take root because you're bringing in a lot of new techniques, I think, to this offensive line and what you're asking them to execute across the board with these guys. You got a rookie starting at left guard. If those guys can stay healthy, I think there's a lot of reason to believe that they'll get those details down as the season goes along and get better at it. I think the other part of this, JD, that can't be undersold is the fact that you are number one in the NFL in stacked box rate this season. And that I think any team that's going to be the number one team in the NFL at stacked boxes at the degree that we're at is going to have a hard time running the football. And the answer to that is to slay teams deep, is to take the top of the defense off. And when you have Sam at times in these games averaging 9-10 yards an attempt, you are kind of doing that. You are kind of countering that a little bit. So I think there's a little of explanations as to why you're not running necessarily. And I don't know if I would even say if we do get into like a playoff situation, JD, and you have teams similarly still trying to stack the box at the same kind of rate that we've dealt with so far through these games, if not the fact that you could maybe potentially win in those kind of games because they're just opening so much of the door so wide for you in the passing attack to be able to hit those deeper shots down the field by how extreme they're being and bringing so much of that heat up around the line of scrimmage, so many of those bodies up around the line of scrimmage. But you still have to feel like that you just can't lean this hard on the passing attack so thoroughly as we have, where even in the games where we've run the ball, it's really seemingly been on the back of a couple of select runs, really upping the yard per carry as much as you consistently going out there and getting it done. Let's also add into this, the third and longs. You have another game here where you're not able to successfully really convert the third down and longs. You're 2 for 14, or not third down longs, just third downs. You're 2 for 14 on third downs in this game. And a lot of those third downs, I'd reckon to guess you're probably averaging 7, 8, 9 yards an attempt on third downs. A lot of that's on the back of you not running the ball in the early part of the down to get yourself into more of a third makeable situation. So I do agree in general terms on that, JD. I think there's room to have optimism here, but I think it's absolutely a fair point on your part. Michael Bicknell, thank you for another $5 donation. The refs needed to keep the game close because it was Monday Night Football, but they reward us in the end with the victory formation. Laughing out loud, nasty game, but we will learn. Yeah, it's going to give, maybe it's the ideal for a coach like McDonald on this kind of game where you win and you win comfortably, but you're able still to come back to the team and validly come out and point out a lot of things where there's a lot of room for improvement, places where you have to improve if you want to go be the team that you're looking to become. Nothing better than the victory formation. There was definitely some wonky calls out there in this game, like an illegal contact on Joe. But I think we also kind of got some benefit here and there as well on some of the sides. I felt like it was, if there was some weirdness to the way that the game was called at the end of the day, I feel like it was fairly well evened out. There was a general evening. I mean, like for instance, even the defensive lineman at the end there, Michael, where he jumps on the pile and you get the unsportsmanlike call. That call will sometimes be called. That kind of sometimes won't be called. But, that allowed you basically to go to the victory formation at that point. So it was a little bit of a tit for tat for me in this game when it came to the penalties. I do think that the one place I might say with the refs on this one where it felt like they were definitely kind of helping that Texans offensive line out is that there was a lot of holds going on our defensive line in this game. A lot of like blatant ones where it's right out there in the open and you're seeing a guy have his shoulder pad ripped this way and he's doing the move that guys will do where they get pulled back and their hands go up like this. I think Mafe got held at least 3 or 4 times, and the officials are just basically saying, we're not going to call that, I guess. Now, to the other side of it, you also never saw it called on Danielle Hunter or Will Anderson. So, that's that part I come back to where maybe at least it was a balanced in how they were calling it in that fashion of things. The strike zone was equivalent for both ends of the bit, Michael, on that one. But victory formation, And a lot you can build off of this game as far as discussion points go with this team to say, okay, here's some things that we absolutely still need to get figured out. We're by no means perfect. We're no means humming like a perfect engine. We got to get this thing kind of refined, but it's good. Jacob Martz, thank you for the $2 donation. Always happy with the win, but offense was too sloppy. And these errors that are caused, these problems that come up in this offense are self-inflicted. They don't have to happen. You don't have to do the Cooper Kupp magical play there. Doesn't need to be. Some of the getting just a little bit, just a little weird with the offense at times and some of the calls. When he's hot, he's hot. Kubiak can make it feel like you're almost an unstoppable point, but there's a lot of a hot and the cold to the aspect of this offense rolling right now, and makes it hard because you can see the potential there within the unit, but especially it's this dropping back a little too aggressive there with the interception on Darnold at the end, where it's like, go back to the running game on 2nd and 10, start using this clock up a little bit at that point when you're that deep in the fourth quarter. Arroyo having the fumble back there, dropping back Sam on a 3rd and long into the shadow of his own end zone. And instead of just running the ball and playing a little more conservative, playing to your defense in that game from a Kubiak standpoint. There's times as an offensive coordinator, you got to play to your defense when you have a game like this. So very sloppy there, Jacob. Very sloppy, but all correctable stuff. None of this is like inherent deficiencies within an offense that are just going to have to be this wart we carry on our ass through the whole year. You can, what do you do with the warts? Like you freeze it off. We can use some of that Terminator 2 insta-freeze stuff on this thing anytime we want to. That's the good part of it. Just like the taking the Milrow stuff out. Like we just don't have to run the Milrow packages. Problem solved. Okay, trick plays. We don't need to do the trick plays. We're averaging 9-10 yards in a attempt with Darnold throwing it down the field. And we don't have to just lean to JSN. We can work some of these other guys in this passing attack because a guy like Cooper Kupp on one target today has got 32 yards. There's a lot more room to, more often utilize him. Thank you, though, Jacob. Henry Diesel. Thank you for the $5 donation, Henry. Sorry for the Mariners, Brandon, but we still got your back. Tough day for the Mariners, man. And you feel bad for them as they came so very close to getting themselves to their first World Series. It was going to be a hard series if you're going to go to the Dodgers after this and get it done. From a Mariners standpoint, you know what you need to do to retool this thing. You're in a really good position from a franchise standpoint to go get the World Series and make that return back. It's not easy to do, that's for sure, but you've got the right kind of team built to do it. Now does the Mariner ownership, are they willing to step up to the plate and recognize that they have something very special here and they have the opportunity to really maximize that? Or do they kind of lean back into their old ways of things? And we will see with that. I hope they do more, but always hard to say with this Mariner organization sometimes. But a hell of a season from that crew. Cal with an all-time year for a catcher. A ton of resiliency there. Just a group that you absolutely root for and you love what they did. Just couldn't quite push it past the mark, but a hell of a year nonetheless there, Henry. Thank you for the donation. Iraq Jat, executive producer. Thank you for the $2 donation. Iraq, is K9 the right answer at running back? Yeah, I think so. I think it's a combination package. Right? That this was another game where, both running backs had tough sledding and tough holes to be found. I know that I'm leaning heavily on the stack box stuff of this, but it's again back to Iraq. It's not merely that you're facing a lot of stack boxes, you're facing the highest stack box rate of the NFL, and that will continue through this week. I think that any running backs running behind stack boxes at the highest rate in the NFL is going to have a hard time finding a lot of yards. It's that the answer to that is not running your head into that particular wall. The answer to that is doing what Seattle's doing at times, which is taking shots over the top. It's that's the counter to it rather than just trying to run. I think Seattle's still trying to run in those situations. They're still trying to stay committed to it, but it's leading to a lot of ugly kind of runs to the fan where it's just looking like you're running into congestion, and you are, but you're trying to stay committed to running the ball. You're trying to maintain the balance. And so I think that if you can find a way to peel the stack boxes off of the line of scrimmage, take some of those safeties and hold them back into pure cover 2 situations, into the cover 2 shell, now you're going to have an opportunities there to really run the ball. And it did feel like as this game wore along, Walker had one big run called back. We got a 15-yarder called back and a hold. I think there was one other run was called back. He's had a couple games that have been there, but the thing with K9 and Charbonnet is neither of them are getting consistent holes. all of them are having to fight like Hercules to just go get a 3 or 4 yard run. And that's a tough way to live. It does just come down to really run blocking better and pulling those stack boxes off of the line of scrimmage, and you'll find more effectiveness a rock. As far as K9 long-term being the answer, we'll see on that. He's a free agent after this year. But I think he is good enough. I just don't think we've still to this point in his career, as he's now into year, 3 or 4 here, we still have not yet been able to consistently getting anything close to good run blocking. And the same is true for Charbonnet. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that, Mark. B, I knew we would dominate tonight. I think our play calling is too aggressive with the lead at home, which leads to losses. Thoughts? My feeling coming into this game is that when you've gotten up by 2 touchdowns in third quarter, you've started to lean on those leads pretty quickly. I think the Steeler game was that way. I think the Saints game, you got a little bit in that one, a little bit, conservative down the stretch there too. This was a game that felt like to me that that you're right. I think the play calling did get too aggressive, but I think the play calling got too aggressive, Mark, on the back of acknowledging that you've gotten too conservative with the lead in the past, and that you can't try to lean on this lead when there's still 8 minutes left to go in the third quarter. You've got to go after it, especially again, coming back to that base point. I don't mean to hammer this over and over again, but you're looking at stack boxes. You have a lead. Teams are already stacking the box before you have the lead. Now you have a 2 touchdown lead in the third quarter. You better believe you're going to get even more congestion down there. You're going to believe they're going to be even more committed to doing that even more often. And when they're going to dial it up in that way, it's just going to close down your ability to really run the ball. They're anticipating run. They're bringing extra heat down to deal with the run. The answer to that is to sometimes get aggressive at that point and start to keep attacking in the passing attack at that point. And it didn't quite work. They did probably go a little too aggressive because they kept it up, Mark. I was okay in the third quarter. I was okay into the early fourth quarter, but as you get into like 8 minutes into the fourth quarter, it's like, okay, now you got a 2 touchdown lead with 8 minutes in the fourth quarter. Now this is when you can kind of afford to do the aggression thing. This is the thing, or the conservative thing. Sorry. This is where you can go the 3 straight runs and have taken off 3 minutes off the clock. And that will have a major impact there on the Texans being able to make any kind of, mount any kind of ability to come back in this game. But it felt like to me prior to these other games, it's not been aggressive. It's been more of leaning off the lead, and that this was one where you actually kind of pressed a little too hard down in the other direction, like an over course correction, I would say, Mark, a little bit today. But yeah, just a bit. Good to see you in the house, Mark. Thank you for the dono. Catalyst, thanks for the $2 donation. I knew Stingley would intercept Darnold today, laughing out loud. Interesting decision there by Darnold. Not a lot of targeting AJ Barner in this game. You're still maintaining that aggression very late in this game, as Mark was just talking about. And then Darnold decides to attack AJ Barner when he's got Derek Stingley matched up in coverage on him. Kind of an interesting decision there for Darnold. Would love to know what his process was that took him to that. Catalyst. Definitely was one where we go, what's going on there? What are we doing? We said, what? Catalyst with another $5 donation. Thank you for that. I love Mike's double cornerback blitzes. He seems to know exactly when to call them, and they are so disruptive. Indeed. Boy, they make you scared when you see them because you're sending your outside corners and they're going, man, I'm trusting my safeties out there to hold up on outside wide receivers. But to your point, anytime he has called it and a few times he has called it, it has seemingly gotten home. And you can see why you send the 2, because you send with Reek one side and Job with the other, is that the running back's got to pick one of the other side. So he picks one and you've got the free rusher coming from the other side of it. And CJ Stroud had no idea that thing was coming. But Mike was in his bag tonight. The defense played a phenomenal game. The guys rushed the passer. They tackled well. But Mike McDonald called his best game. If he was doing that in combination with Dirty, then they both were doing their best game as far as defensive play calls and just scheming things up and running a lot of different stuff at this of the offense of the Texans. I mean, just different look after different look, different pressure package after different pressure package, pure Pittsburgh Steeler Blitzburg zone drops on one side of the field. Just, it was a menagerie of different items that they were bringing out onto the table today. And that's what I want to see from this defense, because that's what you got in your playbook to do. It's the function of this defense. It's what you are. You're not stepping outside of your identity to do that stuff. That is your identity. Thank you, Catalyst. Appreciate the $5 and a double donation, man. Taker 610. thank you for the $5 donation. He says, woohoo! We're already 2/3 of the way to our home win total from last year. Yes, we were 3-6 at home last year and 7-1 on the road. Is 12 wins possible? 12 wins is certainly possible. You've got a Cardinal team you're still playing, Commander team you're still playing, Titans team you're still playing. Those would look like, I'm not trying to make them wins too early here. It's certainly, you got to still get the wins in those games, right? So, there is going to be that there. That would take you to 8. So now can you get 4 more wins from playing the Rams twice, playing the 49ers, playing the Panthers, playing the Colts, playing the Falcons, playing the Vikings? So you'd have basically 4 more wins then from 7 games at that point. Can you go 4-3 in those other games? And yeah, there's a pathway to 12 wins on the back of that, I think. You're going to need to probably take down a Rams team once. You're probably going to need to go get the Niners on the road at the end of the season. The Falcons on the road. But yeah, it's certainly in the sideline. And with the bye set up right now, you got the Commanders, 2 weeks from now, is Jaden Daniels even going to play in that game? We shall see. And then the Cardinals, where they're at right now, which is kind of dysfunctioned. So you got some time here to really put the stage right, where you could maybe be at 7-2 going down that home stretch if you get these next 2 dubs. And maybe we're starting to maybe solve some of the home stuff, maybe a little bit. Wouldn't that be good to see, Taker? But it's within reason. These are all very winnable games. There's not a game on your schedule where you're going, well, there's just no chance, where you're going up to some like a Buffalo. Even I know Buffalo has been great this year, but you have to go out to Buffalo 10 a.m. on the road. There's none of that kind of game left on this schedule. There's not a Detroit Lions team you got to go on the road on it. Some of these really, an Eagles team I'd point out to, it's part of what I've said with this schedule. And part of what's so nice about this schedule is so many of the teams that you kind of avoided this year. And in doing that, you're set up with a schedule to have a lot of winnable games as we roll down through the line on this one. Mick Frewer, thank you for the $5 donation. When is the media going to call JSN the elite of the elite? He did the same thing against the amazing corners in this game. That ref saved JSN on the sideline. Yeah, boy, the Texans crew freaked out on JSN, which, look, he's the one who got his helmet ripped off by the guy and, gives a little slight push, and they lose their mind over there on the sideline. That was kind of a weird moment, kind of an overreaction by the Texans there. And good on JSN to keep control of his emotions, especially as he is over on the Texans side of he's over on their sideline, basically. I have to think that this time's going to come, that you get media and those folks are going to be a little bit late to come into the party on this one. But I at one point or another, as the guy's halfway into the season on pace to set a record, you got to kind of wake up and realize what's going on and what he's doing. And I would think that as we get through the bye now, as he comes another 100-yard performance in this game, you're going to start to hear a lot more of that here, I would say, Mick. But also just, with the Pacific Northwest players, they're always going to be a little slow nationally to kind of get on board and realize what is what. But he's making it undeniable with how well he's playing. I cannot look at what he's doing and going, wow, this is on pace for potentially an all-time type season if he can keep this thing going. Definitely saved on the sideline there by the ref, though, man. That looked like that was maybe going to get ugly there. Where we might have had a brawl there. It looked like just about close. Thank you, though, Mick. Appreciate the $5. HHG, thank you for the $2 donation. That certainly was a NFL game. That was an NFL game, HHG. Good game. Frustrating at the end down the line, but overall very entertaining, and come out with a comfortable win, get the victory formation. That's just a lovely game to me. I'll take that every single time. Nathan Martin with a $5. Let me just get a little bit of water here. I'll be right back. Nathaniel Martin, thank you for that $5 donation. That was the most Thursday night S I've seen. Mike needs to hear these offensive play calls and just veto any dumb stuff Clint calls in the red zone. Yeah, it had a little bit of a flavor of Thursday night football, a little bit sloppiness. I think he had 19 penalties in this game between the two teams. And it is the weird thing with Clint where he's locked in, he's in the flow, he feels like he's ahead of the defense. Great call. Bam, great call. Oh, you thought it was going to be pass, it's a run. Oh, you thought it's going to be run, it's a pass. Boom, boom, boom. He's flowing along, and then you get Jalen Milroe. And then you get a trick play. And you go, whoa, whoa, whoa. Just stay in the pocket, my guy. Stay in the pocket. And it's a bit of like just doesn't trust the parts you got that are working and going. And that's the part, as Bryce said very often on the stream, and I 100% agree, that this is the part where you look internally, you self-scout on the bye week, and you go, okay, this is the thing we're doing offensively we don't need to do that's popped up a couple of different times. It's obvious in the moment when it's happening that it pops up that it's not the right way to roll. And so let's not do it. And hopefully that's the call you make as we go down the line on this, beyond this. As it can get a little bit funky down there. He has some good red zone calls down in there too. The JSN levels concept that you had working down there in this game. The run play that you had that was working off of a tendency breaker, quite obviously there to Charbonnet as the touchdown run the inside on that one. But he definitely can kind of sometimes go off the reservation there. Can Clint, and wildly so, just suddenly take that left turn on you when everything seems to be going in the right direction. Thank you though, Nathaniel. I'm sure Mike's going to have a little bit of some discussions with him throughout that this week, where there's got to be some frustration there with him on that, where it's like, look, buddy, let's throw out the crazy stuff. If the offense gets stilted, if we go through a game for 3 quarters and stuff's not working, okay, bring out all of the fun stuff in the playbook. But if that's not the case and everything's just kind of rolling as is, just sticking to the base parameters of our playbook, then keep that rolling in that direction of it. Easy adjustment to make there, I would think, Nathaniel. Though it's popped up a little bit so far this year. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Noise from Vegas to trade Crosby for draft capital. Noise from Vegas to trade Crosby for draft capital. There was some interest earlier this year with the Hawks. After their loss, the Hawks reopened that convo. I've got to think that John's definitely picking up the phone to spy tech there with Vegas. And it's going to be a very interesting situation to see how Vegas approaches this situation, because they've got a couple of different things they can do. I mean, the one part of this that I would offer, Mark, is the capital that you get for Mark Sanchez right now going to be either more or less than what you get this offseason for him? I think in the Raiders' case, it would probably be potentially equivalent, in that, this may be the key to this trade happening right now, is that you're able to sell the Raiders on the fact that they're going to be able to maximize out their returns right now. I think that the Raiders, whether they're looking to move at the trade deadline or this offseason, would be absolutely dumb not to do it. And that they can look over there at the Cleveland Browns for a team and representation of what you do in this situation when you just kind of go, well, we got our guy and we got to just like stay with him because we just got to stay with him because he's so good and we can't let him go, versus really looking at where your team is at. And are you just going to waste this guy's career away because you like him, versus a better method to build a team, versus one of the few assets you can move on this team? And you don't have very many assets you can move in order to start to jumpstart this rebuild. And so from a Vegas standpoint, that'll be the key on, is I think I could easily see Spytech saying, look, there's no reason to make this trade right now. I can do this in the offseason. I might offer a little bit there, Mark, is that you do risk the injury thing with Crosby. What if he goes down to a torn ACL here in the next 3 weeks? And now you go into the offseason and you're getting a lot less for him, if anything, on that side. So maybe another thing that should maybe be part of what the Raiders are thinking about here just a little bit. But I would certainly, from a Seahawks standpoint, I don't have a lot of guys I'd be looking to target out here at the trade deadline. I think we're, if you can find an outside corner, that'd be great. Certainly, if you can get an interior lineman to be an improvement over Sundell and Bradford, you jump on that. But outside of that, I'd go and try to make maybe a big swing, if I can on that. And then if not that, then maybe stand pat if there's not the move there to be made. But you got to go and you got to make the call to him. And from Vegas' standpoint, you got to listen. You got to at least have a number in mind here at this point. If you don't, then it's just another representation of the Raiders just being run badly and not correctly. HHG, thank you for the $2 donation. Why didn't we get the safeties? Also, Bradford, Bradford had some rough snaps in this game. He had some Bradford specials he gave us where he just got licked off the line, some penalties, pre-snap penalties, a hold here, I think there. He had some decent reps in there as well, but it is what it is with him out there. It is kind of the weakest point on this offensive line as it stands, and there's a lot of room for improvement there. Maybe why making a trade at the deadline, you can find something that's a pretty decent improvement, even if the guy's not a game changer for the position. On the safety thing, I'm going to guess that they're going to say that the forward momentum on the CJ Stroud one was why you didn't get the safety there with him on that. That you just didn't. That he was in. He got knocked backwards, but his forward momentum had him at the half-yard line. I'm guessing that's what they would say on that one. I'm spacing on the second safety situation right now, but I think that's the case there. Thank you, HHG. Michael Bicknell with another $5. Thank you, Michael. You're awesome with all that support. Thinking about the potentially great quarterbacks in NFL history that fell to the wayside because they went to a garbage organization makes me sad. Yes, I'm sure there's a long list that we could pop through, quite frankly, of guys that had that exact thing kind of happen. And, landing zones are very important. If Joe Montana goes to the Buffalo Bills instead of the San Francisco 49ers, what kind of career does he have? Matt Stafford, look at how he was looked at, Michael, in Detroit as a guy that was not even in Hall of Fame contention. He had the nickname Stat Padford for putting up all these stats when the team was already out of the game, and he's putting up kind of empty calorie yards. And then that guy goes down to the Rams and solidifies himself as a Hall of Famer and makes you start to ask questions like, hey, if Matt Stafford had been with the Green Bay Packers over the same period of time that Aaron Rodgers had, would the Packers have more than one Super Bowl win? And all that stuff gets me thinking about that very same thing, Michael. And it always brings me back around too, to just the lack of imagination that exists in this sport when it's always about the shiny new toy rather than taking into account those other things that happen to these quarterbacks at these spots, which contribute to potentially their failures or their lack of success. And the NFL gets very simplistic in their outlook on this rather than looking at it with the depth that it would require. Yeah, I think the same thing, man. JRD243, thank you for the $5 donation. Woolen played today like he could be traded. He had that same hunger as his rookie year. I hope he can keep it up. I do as well. I'm not sure if there's really the trade option on the table here. I know that rumor came out with Devon A-Chain last week, and who knows? Maybe it's a trade that they put out there to try to light the fire under him, to try to keep, I don't want to go get traded to Miami or whatever, they had up there on there. But look, he was out there hungry. A guy looked a little bit refreshed from being off for a couple of weeks. And I've said with Woolen that no matter how this season has started out, and no matter how the last season and 6 games is kind of twisted for you a little bit here, you have an opportunity now, young man, to go out here and kick ass and take names to the back half of this schedule through these 9 games, and you can significantly increase what you're able to go get on the open market. So you don't even lock it in for 16 games. Lock it in for these back end, and you are going to get yourself the bag. But conversely, on the other side of it, if you're going to show more of what you've shown through the year and a half, absent this game today, you're going to be on the far other end of that scale as far as what you can get monetarily. So how hungry do you want to be for that contract? In a lot of ways, you put in a lot of the work to getting here to get this earned. You're right there, kind of a lot as much on the edge, but it's the knife's edge. So go one side, go get your money, and fall the other side, you ain't going to make nothing. So it's all pure hunger here on how much do you want it? How much do you want that generational wealth that's on the table right now? If just for this back end of the schedule, you can just lock it in full, play like your life's on the line. Even if your intention isn't to still keep up that same intensity after you get the contract, do it for this time period. And I agree, JRD, that's just how he was playing today. I saw the same thing, and I think it stands out to you in that you can feel it. It's like a tangible difference in when he is locked and loaded and you have him engaged from when he seems to be kind of tentative, and that there's a real difference with Reek and what you see from him as a player, one to the other. Hopefully now he's ready to lock this in and, tap into that great potential that he absolutely offers, JRD. Thank you for the donation. BB, thanks for another $2 donation. JSN on the bench, staring down the Texans, pure aura. I love it, man. Yeah, indeed. He didn't like getting that helmet ripped off his head. A little extra push there, and boy, they freaked out on him. Smart of him to not start throwing punches there, though. Keeping control, keeping his head. Very good on his part, Feed Me. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $10 donation. Megan, Texans are a great example of rebuilding team. On the call-in show, you thought the Hawks were rebuilding. This is not a shot. I just want to help point out what a rebuilding team looks like. Yeah, we're definitely not in a rebuilding mode of things. And thank you for the $10 donation. Very kind of you, Mark. Top of all of your donos today. Not in a rebuilding mode at all. We started that rebuild with the Russell Wilson era. The Russell Wilson trade, turning over the money as you did. That was rebuilding. I'm sure with Megan, she's probably a little bit of the rebuilding is what you would look like with you bring in a new offensive coordinator, you bring in a new quarterback, you're moving on from a couple of wide receivers. So it is a little bit more of a typical change you would get for a team that's sort of heading into that year 4 point where it's about to really lock in and you're going, yeah, but you're changing out these major positions. So isn't that kind of rebuildy in the way that it might seem? And I don't think it really was, because there were so many other parts of this team that were locked into place, from how your special teams was set up to how much talent you had on the defensive side of the ball, to even a guy like JSN that was ready to ascend in the way that he has. But that is definitely a team that's a little bit closer into the rebuild phase of things. I think the Texans would like to believe that they're not a rebuilding team. I think the problem with the Texans is that they did the thing that a lot of teams do, Mark, which is that, hey, we'll get the quarterback and the quarterback will solve all. And they got the quarterback solved all. And then they were like, okay, let's get a defensive-minded head coach because we got the quarterback and then he'll fix the defense. Now we got to put a lot of assets to the defensive side of the ball. But then they fall into that trap that you can fall into, to me, with a defensive-minded head coach like this, where because there's such a draw to put so much assets to the defensive side of things, now you're going to go short somewhere. And a lot of times that you end up short selling your offensive line as the foremost on that, with all the parts kind of considered there a little bit. But yeah, they're a lot more closer into that range than we are as far as rebuild mode goes. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate the $10 dono. Chase, thank you for 27 months as a Hawks Nest member. Appreciate that long-time support. Love the emoji there. Hey, B, it was ugly, but we got it. Sorry about your Mariners. JSN's good. He had a top 3 defense crashing out, trying to injure him, laughing out loud. Yeah, maybe that was part of why they started bringing in the cheap shots on him, is they're like, we can't get this done legally. Let's try to see if we can get him to start throwing punches. That'll be one way we can get him to stop him. It's the only way we're going to stop him today. Good point there on your part. And ugly, I don't care, man. I always say ugly this, ugly that. I don't care. A win in the NFL is one of the hardest things to come by. And whether you're scratching it out by one or you're winning comfortably by multiple touchdowns, just go get the wins. You're going to get to the end of the season and the style points ain't going to matter a lick. Just get those dubs, And hey, JSN getting done what he's done today. I mean, I really didn't see him being able to necessarily put up a 100-yard day again in this matchup, because the Texans have 3 legitimate corners. They have Stingley, who's right behind maybe Surtain, is the best corner in the sport. They've got Lassiter, kid out of Georgia, I think they took in the second round, who's been a very solid corner for them. And then Petrie, who's as good as a slot corner as you'll find. So you couldn't even do a thing with JSN where you just tried to put him in the slot, which the team hasn't done this year so far at all, and sort of let him just kind of feast in there. There was no easy outs there in that secondary for JSN, and yet he didn't miss a beat. He was churning along like just another weak-ass cornerback room. It was very cool to see. Miss anything here? Alan Brazil, thank you for 17 months as a Hawks Nest member. Says, dope win. D stepping up on certain weeks versus vice versa. Indeed, some weeks the offense has picked up the slack. Some weeks the defense has picked up the slack. Both sides have shown that they're capable of doing so. Again, you have another game here where the special teams, absent maybe the block kick, performed really well across the board in every other aspect of things from a special team standpoint. So this is the way it's going to kind of go. And this is why you don't want just to build the one side of the ball, because there's going to be times in the NFL where you need one side to carry in certain weeks and other sides to carry and be capable and be able to carry the other side of the ball at certain times of the week. And that's what's happened here. It's been good to see. And it's part of as well the hope you can have as a Hawk fan here, where you're thinking about this team and the potential of what this team could be. And I will say, I don't know where they're going to land as an end form kind of item of things. It's not always just that, because they seem to be kind of things coming together, and that it will certainly get to this almost perfected state by the end of the year. That's the hope. That's what you want. But sometimes you can be heading on your way to the perfected state and you just can't quite break through that ceiling a little bit. So that's the part that will remain to be seen. But the important part is you don't want to be peaking early as a football team. And you love to be able to say, hey, we're 5-2. We're kind of de facto sort of tied for first place as far as at least record. And we haven't even played our best football yet. We've had quarters and halves of playing great football, but we haven't even really played our full best football yet. Where we got both sides of the ball just on point, locked in. We're not doing the self-inflicted mistakes. We don't have as well just some of the other things you look at for this time of year where you go, okay, can I have hope and faith that this team can be a better version than even what we've seen so far? That they can be a contending version than what we've seen so far? Okay, haven't played their best ball, self-inflicted mistakes that are easily correctable because they're not talent deficiencies. They're not coaching deficiencies. They're not scheme deficiencies. They're like offensively, you just kind of getting weird sometimes by going to Jalen Milroe packages or trick plays, that type of thing. Or having games like the Tampa Bay game where you suddenly seem to forget that you've got the stacked boxes and simulated pressures that you can throw at offenses to make them uncomfortable. And then you add on top of that, look at this team across the board. Where is the major injury? Where is the guy down for the season? You're not going to find it. Look at the 49ers. Fred Warner down. Bosa down for the year right now. I don't know if they're going to get Brandon Ayuk back. That's looking like he might even be moved at the trade deadline. Juwan Jennings looks removed. Ricky Pearsall's beat up all over to hell. And you're going to get out of this bye week. You're going to get your whole starting defense back 100%. You're going to have your starting offense that you began the year off back 100%. Pretty good position to be in halfway into the NFL season when you look across the board, some of these other NFL teams dealing with some of the injuries that they are. Good position. Very good position right now. Alan Brasi, thank you as well for a $5 donation, Alan. Really appreciate that support. You guys, we had 62 donations and member notes and all that. Thank you for that tremendous support tonight. You guys have been amazing as ever in that way. Almost there. Just 11 more games left if we're counting to the Super Bowl. But TBH, I just wanted to get in the playoffs first, then win one by one. You got to get in there first, like you say, Alan, and you'd love to be able to stack these wins up and get some home field cooking in the playoffs. That wouldn't be too bad as well. I know we struggle at home, but playoffs are different. They're a little different. You can get those fans in. They're going to be juiced. But 11 more games, man. 11 more games of Super Bowl. I like how you put that. And things are looking in good shape right there. This is as good as I think you could hope coming into the season. Look at the schedule at the front of the schedule saying, if we get to buy 5-2, trade deadline on point, a team showing real great potential on both sides of the ball. You can see the plan. You can see the dream. You can see the vision that they had in place for both sides of the ball. Hasn't fully, it's come close. It's right there seemingly at times on the edge of just fully clicking and locking in. But you can see what they're driving towards, and you can see how it all comes together if they can get these last little kind of parts and details right around the edges of this thing. I love it, Alan. It's got to take a game by game, man, once you get in the playoffs, right? Game by game at that point. Appreciate all of the guys' donations, just catching up now on that side of it. Bomber says, I just watched JSN's interview. He said he had to play it cool so he wouldn't get ejected. Smart on his part, especially the lifting the hands up, just playing it gentle at that point. There you go. There's no good that's going to come out of you trying to throw punches. You're not a badass in that moment. You're just hurt yourself. Justin says Torrey Horton's going to come down with those long passes someday. He's close, Justin. He's very close. Almost on the edge of pulling it down this one. I hope his foot's okay. Came off the field limping a little bit. That bye is going to come at a good time for him. But this team likes what they have in Horton. You can tell that. Got him some targets in this game. Tried to look and go after him deep, especially. Chris Gutierrez, Emanwari was really good. I thought Akata was amazing. Akata, Emanwari, Drake Thomas. Look, shout out to Ernest Jones with his third interception, and that was a legit interception. They had to pick off his back. A lot of guys to give roses out into that secondary. Woolen, But you got to give Okada a lot of credit for filling in for Julian Love. And this game, especially after that Bucks game where Okada looked really rough and looked like he was going to be probably a negative for us if he's on the field. He's been able to really round it out well and perform really well over the next couple of games and get better and better a little bit. But he was really good today. Yeah. Jason says, I'm about to get paid, so I don't care if I rack up these fines. Maybe so. Ben Dennett, impressed with Thomas too, another high motor player. He's out there flying around, man. He really was. Feels like he's getting really comfortable, just playing loose and free out there, not tight at all. Maybe a little tighter early on in the year as he was kind of a new starter, but he's just letting it rip. You remember so many dropped interceptions, man. Indeed, you had a couple. Job himself had 2 in his hands. Pressure stats will be off the chart, I'm sure. Justin says PFF gave us 28 pressures. It's pretty good. Pretty good. So another game, kind of similar a little bit, not quite to where you were at the Jags, but not that far off. So 28 pressures on 49 drops backs for CJ Stroud's pretty good. Brandon Jana, call it ugly, but that was domination if there was ever such a thing. You certainly took it to that offense, man. Texans had a lot of opportunities offensively to find some footing and to get some rhythm from how their defense gave them some turns of the ball back to them in this game in that second half. And your defense dominated them. 12 points in this game, really. Remember, 1 touchdown came on the back of the offense having it happen. Short fields didn't matter. 3rd and 1s, stifling. You couldn't get a yard when you needed it. They couldn't. They tried back-to-back runs on 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, and you didn't. They lost yardage, I think, on both of the 2 plays. Defense was fantastic. Fantastic. Mookie says, no way you're still live, Brandon. That's how I roll, baby. We go hard, Mookie. We go hard in the paint here. You got a lot to talk about with a game like this. Imama Okada played one hell of a game. Boy, did he ever. FB, this game was a lot more stressful than it had to be. Too many dumb mistakes. The fumble before the end zone was unfortunate. Agreed. That's that self-corrected stuff where it's you have things in the game that happen where you just get beat. Your guy might slip. Something happens in the beat of the moment and you're not ready for it. Then you have those things where it's like you could kind of see that coming a little bit. Be smarter in your approach. And today, I think that's where some of those dumb mistakes really kind of came into play a little bit. The Arroyo fumble, that's going to happen. Rookie, he's going to learn with time on that. But just getting a little bit too aggressive into that second half, not finding a way, I think, to work some of the other elements of this offense that you just kind of forgot about, like Cooper Kupp and AJ Barner. Justin says, that was my first time seeing Stingley play, and I was not impressed. That would get after him, I guess, a little bit in that game. Did get a pick at the end. Herbicide, what's going to happen with Lockett? I don't know on that one. There's a possibility he could just come back and do the 1-day contract to retire. There's the possibility that he's looking to go to Carroll with the Raiders and Geno. Maybe that's a little bit of a way that they could be looking to go there with him on that. Hard to say. King says Jason's going to smash the single season receiving record for the Seahawks. You better believe he is. Alan says, be agreed, most definitely. Thank you, Alan. Justin, I like seeing Arroyo more on the outside spot, just like we talked about in the offseason. They definitely had a good plan for him early on there, Justin. Good to see them having part of the game plan early and often a little bit, and then just kind of got away from him a little bit. Steven says this Woolen story is interesting. How would Christopher Walken explain it? See if I'm going to try to muster some up on Chris. He's a man who should be a monster. One of the best in the sport. Jump high as Superman. Longer than Reed Richards. And yet, his head not always there. I don't know why. Sometimes he just loses himself away, but not today. Tariq Woolen getting it done. all the way around, tight coverage, draped, almost intercepted. He's locked in. He's earned his money. He's going to get paid. This defense is going to shut everyone down. Watkins struggles 5 hours in, Steven. I'll try on him, but he's trying. Voice is going. Justin says Nick gets to the quarterback so fast off his blitzes. Imanwari is a great blitzer. And can't forget that 4.37 speed. You look at that big body and you go, well, that doesn't go that fast. Indeed, it does. And boy, he played a really good game. I mean, he was another guy in there showing up. Lobby says it's crazy. I care about the Seahawks win. I'm more upset about the M's, and this is my first season watching them. Well, understandable, man. It's the end of the road for them, end of their season, and tough way to have it end when you seemingly were this close to be able to break through a bit there. And in baseball, it's hard to get back to this kind of stage of things, man. You know, that's as far as the Mariners have been in their entire history. They took it to the brink. Hopefully they can go make some moves and round this out into next year. Riverside Lock would be rad. I was thinking Steelers or Pats, though. Yeah, I don't know if I see the fit with him here in Seattle. I don't. I think you're going to be okay on that one. Probably a one-day contract if he's coming back here. B-Film, we got the D. Watching the Jones interception again just made me smile. Hell of a play by Jones back there, but brought about by that heavy pressure look that you were bringing throughout the course of this game. You just stayed on top of that thing and you didn't let up. And that's the good things that happen. Sometimes pressure-based, you get a sack. Sometimes you force the quarterback to throw a little early, as we saw a couple times today from C.J. Stroud, where you forced him to throw early to a receiver who was open, but because the throw came out too early, because he couldn't get that one little extra hitch of time in there, ends up throwing it too far out in front. And then you get the extra part of this, which is sometimes you can force him to throw it too early to a bad spot, and you can make an interception. And Jones made it today. You had a couple of other opportunities in this game with Joe, especially to do that as well. Great to see. Great to see. HHE, yeah, I don't see the Tyler Lockett deal on this. I just don't think that there's really the fit on this one necessarily at this point. So I don't think that he's coming back here to Seattle. I think that they already kind of made their hay here, or they already kind of made their bed here a little bit with going. We're gonna move it on and call it a day there, just a little bit there on that side. Nick Craig, thank you for 29 months as a Hawks Nest member. I appreciate you for that. Another great game by the future Offensive Player of the Year winner, Jackson Smith-Njigba, and a good pick by me. Almost hit the 27-17 prediction. Well done, Nick. Very well done on your part. 27-17, just about nailed it. Nailed it. Not for the stupid safety, but well called on your part. Got a good read on the Seahawks, and a big time win to go get this one. Very, very much a big time win. Thank you, man. Almost 30 months as a member of the channel. I really appreciate that support. Chris Olson, thank you for the $2 donation. I was at the game and it felt like we dominated. I think it's fair to say, man, it's just the interceptions and turnovers that kept the Texans in this game. And even keeping them in the game, you still really had a 2-touchdown lead through the majority of this game anyway. So, yeah, you did dominate this game. You allowed them to more stay in this more than they kept themselves in this, more than they clawed and scratched and fought to keep in this. You kind of let them keep in this a bit. But you dominated. You did. And there we can see that the best version of this team, the best final form of this team has not yet been had, but there's a potential of some dominance in there on both sides of the ball within that team if they can reach to that state and get to that kind of final end place, you know. Speaks to the upside of the team that they can be so dominant. You can afford, again, how many teams in the NFL can afford to have 4 turnovers or lose the turnover battle 4-1 and yet still come out with a comfortable win? That is not a normal thing in the NFL. If you played 100 games and you had 4 turnovers to 1, just in general terms, the NFL, if we took 100 games as far as a track record, I would estimate that you're looking at like 96 of those games are probably being won by the team with the 4 turnovers. But because you're so good, because you're so dominant all around the other edges of that, you're able to sustain and persevere. Michael Bicknell with another $20 donation and not his first dono today. Thank you for all of the support, Michael. Very, very, very kind, Michael. I appreciate all that you do here for the channel, brother. Thank you so much. Most teams with an offense that scores 27 points and a defense that technically only gave up 13. It's weird to have the conversation we're having about this offense. Cheapest O in the league, younger O-line. Let's be patient. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of room to be patient here with this and to be frustrated and that you go, well, we're self-inflicted errors are what's causing it. But those are correctable. And you make a good point about the fact that this is the cheapest offense in the league that you're running out there. And it is a younger offensive line and it's a new scheme. And that these are things that, should hopefully improve with time and get better over the course of a season versus where you are at early on in the year. And it's definitely not a place where you're failing right now. You're succeeding and you're succeeding on both sides of the ball. I think it's just that I think what happens on this is that there's a lot of times where things can be so complicated where you don't know why things aren't working. I think when you see Cooper Kupp take that trick play, Michael, and throw that bad interception and you're taking the ball out of Sam Darnold's hand, and you've done that a couple times this year so far, that's to where even the most, I think, layman of fan looks at that and goes, shouldn't be doing that. We don't need to do that. Take that out of the book. No more of that. But offense put points up on the board. Offense moved the ball. Offense took the top of the defense off, found answers again for the stack boxes. The defense was utterly dominant. Every single game of the year this year so far, the defense has stopped the run. That has been consistent every single game. Nobody is running the ball on you. You're turning everybody into a one-dimensional attack. And then usually on the back of then turning teams into a one-dimensional attack, you're bringing the heat. You're bringing the pressure. Whether it's off the back of the front four, zone blitzes, stack boxes, whichever it may be. But patience is definitely in order here. And I don't think there's any problem with being patient and still dreaming big. But yeah, plenty of room to give that space to this offense and know that this is stuff that we can fix and can improve with time. The run game, I think, to your point on this, Michael, should get better with time with some of those details getting more better understood. I think as well, eventually we're going to see these defenses not just turn and stack up the box time and time again. A lot of times at the sort of sacrifice then of leaving one-on-one coverages for JSN on the outside and not always with safety help out there with JSN on those one-on-ones on the outside. I think teams are eventually on that going to start to get to the cover two shell. They're going to start to roll the coverages over to JSN over the top. And now maybe this not only opens up the running game, but maybe opens up even more guys for like Barner or Arroyo to be able to find some consistency in the middle of the field because there'll be much more openings in the zone in that way. But well said on your part, Michael. Offense for those that might be impatient, give it some patience. A lot of reason to think this offense can get even better. And you've got a quarterback playing as efficient, as effective, as good as anybody in the sport. You have a wide receiver playing as effective, as good, as efficient as anybody in the sport. You have an offensive line that's pass protecting very well. There's a lot here to build upon. This is certainly not a glass half empty situation, Michael, at all. It is on the other end of the scale, 100%. Well said on your part, Michael. And thank you, man, for all of the donations. I really appreciate it. Alan with another donation himself says, next stop, Commanders. Will Jaden Daniels play? Well, I think I saw that it was a hamstring injury is what it's reported to be. I don't know if that is indeed going to be the case or not on this one. But if it is a hamstring injury, those things don't tend to get better 1 week down the road. That's at least usually a minimum of a 2-weeker. We've seen with our own Julian Love here. What is he in the midst of? 3-4 weeks, or it'll be kind of 5 weeks when it's all said and done to make sure that he's back off the other end of this. Because remembering with the hamstring, it's like I say with the groin on that, Alan, those are the two injuries where when you get that, wherever the severity may be, you've got to wait for it to be to 100% before then you're ready to really go out there and play. It's kind of that real requirement that you just can't really get around. And whether or not he's playing or not, which I think is a big question at this point, I do also know that they lost one of their better edge rushers. Doris Armstrong has gone down for the season for the Commanders. So maybe we're looking at Marcus Mariota, maybe not as much of a pass rush they're able to bring to play. That's been a defense that has struggled a little bit this year already so far. Definitely some places for your offense to get after him in that way. But Jaden Daniels not playing could be a big, big factor here. What is going to be, I believe, a primetime game on the road in Washington. Appreciate the donation and the support, man. You're awesome, Alan, Michael, Chris. Appreciate you guys. Carl Jr., the target spread might be showing Darnold just doesn't trust Torrey or Cooper. Doubt adding Lockett helps when he won't even throw the ball their way, really. Amen. Exactly. It's also why, Carl, I've been a little bit cold on, should we make a move for Waddle? Should we make a move for Chris Olave? It's like your target share is going 50% right now to JSN. There's just not a lot left of that pie there to be able to eat when you're going to, be working into just kind of one receiver as it is. Especially because it's not like Kupp or Horton, and Horton wasn't able to be super efficient tonight on his target rate, but Kupp has been. Throw it to him. He's making the catch and he's making something happen. You're just not working him a whole hell of a lot. Charlie says the rumor is they're moving to Jack Wilson in Miami. Zoinks. Yeah, I mean, Tua's reached the end of the road there, and Tua is what he is. It's kind of always silly in the first place with them drafting him and then giving contract extensions. Like they did the same thing that Cardinals did with Kyler Murray and just didn't think through the process much on that one. Brandon, man, I was sure we were going to get Spoon and Love back tonight. I mean, Mikey Mack was on a point as I think you could be. Imagine this D when the secondary is fully healthy. Good golly gosh. I thought we were going to back too. Mike seemed to be indicating a little bit that this was going to happen, but last minute they said, let's give them the extra week. That bye factored in to give them that extra 2 weeks. You just go, hey, how fresh are they going to be? How good they're going to be if we can just give them that little bit extra time? And this has paid off. Your defense easily handled this offense without those two guys out on the field. But to your point, once you get them back, that's the full strength. That's you really now at what you had ideally in your head here from a dream standpoint coming into the season. And you just have to think that if they're already playing like this, down a couple of bodies, that it should be even better, should be more improved as we get into those guys coming back in 2 weeks. Yeah, Drake Thomas, Seahawks Gaming is definitely going to be the unsung hero of the week. He says unsung hero of the season. Goodness. When are we getting Haynes back? Not sure on that, King Bomber. You do start to wonder a little bit if there's not a slightly more improved bit of performance you get from Haynes out there versus Bradford in that way. Josh Jones has still been out of the game. I think he had a high ankle sprain, King Bomber. So he has been out. Carl Jr., Kenneth may not get a touchdown the rest of the year. Since when did he get banned from goal line touches? I think that when they're going to heavier formations beyond just the goal line, Carl Jr., even when they're going to 3rd and 1s and third, like he's tending to not be the guy in the game. He's not as much of a power back. So you just don't tend to give him a lot of those opportunities, I don't think. But you might be right. You might just be right on that. Bulbasaurus. I thought that the Arroyo fumble should have been blown dead because he was being pushed back the whole play before progress stopped. Maybe so. I didn't get a chance to get a real good look at it, Bulbasaurus, but could have been way potentially that could be in play there. I think it looked like it was a fairly good rip out, but hard to say. Brandon, there's everything to talk about, baby. We're 5-2 after beating the living S out of the Texans. Hell yeah. That might be the most fraudulent score of the season. We own that damn team. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go. Chris says, love your Mariners play-by-play these last few weeks. Well, thank you for that, Chris. I had a lot of fun with it. I'm glad you guys resonated with it on the channel. I wasn't sure if, with football heads, if they get a little bit like, I don't want one with baseball, but I'll guarantee you next year we'll try to maybe get a couple Mariner games on the stream in the summertime, because there is kind of the dead period there, especially in sort of May, June. Maybe get a couple of Mariner games up with you guys and we can kind of BS and say what's up on that. But definitely if they get in the playoffs again next year, we'll be pulling double duty once again. So my pleasure to do it. I had a lot of fun with you guys on it and glad you guys liked it. Seemed like we had a really great turnout. Chris Gutierrez. I think K9 gets a little too many run plays going up the middle. I'm in Houston and was a Texan fan when Gary Kubiak was here. K9 needs almost exclusively those outside zone runs a la Arian Foster. Yeah, I could understand your point on that, Chris, for sure. He can find some effectiveness on those inside runs, but to your point, I do think you saw even in this game, Zach was much more effective in there. And when you come to this Texans defense, as you came into this game, you went, okay, edges, Will Anderson's a monster against the run, monster against the pass. Danielle Hunter's a pretty good all-around edge as well. So running it out to the edges was probably not going to be a good game plan from Kubiak's standpoint. And to his credit, he really tried to live really in between the A and the B gap in this game for the most part. And you could see that Charbonnet was able to really do some things on those runs, whereas K9 wasn't really able to until maybe at the end of the game. He got a couple of runs kind of at the end there to make it a little bit of a better day. But I think that's probably a better way to sort of chop that up. I think some of it, Chris, that Kubiak might push back on and say, well, if you do that, you're going to be hyper predictive in what you're doing from a run play, where K9 comes in and everybody's going to be branching to the edges. And when Charbonne's in there, everybody's going to be going to the inside. So it's kind of a general rule, I would say, one that I agree with you on, but it's one you can't just hard line. You got to kind of mix a little bit of it up in on that. But this was going to be a game where you just couldn't lean on it as much because of those edges, I think. Brandon says it was a real Texas whooping. Let's go. Tex ass whooping. Walking owning. I like him. He's a good player. He's going to do well. Willing and ready to take the top off of his ability. Upside to the moon. Lock down the rest of the year. Write it down. Jeffrey says they stopped kicking to Derek. He's been tough, man. Hopefully he's okay. Derek has a hip injury. So I think coming out of this game, Derek Young and Torrey Horton are two guys we've got to pay attention to on where they're at injury-wise. Little worried there. Charlie says Titans receiver Tyler Locker request to be released. Released Monday. This will. We'll see where he's going to go. King, I had more adrenaline watching the Bucs game than watching the Mariners game. Nothing will ever beat the Seahawks football. Just a different kind of sport, that's for sure. Is this Nick Emanwari's best game? Yes. I mean, he was great today. I thought he was even more impactful last week, but I mean, he didn't have as many opportunities this week, I think, to be as much impactful just because the game didn't come to him in that way. But maybe as much an equivalent performance to what he did last week. The guy's playing like a top end slot corner at the position the past couple of weeks. I mean, that's the bottom line. He's playing like a Kyle Hamilton back there. It's very eerie a little bit of how similar his impact is so far, being able to play that position in that way. Like Kyle Can as a bigger slot. He was awesome fun. Awesome. Chris is Brandon. 100%. The one running back screen was to Charbonnet and it got bottled up and Sam Dern did. Yeah, you're not doing a lot of that type of other stuff. It's where and I like that they tried to go to it, but that's where you can kind of definitely utilize some of the backs of the backfield a little bit more at times. Part of the reason that Sam took that strip sack for a touchdown is you've got, Charbonnet chipping and he doesn't got a hot route read to go do, which does happen at times with Sam with some of the prevalence on trying to push the ball down the field is you don't always leave him something he can check down to. Yeah, Gaming says, I think Jonathan Taylor might get that offensive player of the year. He might. And we'll see how this thing sort of steadies down the line. And look, if he sets a touchdown record, he's probably getting it. If he can do that, if he can break the old LaDainian Tomlinson touchdown record. But man, I mean, if JSN gets 2,000 yards receiving, it's going to be pretty hard to deny him of that too. Charlie says, when you get a win with -3 turnovers, you take it and move on. Amen. Amen. No doubt about that. Michael Bicknell, thank you for another $2 donation. He says, Commanders play the Kansas City Chiefs, then the Seattle Seahawks, then the Lions. Woof. Hard too when you're down your starting quarterback in addition to all of that at play with those back-to-back games like that. Yeah, not an easy pull, and Casey's just starting to really seem like they're locking it in. They got their receiver back, and that's made a big difference for them. But did feel like the Commanders this year have taken a bit of a step back from where they were last year, as they had a great magical year to get to the conference title game, but maybe a little bit of the smoke and mirrors with that team and getting there like they did. And they're falling a little bit back, maybe further back down to earth here this season, where it still seems like they're trying to kind of put together that offensive line. Jaden's been under much more pressure. His decision-making hasn't been quite as tight on that side of it. And despite the fact that they're getting something out of Deebo Samuel and he's having a really good year for them, they're still offensively somewhat stagnant right now is how they roll. And defensively, it's kind of a mess as it stands. Hopefully Casey beats the hell up out of Michael and that they're tired and we're nice and fresh, something like that, get a week out from now. Thank you for the donations. Simmergent, thank you for the $7 donation. Appreciate you for that, Simmergent. Who on our offensive line do you think gets credit for keeping dynamic pass rush duo of Anderson Jr. and Hunter in check? Also, Byron Murphy, the next big thing. Well, I think Byron Murphy is definitely a guy that's going to ascend as an interior defensive tackle, and that he's going to, I think, more and more further cement himself. Got a good game here again today, 6 tackles, 1 tackle for loss, wasn't able to get a sack, but still a very good game from Byron Murphy. Very impactful in the run game, especially at times from him in this one. I felt like you felt with him. Lucas and Cross, man. These guys have been slowly, and Lucas especially has just gotten better and better as this year's gone along. And pass protection especially. And those guys kept the edges clear today. I mean, that's no easy work between those two guys. Anderson was able to get 1 sack, but Daniil Hunter was not able to get a sack. Anderson only had 1 quarterback hit in addition to that quarterback sack. So you kept those guys under control. You gave some chip help out there to them a little bit as you like to over the course of the game, but there's times where you got to ask those guys to hold up out there, and they really did hold up, especially as you're trying to attack deep here, Sirmajan. In that if you're going to try to push the ball down the field so often like we are with Sam, you need the pass protection to hold up long enough for those long developing routes to get down there. And that comes down to those guys doing their job like they did. So very cool to see. I think that Byron Murphy, I never thought that it was really quite fair to go to like an Aaron Darnold thing as far as next big thing to that territory of things. But can he be this generation's John Randall, but actually an awesome run defender in addition to being a pass rusher? Where he's John Randall, but an equivalency in his game of how he defends the run and how he rushes the passer, which makes him potentially an even better player than what John Randall was. And that would make him, still a player we're talking about in Randall of a guy I'm saying, hey, this guy's going to maybe be a better version than this Hall of Fame guy was. So his upside is huge. It's not quite to Darnold. We got it. We can't go to that territory of things. That's a one-off, if you were. But Murphy is on his way. And your bookend tackles, sir, we saw this in the first 10 games of Geno Smith. Geno Smith played at an MVP level through the first 10 games when he took over for Russell Wilson in that first year. And then Cross and Lucas both hit the rookie wall. Injuries popped up. Lucas starts having the problems with the leg. Then we never really get back those two at 100% of health going at the same time again for the next corresponding couple of years. Even last year, as Lucas said, even when he was playing at the same time as Cross, I'm playing on a deflated tire. So now you're back to it and you're seeing the power of that. When I have 2 bookend tackles that can hold it down, that can do their job time and time again, that can neutralize really good pass rushers and allow my quarterback to have really clean pockets to sit back there within. Even if the interior of my offensive line sometimes allowing some of that quick pressure, I can still be very, very explosive offensively. That's a huge boon to an offense. That gives them such wind at their back to be able to go out there and do what they're doing right now. Detroit gets this, right? With Penny Sewell and Conklin there. The Eagles get this. Metellia and with Lane Johnson. You can see a lot of teams that have really good offenses in this sport, and you can go and find a couple of those bookend tackles on the back of it, helping to kind of drive that and make that happen. So, yeah, big credit to the O-line, big credit to those bookend tackles, Simidrent, and Cross and Lucas holding it down, doing more than just, holding on for dear life like we've been at that position at times when we've had to trot out the backups in the last couple of years. Michael Bicknell, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, for the love of God, more draws and shovel passes. Draws and shovel passes would be great. As I thought that shovel pass would have actually ended up going for a lot more, Michael, if you have first your 2 offensive linemen run into each other, and then the 2 offensive linemen run into each other, then run into Charbonnet as he's trying to get up the football field rather than even laying a block. But I like that play. I like the draws as you're getting these teams, once they read pass, dropping back like that. Those are the type of nice inner adjustments you can make off of what you're doing. And you don't have to go to the super out of left field stuff. You don't have to go trickeration and you don't have to go Jalen Milroe packages. Those are the counters you can build within what you're already doing naturally. And that will be enough to keep defenses off guard. And like they attempt to go to the screenplay like they did when they start sensing the blitzes is going to come up a little bit more. You weren't able to execute it. You had to dirt it, but you like the draw to go and do it that way because that's a good answer. That's a normal answer you would have to what you were facing on the other side of that, outside of, again, going a little bit too ultra creative and going way outside of your purview of how you normally operate. when you do that in those moments, and why that does stand out so thoroughly when you do as well. Space says we would have lost to a good team with that many turnovers. Probably. You're not going to be able to play a Rams team like that and be able to get away with that, to your point. Carl Jr. should never knows Lucas having a bad play once. He's got to be MVP from our line tonight. Him and Cross, both, man. Both did their job, yeah. Well, Valdez, can we say the GSN is officially a blue chip player at this point? Yeah, I would say you have to. Yeah. 100%. Bryce's JSN may have a penalty on that dunk, but damn, the internet loves it. Hell yeah, man. He hung on that rim a little bit. That's why they penalized. You can't hang on the rim. Jeff says we need to be better on the offense overall. We can't let teams hang around like we did today. Agreed, Jeff. Can't shoot yourself in the foot like that, as Space mentioned and above. You know, good teams aren't going to let you get away with that. Thank you, Flag, for reminding me that. Please do, folks, hit that like button if you get a chance. I really appreciate it. Helps the channel out a ton. B-Film, after review of the JSN getting stiff-armed on that play, interception, he should have pushed after that. That's what got the Texans heated. No need for extra rough out of bounds. JSN out of line, IMO. Yeah, I mean, he got his helmet ripped off, which is what the little push came from, because the guy gave him a little bit extra on the helmet, but I get it on that. Yeah. It's kind of like Carl Jr. says here. Yeah, but Stingley stiff-armed him illegally, and so as bad as helmet came off, JSN's his reaction didn't just come out of nowhere, to Carl Jr.'s point on this one. Yeah, B-Film, it wasn't just a stiff arm. He stiff armed him to the point that he tore his helmet off his head. So you can definitely do a stiff arm, but that's where it goes a little bit like, buddy, you know, like he took a little extra on that, did Stingley. As Carl Jr. said, it was Stingley got hit for the flag for unnecessary roughness on the play for doing that. Brandon says, let me just say, BC, that sure puts off good vibes. Maybe wear it every game and don't wash it. Strong suggestion, as strong as it is. Smell after a few weeks. I got a second one too. I just noticed in my closet, I got another Seahawks Hawaiian shirt. I don't know I got a second one, but I'm gonna have to whip out the second one next week, or maybe I'll do this one. One swings for sure, Brandon. I can't wash it, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to sit in my own funk, because that's the nature of a win streak. Was Daryl Taylor playing in this game? Typical dad. If he was playing in this game, that's a typical Daryl Taylor game. Yeah, he didn't register anything if he played. Healthy and active. How long has Taylor been in the league? Oh, I can't remember. What is it, 19? Something like that. Nacho, Yo B, overall thoughts in the game? Personally, defense was amazing. Offense continues to be conservative too early and lacking run game. Continues to be conservative too early and lacking run game. Also, refs tried to keep the Texans in this game way too much. Yeah, the refs, I mean, maybe a little bit on the thing with the refs. It wasn't super notable. I probably see some of this a little differently than maybe you do a little bit. I think that the defense was amazing, and that there's really nothing you can nitpick with their performance. Everything down the line, they did great. The backups performed their best games. Drake Thomas was the best version of what we've seen from Drake Thomas. Mike was dialing up blitzes left and right and bringing the heat. Nothing really with defense that you can really pick apart at all. You had one interception. You had your hand on 2 other balls. I mean, they were great. They were really, 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 really good. Pressure was good, consistent, whether you're rushing front 4 or whether you're bringing the stack boxes. My take on the offense is this. The stack boxes continue to be a big part of what's going on here. The team's going to have a commitment to running the ball and running the ball as much as they can to kind of a 50-50 neighborhood of things. And that's going to leave when you're going to get stacked as far as the box goes at the highest rate in football. It's going to lead to some ugly runs. I thought that there has been the tendency, to your point, Nacho, throughout this year when you've gotten the lead to get conservative in the game. I didn't think you got conservative in this game. I thought you were into the third quarter, and in those other moments in other games this season, you'd go into conservative mode. In this game, you kept trying to kind of throw it, and maybe a little bit too much, maybe a little bit too aggressively. So I did think they were trying to adjust off of a strat that they've employed prior when having a lead to try to not fall into the same trappings as once before. And it didn't end up working out because you ended up throwing an interception and Roy ended up having a fumble and things ended up getting a little bit ugly on that side of it. The lacking the run game, though, if it wasn't so extreme on the stack boxes, if you weren't dealing with top 5 blitz rates in this sport right now, I'd be a lot more on to being worried about the run game or saying that there needs to be an adjustment in the run game. I don't know what you really need to do on the run game at this point if you're facing that on the front side. I could be wrong on this, Nacho, but I just feel like and again, I'm not overstating this. I'll definitely on the Seahawks Roundup show you guys this to prove this on the Roundup, just as far as my point to this. But number 1 in the NFL in stack boxes. So number 1 in the NFL at more defenses than any other team in the NFL are bringing extra defenders down into the box to stop your run. And the way the running game works is a lot of time in the running game, you give your quarterback calls to the line. It might be the run game can go left and go right. And you want the quarterback to then make the call at the line to where the numbers are going to be light on a defensive line, where they a little lighter and then attack that spot of it. But when you're getting all that much down there with that many bodies, you're not set up in a position to be able to find open daylight as far as an alternative run call for the quarterback then. It's all you running into a wall. And the answer really comes down to it on that, what the Hawks are trying to do to counter this, which is hitting the deep shots down the field. Actually taking some moments there where you got a 26-yarder down to Jackson Smith-Njigba. You have a 27-yarder down to Elijah Arroyo. You have a 32-yarder down to Cooper Kupp. You have some deep shots you take to Torrey Horton, which just barely miss. That is the way you count a team or any teams that are going to go at you extreme. I'm not talking top 10. I'm not saying you have a top 10 stack box rate. You have the number 1 stack box rate in the NFL. And folks, coming into this game, you were clearing number 2 team by like 6%. So this is how teams are playing us. And I would love to hear if somebody in the chat might see this differently, but to me, I don't see a team in the NFL that's consistently running up against stack boxes. That's just, there's no pathway to daylight there on that. And really where it comes down to, Nacho, is that we become effective at hitting deep, we become effective, and we become the best team in the NFL at hitting those chunk play throws. And coming into this game, Sam Darnold was the highest rated player in the NFL on throws of over 20 yards. So that is what you are doing. You are countering in the proper way here to overcome the running game. I think what is happening, though, is that we're also mixing this in with some of those weird play calls that just don't make a lot of sense, like having Cooper Kupp go with the trick play and having him throw the football, taking the ball out of Sam Darnold's hand, just as your offense is really humming and moving and the ball's going up the field. So it's sometimes I think that this offense just overthinks things sometimes a little bit too much, but the running game is going to continue to be having a hard time to find much room because of how teams are hyper fixated on basically just putting a bunch of congestion up around the line of scrimmage at the cost of leaving JSN one-on-one, at the cost of leaving you a lot of green grass deep down the field that you can go and attack, which I think right now, even for average fans, is kind of catching them off guard for this Hawk team dealing with this, because we're seeing this trend league-wide of what? Cover 2 shell defenses, limiting the big play. So every other game you watch in the NFL right now, you're seeing these teams drop into depth and making teams earn their way up the field. And then you watch your Hawks play and everybody's playing you completely differently. And so it's a real contrast versus what you might see game in, game out versus other teams. But to me, the answer is not run your head in the brick wall. The answer is stay with the run game, do maintain balance, but still keep taking your shots over the top, because those plays will be there. Teams cannot leave that kind of vulnerability on the backside with your pass catchers that you have. and expect that they're going to get by on that back of that, especially when you're going to pass protect as well as we're pass protecting. She says, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know the math on it. I'm so tired. I can't think right now. 7:00 game at night, man. It's a rough one going that late, huh? Chris says the Texans will wonder how they lost the game despite 4 turnovers on their side, and they might end up with Stroud. I hope Stroud's not the guy that you end up blaming in this game, Chris. I mean, you couldn't run the ball. You couldn't pass protect. That's going to be hard for a quarterback to get the job done when that's going to be the case over a course of a game from the first quarter through the fourth quarter. You know, you lost Nico Collins into halfway into the third quarter. He was out. You're down to a couple rookie wide receivers you're leaning on and Dalton Schultz. So it's hard to win that way. It is. It's kind of like a Geno Smith game for the Texans there for Stroud in this one and what it was going to take for him to go get that dub. And that puts a lot on the quarterback's shoulders to go make it happen. Carl Jr. says, bro, once Collins went down, it was over. They have 0 weapons. Higgins supposed to be their guy, and he did absolutely nothing in this game. Yeah, they are relying on Nico to get the job done. And so him going out like that, and look, you did a good job on Nico. 10 targets to Nico Collins in this game, only 4 catches for 27 yards. You did a really good job with Joe out there shutting him down. But I agree with you. Once he went out, that especially needing 2 touchdowns, especially needing to throw the ball a ton, that was going to be a hard road for CJ Stroud and company to overcome there. Jeff says the D almost had a few turnovers, but that's how the oblong spheroid bounces. Indeed it is. Carl Jr., did Boye end up getting his first sack or was it taken away? He got it taken away. I feel bad for Boye. I have been hard on him. A lot of props to him. He played by far his best game of the season, and the stat column is not going to tell the tale of it. In fact, he didn't have a single sack in this game, but he played a really good game. He doesn't need to shake his head at anything. He got held all over the place in this game, rushing the passer. Boye was impactful. He was really good out there, but did have his first sack of the season ripped off the board, which you feel bad for, man. He's in a contract year. He's like, well, and he's trying to earn some money here. Evan says, do we think we are contenders with this roster healthy? If not, what type of trade deadline moves could potentially get us there? Thanks for all you do, and go Hawks. Well, thank you, Evan. Definitely something that we're going to turn over the next week, I think, a little bit more fundamentally and deeply. I've been a little bit waiting to go super deep dive too much into trade deadline stuff because I wasn't sure if the team was really going to be fully into the buyer mode of things. When I did do some of the initial research last week into looking into this, what struck me here, Evan, and what makes this very hard is that there's going to be a lot of teams kind of thinking they're in it. So you have a Chicago Bear team that you thought maybe would be looking at this time of year being, well, maybe they're more sell mode. They're not. They're in it. A Dallas Cowboy team that you thought maybe they'll be in sell mode, having moved Mike at the start of the year. They're 1 game out of first place, right? So they're in it. They're going to be fighting. Let's go. And so when you go team by team by team through this league, there is only so many of those New York Jets, Miami Dolphins, Las Vegas Raiders. And then within those rosters, there's only really so many players, and it's a very finite amount that would even be guys that you would even be somewhat interested in. And so when I've initially looked at this, Evan, there's been a lot of very hard guys to find that could really, bring us what we want. I think a couple weeks ago, we might've been thinking about edge rush, but with Uchenna Nwosu coming on as he is, knowing Derek Hall is going to come back, DeMarcus Lawrence back and healthy and having the impact he is, maybe you feel okay about your edge. We don't need to really, it's more of a lateral move to go get one of these edge guys we're talking about. And corner certainly could be in play where you get a little bit more reinforcement on depth of the cornerback position. But I think coming back to the initial part of your question, I think, are we contenders with this roster healthy? I think the answer is yes. I don't think that there's any guarantees on this. NFL season's a long year. There's parts of this team that still have to come forward to be contenders. I think there's reason to believe that it can naturally occur, and you're not talking yourself into a daydream at that point when you say that to yourself. I think you can look at this team and say, I like the track we're on. I see improvement coming along. I see both sides of the ball showing some ability to be dominant. I think it can get better as the year goes along with that. I think, if there's I'm a big guy and go make a major move, Evan, go make a move for a Crosby guy, go to the Ravens and see if they're going to be willing to give up that center they've got there who's up for a new contract and they've not paid yet. Maybe they don't feel like they got the money to pay him. Maybe they don't necessarily want to pay a center money there. Maybe they want to put their assets in other places. So, you go and look for maybe a major move because any other move outside of that is probably more likely to be more of kind of in that lateral stage of things. Understanding too, there's only so many positions you're looking to target. Center, right guard, um, edge, maybe off ball will linebacker, maybe outside corner, maybe. And that's about it. Everything else you feel pretty good where you stand on. So it gets tough on this. Few teams, few positions you need to really deal with. Kind of all boils down to where I could really see this going either way, Evan, of not making a move because there's just not that guy that's there to go get, or you make a move because something just kind of opens up and you just try to reinforce something a little bit extra, just to kind of make sure you got some built-in insurance for injury. John's got a lot of ways he can go here, Evan, as much pushed along by the fact that he's got all of his draft capital moving into next offseason, and he's currently sitting on like $27-28 million. So he can bring on salary in this cap right now and not miss a beat. I mean, you could bring on a $10 million salary here through the rest of the year and still roll a lot of this year's cap over into next season. He's in kind of playing with, it's a little bit like having house money here, but then that makes it hard to predict the approach they take on that, Evan, right? Kind of, you can go any different direction here a little bit. Antonio says, and I used to complain about the time when I was living in Brazil. It can always be worse. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. SL Hazard, I remember when someone was telling me JSN was just a slot receiver. I'll own it. Like I always tell you guys, SL, if I get something wrong, I'm definitely going to own it. It's not about me being right. It's about getting it right. And new information should always change an outlook. And whether that's to move you off a spot or to reinforce a position, it should always have you in consideration about where you are at on things. And I mean, to my point on this, the transition of JSN here to moving to an outside receiver is one where we don't have a lot of baseline of this ever occurring in the NFL. Guys that played significant or almost 80% of their snaps out of the slot in college, coming to the pros and turning into outside receivers, very, very infrequently, if ever happens, much less those guys turn into outside receivers and then become even more dominant as an outside receiver from what they were as a slot. So it's one that I certainly didn't see coming, but I was wrong on for sure in my ability, in my outlook of thinking JSN had this in him to be successful on that outside. And I'm happy I was wrong. That's for sure. Chris says, by the way, even though our offense was sloppy, they scored 27 points in the Texans, who had previously allowed an average of 12 points. Not too bad. Not too bad. Not too shabby. Carl says, if we didn't have the amazing consistent field position for the defense and special teams, I'd agree, but the offense needed to be better. They're primarily with it being the self-inflicted turnover destruction. Fair point, too. SL says, bring in A-Chain. Don't let Woolen go to get him. I certainly wouldn't want to do that if I'm going to bring in A-Chain for sure. They're SL. Jeff says, deep chunk plays. By God, that's Tyler Lockett's music. Chris Gutierrez, just ready for my Rockets. This team can kiss my ass. Actual text message from my Texas buds. Seahawks made them give up on the season, laughing out loud. Bring on the Rockets. Carl says, Darnold had a huge chance to get front row seat in the MVP category with Baker's bad game. Just bummed about the pointless plays that hindered that a bit unnecessarily. Yeah, fair. Darnold had a good game overall, but like you say, the interception will stand out a little bit in this one from that. But yeah, not overtaking Baker quite yet on that one. Jesse says East Coast fans are so spoiled. They complain when one game's on too late. Yeah, they need to be in bed early out there on the East Coast, I guess. Huh? Carl Jr. says Cooper Kupp updated career passing stats 0 for 5 with one interception. I think we got to retire Cooper's throwing. Roy says, hey, B, how do you think Cooper Kupp's quarterback rating affects LeBron's legacy? Oh, Lordy. It's pretty good. Chris, has anyone mentioned AJ Barner tonight? I wanted to give him that Charbonnet touchdown. It's a great block there. He's the point man there, and he's got to seal that guy and get him out of the way. And that's a nice hole there for Charbonnet. Hard to get that kind of hole. Also a great call from Kubiak there in a game where there was some odd play calling. That's one of his better ones because that was a tendency breaker. That Texans team, first you got the edge shooting the gap to the inside there, like he's anticipating the run play to go right. You got linebackers taking steps laterally to their left or to the right side of, and the plays going to the left. So a little bit of a tendency breaker there, but Barner with a really nice block there in space. Didn't give him a lot of opportunities here in this game. You know, he's got 3 targets. One of them, the Stingley interception. Just didn't have much of a plan to utilize him much tonight or the tight ends as much in general. Like Arroyo got a couple of those catches on the first drive, and then you went to him only a couple times in this game too down the stretch. So, yeah, good block there, but just didn't have a lot of work for Barner in this one. The tough part, again, when you come back to, you don't throw the ball a lot anyway, still even in this game, and this felt like we threw the ball a lot comparatively speaking to some of the other games this year. Still, you're only up to 31 attempts, and then 14 of those attempts go to JSN. And it's just, there's only so many balls left over at that point. Part of why trading for a receiver probably just doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense. Have a good night, HHG. Appreciate you, man. A lot of room to level up still has El Hazard. This is not the final form of this team. And one thing I always like to be aware of, because I see teams that this will happen to, you don't want to peak too early. It is a thing. You can be playing your best ball week 6, and then you're getting to week 15. You're like, what happened to week 6? You want to just, you're ideal. And I always thought Carroll was pretty good at this, especially the Legion of Boom years, of having that team rounding into shape right at the right time of year. You know, really feeling like you're locking into places as the season goes along, and boom, now we're on point here as we start to get towards the playoffs. And certainly would you hope would go down here. Phoebe says, I can't wait for the round table, but Jesse's going to have salt to throw at Darnold for sure. I mean, I guess Jesse's going to have to strain on this one a little bit. Darnold didn't play a bad game out there in this one. Did he play at MVP level? No, but again, too, I don't think he played necessarily a bad game. He's got the one interception. Guys are going to throw interceptions. You know, it's like that will happen. But he's more of a reason why you won this game than he's a reason that was a detriment. Brandon says, indeed, Kubiak's now 0-for-3 and cover your eyes and spin around like a helicopter play calls. It'll work out at some point, though, right? It's bound to break through. It's bound to. Abdi Prime, Big Brandon beat part of the bye week coming up. Perfect time in 2 weeks. Robbie Utes, Derek Hall, Spoon, J-Love, all will be back for the Commanders away game. Hopefully so. I hadn't heard confirmation on Utes and Hall, but that'd be great to get them back at that time, man. And to your point, this is one of the really cool parts about this is we talk about the team not in the final form, the rounding into the final form, is that you're also moving into a place to potentially, after this bye week, halfway into the season, 5-2 record, to have your most healthiest team of the year heading into that game, where you have every starter on both sides of the ball fully rolling. And boy, how many teams in the NFL are going to be able to say that after next week? Probably not too many. Carl says, shout out to coaches for the good starts on offense, though. That's a good game script. Good opening script, man. Amen. Had that thing rolling with some great calls. And you loved set up that Cooper Kupp on the 32-yarder and getting Arroyo matched up on Alshire as he did. Very cool to see. Abby, hopefully Clint Kubiak fixes the play calling during these bye weeks because that was unacceptable. We lucky we got elite defense. Yeah, it's not going to be able to work out like this every week. Certainly not against a great team like, let's say, the Rams. You're not going to be able to kind of get this cute with the turnovers in that way. So stuff to clean up and fix. But I think the coaches like to tell you that these are the kind of wins that they sort of do like first when you just blow a team out of the water and there's Can't really go back to the film and really harp on the guys because you're like, what do you want us to do, coach? We blew them out by 30 points. We were great. We're awesome. In this, you can actually go and there is stuff to kind of coach up and stay on. So keeping them hungry, keeping them thinking we're still not at our best, boys. Don't think you got it. We're still grinding. We're still fighting. We're still seeking to get to that team that we want to be. So, Obi-Wan, do you think the M's will be back next year? I think that it's hard to say with baseball, man. Slopey one, year in and year out, it's so very unpredictable. I think that they've done all they can to set the stage for them to be able to make this a yearly return situation as we move into the future. Because what the team did 3 years ago, when so many fans for the last couple of years have been banging on them to spend money, is that they just doubled down on making their farm system really develop and really have these guys come along and then not move those guys and not have those guys where you're dipping in the farm system and essentially trying to go forward in one given year and then you completely rob your farm system. They've stayed with it and held on these guys and developed these guys, and that's going to allow them to really inject this into the future, whether or not they spend money. But they're going to need to spend money, and they will still need to do that. You need to bring back a Josh Naylor. Are you going to do that? I think they're going to do all they can to make it happen. I'd like to think yes, but baseball is very unpredictable. Slowly one, and we've been in the playoffs 6 times in our years, and certainly back to back. I think we've maybe done that like once or something. So I'd like to say yes, but hard to say. Megan says, I thought it would be closer than it ended up being, but what about the last few minutes? Oh yeah. And happy Back to the Future Day, y'all. Happy Back to the Future Day to you too. Beautiful last couple of minutes. Got the comfortable win on the back of 4 turnovers, Megan. That's not too shabby. Carl says, exactly. After the initial game script runs, we really started struggling with the offensive play calling. Yeah. I mean, even in the drive, to me, it's where it started to go wonky to me. Is you got up on the points in this game, you're 14 up there, and you're moving down the drive. You're setting the stage for maybe go up 21, put 21 points up on the board, and then you got the Cooper Kupp throw, and it's sort of football's a momentum sport, and you kind of rob yourself of some of your momentum there. Mimi, Hawks Nest, Hall is a confirmation. Might confirm the press conference. Let's go. Thank you for the update. So Derek Hall back after the bye. Love it. Abdi, after today and other games, we need to trade for a right guard, and Anthony Bradford keeps letting us down. I'd love to do it, Abdi. I'm sure John's going to be kicking the tires wherever he can find it, but I don't know if there's going to be a trade out there to be had that you can pull off here. Teams just don't let go of offensive linemen, and I don't know if any of the teams that are going to be pure sellers at the deadline are going to be willing to move off of a good guard if they've got one. Carl says, yeah, I didn't say anything about Oots. Hopefully forgot. All right. Good to get Oots back. He's an important part of this puzzle, especially in the run game and getting that a little bit more effective. Roy Stanzel, you are a great sport, and when it comes to the Pacific Northwest calling, you are number 1. Thank you, and keep doing what you love. Well, that's very kind of you to say, Roy, and I do love what I do, man. I have the best job in the world, and you guys make this just always a fun, great experience for me to go live and hang with you guys every single time I do it. I can't believe it, how cool you guys are to me in this way. How much fun it is to be able to just kind of chop it up with you guys, win, lose, or draw, wherever the team's at. Like you say, man, I love what I do, and I'm really blessed to be able to do it. You guys give me the opportunity in that way, and I thank you all for that. Jeff says, trade for a right guard. We go on a run. I feel like having a third wide receiver is needed for if we want to get to the playoffs. Maybe a receiver move that you can go out there and make. It certainly is potential, something, that tends to be a position. It's kind of like outside corner where you can tend to find a guy where I don't know if we could find a right guard, Jeff. I don't know if Wyatt Teller's really not a guy even in play. If you can get past the whole Uchenna thing and the dirty hit thing, his dead money's not going to allow the Cleveland Browns to move him. And there's just not any teams out there. I feel like you can really go find that guard out there. Maybe a Kevin Zeitler with the Titans. I don't, he's really old. But also to your point, it's not like you need a measurable amount of great play to get an improvement off of what you've been at with Bradford so far. Yeah, baseball's tough, Slopey one. It'll humble you. It will humble you. Like Jeff says, whoever we hypothetically trade for a right guard doesn't have to be good, just better than Bradford. Exactly. And to that point, maybe that makes this easier to align to find something there. But I did an initial deep dive last week through the teams that could be looking to move, and it's pretty empty right now. It's very, very, very lean. I'd love if John could do it. I'm on board with doing if John can do it. Maybe Joe Tippin. Jets might be willing to move Tippin. Thing with him is that he hasn't been necessarily performing particularly well, but that is a guy that has been decent at times for them. So maybe you got to look a little bit better, down the road with that. King Bomber. What about Kevin Zeitler, Brandon? That's definitely a name. He played all right this year. Wouldn't be too expensive. I highly doubt he wants to finish a career going 116. I'd be open to that. I do. I'm only hesitant a little bit just because I don't know if it's how much of an upgrade it gives you. And then, the team kind of an opportunity to kick the tires on him this offseason and was kind of like, nah. But to your point, again, not a lot of teams that are out there that you can look at that are going to be teams that are going to have a right guard. They're going to give you. I don't think the Raiders are giving you anything. I don't think the Saints are going to give you Eric McCoy. I don't think they could give you Eric McCoy if they wanted to. They're in the same place. It's like the Wyatt Teller thing. It's just like the dead money just doesn't make the deal movable. So only so many moves you can make here. And again, that bar has been set pretty low for the position as far as performative wise. Fairly easy, you would think, like to maybe find an upgrade there, even in the tough times like this, even with there being so few options. Austin, I would honestly love to see if they could involve more tight ends in the passing game. I feel as though going forward, more teams are now forced to focus on JSN, which should open up 10 plus yards of the field. Agreed. That would be the counter you'd expect here is eventually you don't get as many of the one-on-ones out there. Now you can get back to the middle of the field. Now you can get back to targeting these tight ends and just one little places of adjustment that I'd expect them to start to build in because your tight ends have been so efficient when you have targeted them and look to go after them. Carl says John has come through with trades before as far as actually doing them. I trust it. He's been a guy aggressive at all times of year, Carl, and around the trade deadline and before, he has been aggressive before, be it Carlos Dunlap or Quandre Diggs. So I certainly could see him doing it. And again, one key point on this is that John has never had this amount of cap space at this time of year in his back pocket over the last 14 years as general manager. So a guy that doesn't tend to let this money just sort of burn a hole in his wallet and go unspent. King says, I don't think Tippin will be moved. Still has another year on his deal. That's another part of it too. Teams don't tend to want to give up offensive linemen. Goes to Pete C, says, F. Wyatt Teller. Hey man, I'm good with that too. Marine Raider, laughing out loud, thanks. Appreciate you, Marine Raider. King, reportedly Zeitler wants to play for Tennessee because he was a Titans fan, which is why he went there. Also got $10 million, and PFF grades aren't great, but they are positive for Zeitler. Okay. I'm open to it. Like I said, the cost ain't going to be high to bring in. And right now, the team doesn't seem to have any trust in Christian Haynes, so it's always tough anyway, just on this front. Number one, it would help you from depth standpoint, but number two, it wouldn't make the offensive line room worse. And what are they going to help to get back for him at this point? Fifth rounder. I'd pay that. TheSeahawksNest, Eric McCoy's out for the season. Well, there we go. Marine Raiders, I'm just wanted a good laugh. I'm used to the losses now. Hang in there, Marine Raider. Tough game. King Bomber playing next to better players should improve now he's played. His ability to zone block is definitely a question, though, considering he's played for Baltimore and Detroit the last few years. At least with a vet, too, though, with that King Bomber, maybe a guy could step in and pretty quickly learn the playbook because he's been around the block a bunch. Pumpkin's happy about the win. Appreciate you, Marine Raider. Hang in there, man. Brighter days ahead. I was a Texan fan. I'd just be like, look, Texans need to do one simple thing this offseason. Defense is pretty well on point. You can add some parts. Nico Collins with the receiving crew you put together and Noel and Higgins should develop with time. Make building the offensive line not only a priority, not only an emphasis, but the number one priority as you head into this offseason. We're going to make this happen by hell or high water. And if it's just got to happen by the draft and through the first 2 days of the draft, so bloody be it. but we are not going to let CJ Stroud get bashed again. We're going to take the approach the Chiefs took a couple of years ago in the Super Bowl, saying never again, whatever it takes. Orlando Brown trade, Creed Humphrey drafted in day 2. Whatever it takes, signing Joe Thuney as a free agent on the open market, whatever it takes. This Texans team needs to make that the guiding North Star of this organization as they move into this offseason. And today absolutely showed that. Always sucks at box. McCoy out for the year. Sucks, man. I really wanted us to go get him. Would have pushed us to a serious contender status easily. I don't disagree in that the effect it would have had to be able to go get him would have been huge alpha. But this would have been one similar to the Wyatt Teller one, where it's a name that's bandied about and thrown out there a lot. But because of the dead money that's associated with what he's got on the books, and because the Saints don't have any money right now to spare, there's no way that the Saints could have afforded even to make the move in the first place. Like the Wyatt Teller deal, I think there's not a way to really do it from their angle of things, because they have so little money that they're sitting on. They have to eat the dead money on the bonus, and McCoy just signed the contract pretty recently. King says Cesar Ruiz hasn't been great. In regards to both the Browns guards, their contracts aren't very movable. There it is. Exactly. And yeah, with Ruiz, I think King Bomber as well with him. To me, that's more of a guy that should have been a center day one. They moved him to guard there in New Orleans and trying to make it work with him at guard. And he's been okay and functional for them at guard at times, but he's really should be really a center. And that'd be a guy that'd be a market opportunity for me in the offseason, who I'd look to with the Saints to be like, hey, you don't want to move McCoy, but maybe you're not super happy with Ruiz. Maybe we kind of kick the tires on that one. Tore his bicep. Yeah. Yikes. Austin, fun question. If you could choose an active NFL player that used to play for the Seahawks to come back to the team, which player would it be? Great question, man. That is a great question. I could choose an active NFL player an active NFL player. Great. Even a better question. So I don't even go back to history. So it's got to be a Seahawk that was on the team that I could bring back onto the team. What a great question, Austin. Let me think about this one for a second. Man. You might have me stopped on this one. I don't know if I've got a good answer. Definitely can give an answer, but I don't know if it's as much of the answer. I don't know. Maybe put Puna Ford at one tech. Man, good question. Hard part is that once you let guys go here, they're pretty much, nobody really leaves Seattle to go and, light it up somewhere else. Not really. We tend to have gotten what there was to get out of them here in Seattle. So, if cost wasn't just an issue, you could do DK. If cost just wasn't an issue, bring him back to be, one of your outside receivers. But I don't even know if that's push. And unfortunately, we haven't really had an offensive lineman here I could bring back, because that was where my mind was going to kind of first go to. So I guess a Puna or Jadeveon Clowney, maybe. DJ Reed. Maybe DJ Reed would be the guy. Get an outside corner depth guy brought into play here. A lot of former Seahawks out there really rocking it right now in the league, Austin. Chris, in your opinion, what player makes this team more of a contender? A Wyatt Teller or Chris Olave? Wyatt Teller would. Because at this point, that's a pretty good upgrade over the top of what you got with Bradford. But again, with Wyatt, there's just not a way to really move the contract there. So the Browns currently, let's see here where they're at here. Browns are currently on $22 million of cap space. Wyatt Teller's got right now a negative $15 million hit that they have to make. Technically, maybe they could do it if they really wanted to. But they could technically do it if they wanted to, but that's a lot of cap to ask a team to eat that in the Browns case, which is going to be probably then a situation where they're going to want more draft capital back in return than you want to give up. And he's on the final year of a deal. So whatever draft capital you're giving up, it's just kind of going to the wind. Wyatt would make you more of a contender, though. Right now with Olave, it would be good insurance and good depth to have for the team. But at the same point in time, you're not going to really utilize him a tremendous amount, I don't think, in this offense. He says definitely outside of Zeitler, it's a really tough market. It really is. Kingston, I'm also not sure what players would really upgrade this team unless Crosby or Hendrickson are available. I don't really think some of the players being talked about really move the needle for us. This is kind of you're sort of talking around to the bottom line of where I've arrived at myself, King Bomber, and not lightly at that. And that, you do in general terms, look, I don't want to just sit on 25 million if I'm in a team that's 5-2 and another player could help. But is it just a lateral move? And it's part of why, and I think you can understand too, why when I talk about, go make the move for Crosby, or maybe just sit on the team you got, that maybe that's the way to go here. If you're not going big, then go home. If you're not going big, then just kind of sit and see if this thing can develop. And there's reason to believe it can develop. And that maybe you've got enough in-house to make this go if that development steps forward. So I do find myself a bit in the same place. And also why I would be a bit kind of aggressive for maybe a Crosby type of guy. But hell, it's hard for this team to be generating much more pressure than they already are. Certainly you think maybe, Crosby would make you better, but doing pretty good. Brandon says Disley, always thought he was underutilized. Like he got a glance in the Lubiel offense. Yeah, it's not a bad name there. He's carrying around a knee brace and shoulder brace. Kind of think he's probably getting a little wore down. Ernest B. Film says Ernest Jones is him. That is all. Love to hear all you guys talking big in the press conference. I'm super hyped. Love to hear the guys hyped. They should be hyped up too after a win like that. Big job of them stepping into the territory, and Ernest Jones is him. 11 tackles, 1 tackle for loss, a pass defensed, an interception, big 3rd-and-1 stand where he comes in, shoots the gap, and turns that running back sideways on the tackle. Just a nice hitting in tight spaces there. Every week he's shown up this year, though. I mean, I don't know if he's playing at an all-pro level at the inside linebacker position, but I mean, with Fred Warner going down and maybe with Devin Lloyd going down, I don't know if he'll get a lot of love for that, but I just think he's been just great for us. What a difference this guy's made coming in. King Bomber for the Browns traded Teller. There's a $17 million in cap hit. Don't think that happens, and Seattle can't eat any of it because most of it has already been paid out and sitting in void years. That's correct. So there's no way to do it, and that's where the draft capital starts to go into probably a day 2 pick from what should be probably a day 3 pick for Teller. And that's where Seattle goes, okay, do I want to give up a day 3 pick for a short run of Teller? Basically a half season of Teller at that point, King. And for an offensive line who's got to come in and learn the playbook, probably just doesn't make it really add up to being able to be had. Brandon says Cody Barton might be a decent fit in McDonald's defense. Maybe there. There's Jordan Brooks out there too. I was Jordan Brooks next to EJ would be nice, man. Maybe I would worry about him in coverage to, Alpha sucks. You got to see Drake Thomas grade A in coverage in this game. Jordan Brooks would not look like Drake Thomas did in this game in coverage if he's playing that same spot. Carl Jr., he just keeps making plays. I mean, the guy out there with no gloves who's supposed to not be a good pass coverage guy has 3 interceptions this year. Great stuff. Yeah, not only does he have the 3 interceptions, they're not cheap interceptions. It's not like he's sitting back in a dead space and the quarterback just kind of throws him the ball. He's got to go high point the ball against the Niner game, dropping with really great depth on a play where Purdy's trying to attack deep down the field with him in the middle of the field. He's got the pick on Marvin Harrison, and he's got the bobble where he just has great drop there, and he's right there to be in the right position at the right time. And then that pick today, falling on his back, able to pluck that ball out of the air. Great play on his part. He's been sensational. Alpha Sucks, what would you move for Rashid Shaheed if the Saints made him available? I wouldn't really be interested in Rashid Shaheed. I think you've already got a Torrey Horton here who can do just the stuff you need in Rashid Shaheed. I just don't know if that moves the needle for me enough in that. So maybe a fifth. I'm not giving up prime capital for him though. Carl, Sherman pretends he lit it up in San Francisco, but did he really? He had the 1 year he's an all-pro there. So and some of that was reputationally based and him being protected in a defense that was loaded to the hilt. But I'll say this, enough for what he did in San Francisco, Carl, was probably enough to solidify himself as a Hall of Famer. It did that. Where if he just did on what he did with Seattle, it's probably not quite enough. Jeff says maybe Posick is an upgrade to Sundell. Posick's had a rough year so far. He's maybe a guy in play. You got the familiarity there with him, but I think he's actually played at a worsely graded level than even Sundell this year. He's the only receiver I think that moves the needle for us in the lobby, and he's not going to be available. Yeah. I really struggled with finding players that are going to be upgrades. I did too. I went player by player. I went through the over the cap, looking at all the cap situations out there, the teams that are out there. The issue comes in, King, is the bottom line problem is this. This is not a year of you got the great are great and the bad are bad. What you have here this year is more of a lot of middle of the road teams and where everybody sort of stands. And what that does then is you have less teams in sell mode. More buyers, less sellers means the prices go through the roof and means you don't have as much to pick through. Not a good time to always be making moves, going down that road. Brandon, is Clowney still active? He's playing on the Cowboys, but obviously the Cowboys aren't going to be looking to move him. Carlson Shaheed definitely gives us something we don't have, but the fact that the dude barely gets any short yardage questions is weird. The dude barely gets any short yardage questions is weird. We love some of the plays Rodgers and DK did where DK just jumps straight up and catches the ball where no one else can. Straight fantasy football stuff. Rodgers doing his best to try to use some of DK's size, it looks like. They're kind of coming along. Carl says Clowney dominated for Dallas this week. Oh, goodness. I love Clowney. Alpha, trading for Teller be extra expensive because you're going to have to make up for that cap they have to eat with the picks. Amen. Amen. And then that's a Wyatt Teller who will be a free agent after this year. So half a season of Wyatt Teller. You're right back to probably having to deal with the right guard problem after this year, and you're one day 2 pick down, then having to do it. Roy, what was your biggest big brain Hawks moment? Basically a moment where you could see the Hawks matrix. Ooh. I think it's this off season to me, Roy. And I really don't like patting myself on the back. I get a lot of stuff wrong too, but this would be one where I would pat myself on the back because I think it ran very counter to what you heard out there from a local standpoint of other people in the content creation business like me who were pulling their hair at and banging their head. Everybody thought we came off the year last year, 10 wins in Mike McDonald's first year, and that we were locked and loaded to then just take the natural step to becoming a team that's going to take the next step this offseason, keep everything fit to serve, not do a lot of like turning a bunch of different stuff over, just kind of adding on top of what you already had. And instead you changed out your offensive coordinator, you moved on from DK, and you moved on from Geno. And all three of those things I said, this is what this team's going to have to do. And not all three of those moves are clear. You're not going to tend to get off of an offensive coordinator after just one season. That's not an easy move to be seen or an easy move to see done by NFL teams. And certainly with DK and Geno, you saw the reaction to me across the board. Almost every Seahawks content creator out there, I know because the people were letting me know. People were letting me know how far out on that limb I was, where I was saying you need to take that step back to take the 2 steps forward. And what that really supremely entails is moving on from Geno and moving on from DK. And then the team went out and then did those moves after I said that. I think I was seeing a lot more clear than others were on that. And that this moves have paid off. They've made a lot of sense in retrospect, but in the moment they look kind of crazy to a lot of people. Like, why after a year like that would you take that step back? But it was the right step. It was the appropriate step. It was the right of the marrying of Kubiak's scheme for the right players you have in house. It's not overpaying like you're going to have to overpay and sign the two biggest contracts on the books with a team that was still in this sort of state of kind of flux a little bit. That would probably be the one for me, Roy. King says, totally agree, Brandon. People are naming edge rushers like guys from the Dolphins or Jets, but they're not better than anyone we really have. Exactly. Jets got a couple of guys, Bradley Chubb. It feels more laterally to me, King Bomber, and you're going to get all four of these edges back. If you were down one, like if Hall was out for the year, maybe I'm on board with that. If Mape's down for the year, but everybody's still in flow here. You've got your four stack. Uchenna's coming on strong as hell. You know, Uchenna's basically ripping snaps away from Boye Mafe. I kind of put all that in. I go, well, it gets more lateral then at that point, doesn't it? He says, less is a blue chip player, Hendricks or Crosby, or some right guard that's immovable, or a better wide receiver than Kupp. Don't really think there's anybody to go get. No. Agreed. King Bomber, by the way, what changed on the Crosby thing? I recall that you were on the boat. The contract wasn't movable. That's why I should probably make sure that I do my full due diligence on researching before I go off half-cocked. And what happened here, King Bomber, was that Crosby signed a new contract at the start of the year. And anytime I'd taken for granted that anytime a player signs a new contract, that there's new bonus money added to the deal. And what the Raiders did instead is that rather than add any new bonus money to the deal, they kept the bonus money that was already almost on its way out the books of draining out the back end of the books. And they just guaranteed his contract for the next couple of years. So there's no new bonus money. And so what I thought that there would be new bonus money on top of the old bonus money, the combo of those two bonus monies would not allow them to move the contract because the dead money would be too great. Because there was an extra new bonus money, he's got literally the last 2 years of the bonus money on the deal there. So this year and next year is the last of the bonus, meaning that when the Raiders move him and that bonus accelerates, it's not that much. The Raiders actually have an ability to move the contract then with that dead money. But this is also why King Bomber then with Crosby, you're going to have to pay up extra draft capital to get him, maybe even more than Micah Parsons, because of the fact that you're not have to sign him to a new contract extension over the next couple of years. So just didn't do my deep dive on that. Lou says, I want Keon White. I feel he would thrive under McDonald. I like Keon White a lot, Lou. I do. Just don't know where you would find the room to necessarily play him. He's a little inside outside to get the most out of him. And you're not going to find probably 3 tech snaps for him in this defense. But might be a guy could maybe be effective as an edge. King, these maybes on Brooks and Barton are not maybes. Laugh my ass off. What is it with the fan base wanting to bring back Brooks and Barton? Did everyone forget how awful they were in 22? Granted, it was a Pete team. Yeah, Brooks gets a lot of love in the fan base, King, and I don't quite understand as well why. I think they're kind of looking at his tackled numbers here with Miami, but Brooks can't cover anything. So like it's not just a minor hole in his game. It's a massive, massive hole with him. One that teams target. And one with Drake Thomas that you can't target, as we saw today. So I'm not as much on either of those two guys, but Brooks does seem to kind of carry some weight with the fan base a bit. Alpha, I think Brooks is underrated in coverage. Certainly had his moments, but for the most part, could run with anybody across the field. There's a whole highlight reel tapes of him covering receivers deep. I mean, I don't know. I don't know about that one, man. I mean, yeah, you can bring up a highlight reel of a guy and take snaps for the guy who's played so many snaps like him, and you can find some coverage reps with him in that way. But I've watched so much tape of this guy over the years in coverage. I'm not. I feel like I'm on pretty firm ground here with him in saying that this is not a guy that is good in coverage. I don't think he's underrated. Remember, and this is a guy that gave up 1,000 yards receiving and coverage from off-ball will linebacker. That's kind of tough to do. So even last year with Miami in 2024, even last year, he's still at 725 yards given up last year. He's still allowing 80% of the time he's targeted, he's allowing a reception. So I This is why you don't just go off highlights. This is why the bottom line numbers and going off of the view and you pair it all together on this one for me. But he's miserable in coverage. He's very fast. The problem is not speed when it comes to this. The problem that comes down to this Alpha Suxamaka is that he doesn't have instincts in coverage. He has no ball skills. He can't recognize the ball in air. He doesn't get his head turned back around for it. So it's a big detriment with him back there, and I don't think he's good enough as necessarily some grade A. He's a good run tackler, he's a good run defender, but it's too much of a deficiency to me on the other side of it. Daniels is too active Seahawks to bring back. There are only two acceptable answers: Cody Barton, Collier. Brandon Jano, 100%. Drake Thomas was an absolute dog tonight. 42 has been the biggest surprise to me over the past few weeks. I mean, holy freaking moly. He was good. Carl Jr., did you hear Greg Bell pressing Mike in the press conference? Oh, was Ernest supposed to be dropped back that far in coverage? Mike shut him down. He's supposed to be where the ball is. Interesting question there from Greg Bell. Why would you be asking that on a pick where the guy got the interception? I didn't hear it. No, I haven't had a chance to check out the presser yet. King, if Teller was movable and the Browns were willing to do it for 7th, do you think you'd consider it? What happened with him and Nwosu, especially with how well he's playing? I think Nwosu would be able to be sold on the fact because you're upgrading over Bradford and he'd be fully aware of that. If you can make that move for him to do it that way, yeah, I'd completely. If I can get him for a day 3 pick, it makes it a no-brainer, and I think I can sell Uchenna on it. But I don't think there's any way that the Browns were willing to move him for a 7th round pick when they've got to eat that dead money to make that happen. Kieran, I'm still mad at Drake fumbling that S in the end zone. Not real sure why he's on the field. There's probably an upgrade out there for Drake Thomas for sure. Drake played a great game tonight, Kieran. I don't know. And he played an awesome game. Like, he's going to be very highly rated by PFF coming out of this game. It was very good. He's not necessarily had the kind of game he had tonight overall, but he was good. So what do you feel about Joe Tippmann from the Jets? He was initially okay for them. He's had not as good a year there so far, so that'll be one. And I don't know if the Jets would be willing to move him really. But he's not performing right now like a absolute upgrade over the top of Sundell. Kings absolutely hit the nail on these teams all being close to each other. Everyone is beatable outside the Jets, Dolphins, Browns, and Saints. Everyone is still in it to some level. Yeah. And unfortunately, that's the cascading effect down to the teams that are available that can sell and those that aren't, and everybody thinks they're in it. And I think this has actually been the oddity that I thought when they extended King Bomber the trade deadline and they pushed it up a little bit a couple of years ago, or pushed it back up, where teams had more time to decide, they would lead to more of the trades, more of the action around the trade deadline. What it's done instead at times, it seems like, is lead to less action because more teams kind of daydream and sort of talk themselves into, well, maybe we can turn it around. Like a Carolina Panther team to me shouldn't be looking at them like, we barely beat the Jets last week. You shouldn't be looking at yourself like you're in this, but with your record and where you are kind of in it. And the division is kind of opened up. So you sort of still just talk your way into it. One more team less. And this is the Waddle could get as a deep threat, but I don't think it's worth trading for him. Yeah, I think the Dolphins want a first for him. And I don't know if they're going to even look at moving him. I don't know if I'd be super interested in either. Kieran, sometimes I watch the games after everyone else does because I lose my mind if I have to listen to Jake from State Farm 1,000 times. I get it, man. I was doing that before I was live streaming the games, is kind of do a little bit of the slow roll it. Used to play the game, Kieran, where I'd have it to set to where I could pause it just enough to where I could fast through all the commercials and then get right to the end right at the right time. I think the Drake fumble, and Kerry was mentioning that as well. I think that's the play. If you remember, that was the CJ Stroud incomplete pass. So even if he had picked up the ball and went into the end zone, I think that was still one where they were calling that an incomplete on that play? If I'm not mistaken. Jeff, I'm really glad that we got the left side of the old line settled. Absolutely. How about Zabel? Has he just been a rock there? Kings, I think Schefter put out a list of players that were reportedly on the trade block. All of them seem pretty mid to bad players that need a fresh scenery. Yeah, kind of the bottom line today. Roy, I'm glad I got to be here listening to you, having your Hawks Matrix moment. It's been fun watching it all, especially with the day 2 draft picks. Big hype then, some questions. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And, don't get them all right. I get to hopefully get more right than I get wrong. But that was one where I'm pretty proud of my outlook on it, because that was not where the general line of thought was at with the Seahawks fan base and with content creators like me and how they looked at it. And there was a lot of doom and gloom on the back of those trades. And there wasn't here on this channel. And I feel validated in the fact that this has worked out. And certainly John's got to as well. King says, gotcha. So the contract is extremely movable whenever Spy Tech's willing to do it. The part I come down here to the Crosby situation is that the Raiders are in a position right now where they can make a very important choice, a very pivotal choice here for this team that's going to look to re-engineer this, is going to look to re-engineer this team in the future coming years. And I've said that this is what's going to allow you with this King Bomber to maybe get more draft capital back to Micah Parsons, because right now he's got approximately about $7.5 million of bonus money remaining on that contract on the books. So they only have to eat about $7.5 million, I believe, of signing bonus to move Crosby. But then that's why you got to pay the extra to get him. So if I'm Spy Tech here, I don't get cute with this. I make the move, whether it's to Seattle or somewhere else. Get it now. Don't try to do that game where you go, well, we'll get just as much into this offseason. Then you see Crosby have some situation where he tears his ACL in week 12, and now you're getting nothing. That would be a Raider thing like to do. That would be you carrying forth what they would have done in the past in this situation. Maximize this, move it on down the road, call it a day. Go get yourself maybe 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks, or two first-round picks, a second and a third, or something like that. That's the move to do if I'm them. Brandon says, well, maybe it's just me, but I thought Mafe looked all right tonight, getting Stroud off his spot several times. I think maybe he could have had a pick. 53 doing all right. This was his best game of the season, Brandon. You're seeing it right tonight. There were a lot of times that he was held and wasn't called. He had the strip sack fumble that got wiped off the board because of penalty down the field. Like you said, he was good out there in space, knocked down a ball that he was in the right position to knock down on a little zone drop. He was really good. Stats tonight don't tell the story. If you look at just the box score with Mafe tonight, doesn't tell how good he played. Best game for him of the year. Kieran says, I think he's the definition of a mid player, but I'll admit I don't know who's out there who could be moved, but that's where I would look hard for an upgrade personally. I certainly think up until this game, Kieran, I think that he's been in that place of what he showed you on the field. It's been a little bit of a mid player. He's left you wondering a little bit of times of why isn't Tyrese Knight out there instead? But this was a game where I thought he really showed you why he's out there. He's got 3 pass breakups in this game, Kieran. When's the last time you can remember a will linebacker with 3 PBUs in one game? I thought he was all over the place out there in this one. He was in the right place, in the right spot. He's running his ass off there, just like a little demon. But the key with me on him on this is that I'm with you in regards to, look, he's not going to be the best of a run defending player, but look, we were defending them running great. So it's not as much of what is a need from the will linebacker position. But his claim to fame and why he is in this lineup is because what he can do out in coverage from the will linebacker position. That's what you got in this game. That's what I think that they can build upon. And you touch on the thing that's the bottom line here a little bit, which is just that there's not a guy out there to really go get that's going to be an upgrade there. Talking Cody Barton, talking Jordan Brooks. I'm not so sure that those guys are going to be upgrades off of what you have with Drake Thomas. I'm really not at this point. I think that they could bring some plus sides to it that might be a little bit better than what Drake brings, specifically in what they do as run defenders. But when it comes to him and his coverage drop, he's going to have them beat there. We come back around to it on that, Kieran, where do we make a move just to make a move? Do we make a move that's going to be more of a lateral, or do we actually really, truly find that upgrade if we're going to do something? King Bomber, so many games in 22 and 23 where I was screaming at my TV because Brooks allows a 25-yard completion over the middle of the field. Screw the tackle numbers. Yeah, same. I've watched too much tape of him for somebody to talk me into him being good in coverage. He's not. He has no zone awareness. I cannot say this enough. Jordan Brooks has no zone awareness. He will drop to a spot and literally pick up nobody. He also is a guy that can be hyper attacked with flood zone concepts because he takes the cheese on the first player going through his zone. And then he runs out of his zone, and then they run the second player into his zone, and he's 10 yards carrying the other guy out of his zone down the field. He can be attacked. He can be picked on. This is how you get to a guy at the will linebacker position giving up 1,000 yards in coverage for a season, because teams realize he's bad in coverage and they Hammer it. Hammer it. Teams will not let you get away with having a guy that's that much of a deficiency in one area of his game. They will definitely take advantage. Jeff says, Cody, concrete feet. Barton, no thanks. Amen. King Bomber says, pretty sure he allowed over 1,600 yards that year. Yeah. This is not normal numbers for a will linebacker, folks. It's a position that's pretty well set up for you to be able to, for the most part, limit down the passing yardage. But yeah, he's given up 1,000 yards in coverage, and you're right. It was literally 1,600 yards, 21, 22, 1,600 yards in coverage, 500 yards in coverage, though he goes down to 800 snaps in 2023. So he loses well over 200 snaps there that year, which is why his numbers are only down to 500 that year. Then the second he's back up to 1,000 snaps, well over 1,000 snaps to Miami in 24, he gets back up to 725 yards. And so far this year, he's at 256 yards given up in the air. He's allowing 84.8% completion percentage. So the year that he allowed 1,000 yards receiving, he allowed 88.5% completion percentage. And he's allowing almost 85% this. So 3% less than what he was in his worst season in coverage. It's not getting better. It still kind of is what it is on that one. Holy cow, 6 hours streaming. You know, man, we got to go hard here. Carl Jr. must be a reason Broncos moved on from Barton after a decent season with them as a starter. Yeah, just leaves a lot to be desired. He's not a bad player, but he's just kind of a jag. Still clean and mean. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Primo, thank you for the $5 donation. Primo. Good to see you in the house, man. Didn't have any note on your donation, but appreciate you for that. Very kind of you, man. Very kind of you. Trey Griff, thank you for 16 months as a Hawks Nest member. Am I crazy, or was that Reek's best game in a while? Think he bought himself a little time? Yeah, I think he's come off a little bit of this break, seemingly kind of refreshed. I think people were talking, rightfully so, in my stream earlier about this trade, and that he looked a little bit like year one Tariq. And I think that they're on to something with this. I think they're seeing this true, and that he's a player that I think you can feel a little bit of his hunger and a little bit of the lack of his hunger when it's out there. It's why it stands out when you get him sort of checked out on a snap, where you know what his ability is, you know what he can do when he's locked in and he's engaged. And I think in this game, he was fully engaged. And I brought up earlier on this, I really do believe in this too with this Trey. And that is that he's got an opportunity right now to go out there and earn himself money, big time money. Maybe he's not going to get the $25 million a year that you're going to get with what Sauce Gardner get, but can you go out there and get yourself 15? Can you go out there and get yourself 17.5 million per? Yeah, you absolutely can. Couple interceptions down the stretch, lock down coverage, limit down the passing yardage your way. You can go get yourself that contract. But if you put out on tape the other side of it, you put out on the tape too much of the bad moments we've seen over this last year and a half, you're going to be on the other end of that scale. So there's more motivation here for Reek than ever before right now. Ever before. There is millions sitting on this table with increased effort. And if he can provide what he provided today with the intensity and the engagement, not to mention what you can feel from him in coverage when he is in that way, where he's just draped over guys, there's no room for a completion to be had. He is right on top of it. And it is a tremendous boon for him, but it's also what that brings to this defense now, where there have been a couple of moments here you've been able to have these outside corners get targeted, with going into your depth here and there. So, yeah, I think he's definitely bought himself some time. He's certainly not going to get out of the starting lineup with a performance like that. I know Joe certainly still has continued to perform really well himself, but I think Woolen's probably done enough at this point to where Witherspoon comes back that he can be maintaining as the other starter on that other side. And that he will roll there. I will say if he probably falls back into more of some of what we saw early on in the year, there will be probably a pretty short hook for McDonald, knowing he's got a Job on the bench ready to go if Tariq is not able to sustain it and keep it consistently in that same place. But man, he's right there with the money on the board here. He can go grab. So much money to go made, and just on a back 9 games of the schedule, essentially, just finish off that year in that way, and you will have earned your money this offseason. It's all there for him right now. It was a backwards pass. Well, they ruled it incomplete. Oh, was it a backwards pass? I thought that was incompletion, but I could be forgetting this wrong. Phoebe, I'm sorry. I've been streaming straight live, so I haven't had a chance to check out the Mike McDonald presser. King Bomber says, yeah, there's not a single seller in the NFC except the Saints, and they don't even sell at the deadline. Yeah, exactly. Carl Jr., I'm positive they called it a fumble by Drake, who recovered in the end zone, recovered the Texans a touchback, Texans ball, and then they negated it statistically because there was a flag. Oh, okay. There we go. Emmanuel Nwosu's been balling for sure. Oh, yeah. He feels like he's getting back to what we had seen with Nwosu, when he first burst onto the scene here. Wasn't an incomplete pass. It was a touchback because Thomas fumbled it before across the end zone and Texans recovered. Okay. My bad. Sometimes on this, I don't get to hear the live stream. I'm going back and forth between Bryce and I don't get, they're not always clear on the telecast about what's going on. Kieran, no, they called it a touchback. Okay. Got you on the touchback, guys. Carl Jr., bro, what was worse, the opening safety? Every replay that showed made me think more and more that's a safety. Ball was on the line when he first touched. Mike definitely sounded pissed at the press in that. Yeah, I was a little thrown off. I don't know on that one either. It seemed like he was at the one and then got knocked back, but that seemed to be the call there on where they saw it, but I could see it going kind of either way. Daniel said the touchback rules are dumb as F. By the way, if the offense fumbles it, I don't care if postseason possession changes. It's still the defense and there's still the offense. It should be a safety. I understand that. I definitely get that. Gary, and I do admit Drake Thomas played fabulous today, other than a handful of mistakes, and he has good energy. I do understand why he's out there now. It's just like there's got to be someone out there, right? Right, please. It's pretty lean, man, Gary. And it's as me and as we're kind of talking through this, it's we went through and did this exercise on the Seahawks roundtable last week where I kind of went team by team with you on that. I went through the over the cap with you on it. It's it takes two to tango on this situation. So it takes both. You've got the cap space and the need for a position, and then it takes the team out there that's got somebody they're willing to move. And there's just not a team out there willing to move. It's we got to wish for something that's kind of in play, and there's just not really anything in play out there. But hopefully he can build on this performance and keep it going. You do still have Tyrese Knight on the bench for some depth if something happens there with Drake. So it's not the worst of shape position on it. Roy, which game has been your favorite this year and why? That's a good question. I think it's probably the Jacksonville Jaguar game because you are going on the road on a game like that. You had a tough loss to the Buccaneers. You needed to come up with some answers in a couple of different ways, especially defensively with some of the vanilla concepts you were running. And off the changes you made with that Jacksonville Jaguars game, I think you brought a lot of those same changes into play here against the Texans. I think it allowed you to find some more firmer footing on knowing what you are defensively and what makes you work best, on top of just going and get that ninth straight road win and really, really setting then the stage for what we were able to then take through today, which is putting you in a place heading in this trade deadline where you're in as ideal situation as I think you could hope to ask in this wide open NFL. Kieran says the Saints game was my favorite, even though I fell asleep at halftime because we were up by 38 or whatever. That was one I was thinking about. I love the dominant effort in that one. It was definitely that'd be my number 2. Daniel says also the other type of touchback is dumb too, like Adonai Mitchell did. Should just be a put on the 5-yard line or something, not a touchback. I don't know on that one. I'm okay with that one on the touchback a little bit. Daniel says, I hope you guys know I was joking about Barton, hence also saying Collier laughing out. Oh, I know. I got that. The Collier was the indicator there, Daniel. King says, feels so weird. There's nobody to acquire the deadline. One of the best rosters Seattle has to put out there. We might actually do something. It'd be cool if there was a team that was willing suddenly to do it, that might start to kind of recognize and make their peace with the fact. But, these teams don't operate that way. And if they think they're in it, if they think they're close, they want to talk themselves into the vision that they walked into this offseason where they're like, okay, we haven't hit there yet, but look at this and look at that. And there's a lot of indicator and reason to believe we should be optimistic and we shouldn't tear this down. And, when you tear it down with these general managers and the short shelf life they've got and the short, rope that they have with ownership, knowing that, is an owner going to buy into me selling and then still keeping me on as a GM? Maybe not. So maybe I can't sell then. There's a lot that goes into a decision to be that team. But bottom line is there's just not a lot of teams out there to go and roll with. You got no dance partner. We're on the floor. We're just doing our own move on the floor. We're doing the dice move. We're looking for the ladies. I'm like, what is going on here? Where are all the girls? It's a freaking sausage fest in there right now, man. Kieran says, well, Woolen played decent. I think he still gave up a bad play along the sideline when we needed him to lock in. Technically caught by not his man right next to him, but he was better today for sure. Yep. Amen. Megan, and 8 p.m. here. Time for me to head out. Talk soon. Have a good one, Megan. Appreciate you. We have a good night. He says the concussion made Reek snap out of it. There we go. Brandon says, no way because I'm streaming past 5 a.m. Ha ha ha. I'm going to have to peace out around then. Just love these 10 p.m. start times. odd start time tonight, 7 p.m. They were making the copy got me through, which is good. He says, come on, Reek had good 9 games and bring us that 3rd round comp pick. I believe in you. We ain't gonna be able to play the comp pick game this year, King Bomber. Way too much cap space. I'm just gonna have to let him walk, unfortunately. John would have to get very creative to be able to play the comp game this next offseason. It was a fumble by Stroud, and we fumbled it, so it became a touchback. Okay. So LB1 says, do a live reaction to presser B. We might try. I'll probably put the button on that pretty much. We're 6.5. Gambling Go. Wow, you're still up. Nice. Go Hawks. Great win. Thank you, Gambling Go. Go Hawks, man. Great win. Kieran says, don't you listen to the players? They think PFF grades. Yeah, the players are certainly touchy about the PFF grades. I think that there's a little bit of ultimately, I think the players are a little over the moon on this. Just kind of. I think the players have a bone to pick with PFF because it's not perfect and because there's some stuff that's not exactly right. And if it's not 100%, then it's sort of throw the baby out with the bathwater. It holds no weight to it. I think that every NFL team out there to some degree does pay attention to the grades. It doesn't mean that it's the mitigating factor or that it's the determining factor. And I think that's where the players should kind of start to wrap their head around a little bit of this and understanding this. There are fans that use the PFF grades for shorthand in every way, and that's completely wrong. But as a tool, as a metric, as a piece of information to include with the rest of your information, there's room for that. And that's the trouble I have with PFF is it seems to be an all or nothing kind of thing where we either got to give it's got all the weight in the world or it just has no weight. And to me, it's always a balancing act of you're doing the eye test, you're looking at statistics, you're looking at PFF grades, you're looking at context at play, what's going around those players to bring about the kind of grades they have and how they are performing. You want to kind of marry it all together if you can. It's not an exact science. There's always room for error with this type of thing. But I do think that the whole thing that you hear at times with people who want to just sort of toss out the PFF grades as though there's no value to them, I think that that's incorrect. And again, I think every team in the NFL, to some degree or another, is utilizing those grades a little bit in their assessment and evaluation of players. Kind of to my point on it, where it's a metric to be used. It's not a whole thing on its own that you just lean on all the way. American, thank you for the $10 donation, American. Very, very kind of you for that. New offensive coordinator, new quarterback. We could be 7-0, but I'll take a sloppy 5-2 heading into a bye. Washington plays the Monday Night Football before we play them on Sunday Night Football. 6 days of rest versus a bye week of rest. Let's get to 6-2. Go Hawks. To your point, you got to wonder if maybe it helped us out a little bit, American, having that extra day off the game with, remember the Texans got their bye week coming into this game, an extra week to prepare for us on the road. And maybe we were able to counter that with a little extra bit of that rest. It's a good point there on that part. Washington plays Monday Night Football before we then play them on Sunday Night Football. So that 6 days of rest makes a difference, American, especially to your point on this, when you're trying to get Jaden Daniels back on the field on the hamstring, number one. But number two is you're kind of mid-season going through kind of that shortened week. That's to me where you really do feel it. That's where the stress is real there on the bodies. Hopefully we can have that as a nice, at least a little bit of advantage for the Seahawks going into that game on that. But a great note there. Washington playing on Monday Night Football before we've got to play them on Sunday Night Football. And I think that's the part where the patience is required to the offense. And when we all knew walking into this, that new OC, new quarterback, this is going to take some time. And you hope you get some early returns from that as it's taking its time, which we absolutely have. We've got maybe the number one rated quarterback in the sport, or one of the most efficient quarterbacks in the sport. We definitely got the best wide receiver in the sport and how he's playing right now as you are working out those kinks. You got A.J. Barner playing as efficiently at the tight end position as you've seen the NFL right now. You've got Arroyo who's showing you he's got some components to where this guy can be a weapon within this offense. Your running backs are still going strong. The offensive line is improving. I'll take the 5-2 as well, understanding these parameters coming into play. I think a lot of teams bring on a new OC and a new quarterback. It's pretty rare that they're able to get these kind of quick returns in this way. Look at the chemistry between JSN and Darnold right out the gate. Like those guys have been playing together for 5 years. They're locked in sync. So I take it this, as I said, as you look at the schedule this offseason going into the year, American, I think you would have taken 5-2. Everybody would have going into this bye week and saying, that's great. That's fantastic. And that's, as you say, one more point to that, as you say, you could easily be 7-0 on this. A couple of games go a little bit another way. Woolen actually goes up and makes that play in the 49er game. You get the 2-minute drive there at the end for an offense that's moved the ball all day. We're talking about potentially that team that is 7-0 and that team that, and that's still with some warts. That's still with some stuff that needs to be cleaned up at that point, 7-0. Again, that's the thing that would speak to me, and that's maybe as much as being a Homer fan in my outlook of it, because there's always the draw within that when you see these kind of numbers and think about this type of stuff. But it just does speak to me of that you're two plays away from having a 7-0 kind of record, and that would still be a 7-0 record with a very much an imperfect team, with a team with a lot of things that can still be corrected. And then that makes you think, well, what happens if we can just get even a couple of the collection of those things corrected with already what we know is working? If that stuff can maintain, well, then doesn't that take that ceiling of that team, the potential of that team, that much higher with it? And it's certainly within me. I go, well, that's my homerism talking. That's my own internal biases speaking there a little bit. But maybe it's also true that it's teams when they tend to have sloppiness or just a little bit of disjointness in varied places, don't go out there and come out to 5-2 records to start their years off. That's much more of a middle of the road team or a team at 2 and blah, blah, blah. And we're not that. So the optimism is true. It's real. There's good reason for it, American. A lot of, as I call it, the fundamentals of this team are pointing in the right direction. And a lot of reason to think that you're going to continue to get better and that you're going to play your best ball down the line, hopefully as this season is wrapping up. And that's what I call the stage being set here. That's the stage that is set right now. They've done a lot of the hard work here to set this up. They've lined this all up for themselves here rather than being behind the 8 ball, no room for error. You better go on a run. Not necessarily what we're saying right now. Love to see them go on a run, but we're rolling. We're rolling well, man. Thank you for the $10 donation, American, and go Hawks, brother. Go Hawks. Michael Bicknell, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate that, Michael. A lot of hate for Darnold in the media. They don't watch the Hawks like the Niners game. I think game plan let Sam down more than his performance did. Yeah, I think I'd be very hard pressed to say that I think that Sam Darnold somehow played a bad game here today. The ball where it's ripped out of his hand in the back of the end zone and the guy recovers it and they get a touchdown for the Texans. you didn't give Sam Darnold a hot route read. So you can say in that moment, like, well, Sam's got to get rid of it. He's got to get rid of it to who? Throw it into a sea of hands in coverage where there's not an opening to throw it to. Charbonnet blows the chip block first on Will Anderson and then gets out into his route too late. So Darnold can't get it over to him. So it's really, that's not on him. The throw to Barner is certainly one where it gets picked off, where that's the worst throw for him of the game. That's the worst decision for him of the game. But you remove those two plays. Where's Sam playing bad in this one? Where is he not getting the job done? And it was another game, once again, as we've seen through all these games, where every single game this year, you have not had a consistent ground game to lean back on. You have stayed committed to the run game every game this year, which is a testament to Kubiak and sticking with it, that it hasn't been particularly good. But you've got one of the highest stuff rates in running the ball in all of the NFL. You are having no success in running the ball. Again, that was the way it was today. Again, it was going to be on the arm of Darnold to get this done, and he got it done. And so the big time throws he's got to make down the field, Michael, where he's the most accurate passer in the NFL on deep throws. And to me, that's an example of great quarterback play. That's an example of a guy with great arm talent for the position that he does have. So was it a perfect game? Was it the best game? No, but this is not a game where you can again look at Darnold and go, see, this proves Darnold this or that. That's pre-built-in biases of hate against Darnold, like you say, where there's a lot of hate in Darnold in the media and that narrative that hangs over the top of him. He's having a hard time shaking it as far as it stands. It should be shaken. There's people that should be able to reset their eyes a little bit with him on this, but you can hear it in the debate that I have with Jesse over there on the roundtable, and probably we'll have again tomorrow, where just some people with certain quarterbacks, we saw this with Geno, there are people that will just dig their feet in on certain quarterbacks and say, I will be not moved off this spot. My assessment is this of this QB. It's locked in. It's loaded. You are not going to move me with even the grandest of arguments to get me to a different position on this. The guy can't move out of this place and where he is in my head right now. There's just no way. I see it this way. That's where it's at. And for some reason, the quarterback position especially seems to lend itself to this sort of, the concrete's dried. It is what it is. He is what it is. There's no changing him kind of outlook of things. But I think that people should with Darnold. He's done plenty now after a year and a half here of this kind of level of performance, that you should stop looking at him as a New York Jet and start looking at him as a guy that's not only reclaimed his career, but reclaimed that top 5 status of what made him that high pick. You're seeing and feeling, why was this guy a top 5 picks? Because teams saw the vision of this player, of what this guy could be down the road. And he's realizing that potential. But I'm not surprised, Michael. This is the way that media narrative stuff kind of clicks in and sets in. And it's not just this way for him. It's this way with all quarterbacks. It was this way with Geno Smith. We saw when he came in here. People don't move off their spot with quarterbacks, even with new data. Thank you, though. Appreciate all of the donations today from you, Michael. Ton of support. Carl says, I just hope Drake being out there isn't primarily because of regression and Tyrese Knight. He's a high draft pick. Can't have that coming to a close like this. Yeah, I think it's more of the impression I get the way the coaches have talked about this. They could be blowing smoke up our butt. But the impression that I've gotten from coaches is that this is not Drake. This is not somehow Tyrese Knight stepping backwards as much as this is Drake Thomas stepping forward. Is that the truth or not? We'll see. But that's been what they've sort of sold it as. I think in a game like this, the way he played, that certainly feels like the truth. But, it could be a little bit of the Knight taking the step back. Remember too, Carl, there was a very weird injury with Knight at the end of training camp. They didn't tell us really what it was. There may be something there that's still kind of ongoing as well. Vin Russo, Drake Thomas has had the 3rd highest PFF grade last week. There we go. He's grounded. He's coming in shape, Vin. He's been playing better. Chase says, plus Drake Thomas really good. It's not like we're cooked if Knight isn't good. It's true. He was a day 3 guy. You're not as worried about day 3 guys if they don't quite kick in. Here's I think honestly Drake Thomas will get less snaps because even Warrior will take a spot, and Job, Woolen, and Spoon will be the nickel corners. We'll see. It's potentially a way they could go. Remember the plan, though, was with this offseason and moving through training camp, and I saw this in person, Kieran, when I was there for all 3 days, is that Spoon was playing specifically and just only out there on the outside. He wasn't as much slid into the slot in training camp, which made me kind of guess that maybe the plan here is a little bit of Woolen, Spoon outside, Eamon Wari into the slot. But you can go a couple different ways, and certainly Eamon Wari's got enough size to play off-ball linebacker. King says, I genuinely believe we can win a playoff game this year. I'm hyped. Let's go, King. Playlist Trav, I know the draft's weak, but some interesting, versatile physical corners and linebackers. I am hearing linebackers are really good in this draft, Playlist Trav. I haven't gotten too much into the scouting side of things yet here. So I'm still kind of just getting into that part of it. But I have heard that the linebackers are good. BC, oh my effing God, is this still going on? Still going. Still going. Chase, did you all see Murphy sniff out the screen? He sniffed that out like a bloodhound, man. Made that noise when he smelled it out too. Carl, with the way we're using Arroyo and with him being second round and Barner being more than serviceable, I worry about that pick too. Yeah, the Arroyo pick and I think Milroe pick, if I'm just to be honest with you guys, is really 2 picks about the future as much as anything else. And with Arroyo, you were going to use him as a weapon this year, but we can see with him being a lack of like a heavily targeted guy through any of these games, he was going to be a little bit of a piece of the puzzle. He was not going to be pieces of the puzzle. And I think that he's doing fine for what you're asking him to do. And I think the same thing about Barner, Carl. This really comes down to a 2-prong issue. And this is the thing that can kind of come up with maybe Cooper Kupp and the way that people look at him with him too. You really got to backward step off of this first and foremost too. Coming into this game, JSN's eating up 44% of the receiving target share. So 44% of the passes are going JSN's way. So already out the gate, about half the passes of your offense go to one wide receiver. So now you got the rest of the 50% left over, right? Okay. But now you're also coming into this game 20th in passing attempts in the National Football League. 20th. You're going to be right around the same area here after this. So you have one receiver taking half of your target share, and then you're throwing on the back third of the league as far as the number of passing attempts. What this is going to lead to is that the rest of the guys, the pass catchers here on this team, aren't getting the opportunities. And they're not getting the opportunities because your offense isn't not being effective. It's being effective. It's just that when you're going to be a low volume passing attack, and then you're going to cut out half of your market share to one wide receiver, there ain't a lot left for anybody else. And if JSN was being very inefficient in his targeting, if JSN was somehow being targeted, kind of like you saw Nico Collins, for instance, in this game. I think Nico Collins is targeted like 10 times, gets like 4 catches. You go, well, the rate of return is really not there for the amount you're throwing at this one particular guy. But that's not the case. He's being efficient. So it's not really an issue as much. And it's not as much of a emblematic of the fact that Arroyo's, maybe busty or not worthy of the second round pick that we made upon him. Some of it is about what he will be in the future. We're in 26 and 27. Some of this is also though about, look, you only got so many balls to go around right now. And it's just kind of the nature of this beast so far. I would estimate it's going to change with time, Carl, but it's got to change with time in how defenses are also playing you. Because a part of why you're doing what you're doing is because you're getting more stack boxes and has blitzed as much as any team in the National Football League. And that's driving you over to JSN. So if some of that stuff adjusts on the back end, then you're going to probably see more of these guys getting a dispersing of the ball worked all the way around a bit. Houston, you keeping me company through my overnight shift. Thanks for all you do for us, Brando. My pleasure, Houston. I love what I do. Glad to help you get through, man. Glad to help you get through. Austin, I don't know if you mentioned it, but I could point out 2 plays where DeMarcus Lawrence had huge plays. The stop of the goal line, he was the one that made the play, and on the screen, he sniffed it out. He's played really well, man, and his impact the last 2 weeks, I don't think it's any coincidence. The last couple of weeks, that pass rush coming off the edge has been improved, not only because of what he's brought, of course, the 2.5 sacks he had last week, but also because now the rotations get rounded out right. where you don't have guys taking on 10, 15 snaps too many off the edge because you're a little bit lean there from the injuries you were dealing with, both DeMarcus and having Hall out there. Ben says, media head for Donald. What a surprise. He must play Pro Bowl level every game or else. I know, Ben. Exactly. Like you talk about a guy where it's like he's definitely not given the benefit of the doubt in the least, despite the fact that the guy's turned his career around. Michael Bicknell with another $5. Thank you, man, for all of the donations. You are awesome today. Thank you so very, very, very much. He says, players don't like PFF because it is owned by Pat Mahomes' personal butt cork, Chris Collinsworth. That might be a little bit of a part of it. And I don't blame players a bit on this because it is a tool that's used by these teams. And that tool then comes back around at times, I think, when it comes to contract negotiations and can be kind of used against you. And if you thought the grade wasn't entirely accurate, then that would miff you up a little bit. And it certainly is, not perfected, and it should not ever be used as an end all be all. The only time you'll see me do that is if I just haven't had a chance to look at tape on a player and I can kind of shorthand it until I can go and do that. But you always should marry the tape to what you see on the scores and marry in with it the context of what's going on with their positional group around them, the help they do or do not have. It's a lot to try to measure. I'll give you that. But I think that's where you get the accurate outlook on a given player or a given team or a given positional group on a given team. But yeah, players definitely are very much anti the PFF stuff. And I get why. I get why when there is some basis on the back of it for driving, I think, contract negotiations and whatnot. But yeah, Collinsworth loves himself some Patrick Mahomes, doesn't he? God, that guy just can't stop himself with him just over and over. It's like, God, we get it. Get on your knees, man. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $10 donation. Appreciate that support. B, I heard that Jackson Powers Johnson is in the doghouse with the Raiders. He got benched and could be moved. According to Raiders content makers, it's an internal dislike because he tries to be Crosby. John Schneider should get him. Yeah, I don't know what the issue is there with them as far as that goes. Because after all, if this is like a personality thing, certainly we've seen in Coach Carroll a willingness to embrace colorful personalities. If they're willing to move him, I would certainly be willing to get in there on it. You know, he's actually not been he's been pretty well graded for the fact that he's playing guard. And that's kind of the other part of this. I was looking at this the other day. Yeah, he's the 30th ranked guard right now in the sport at a 63.7 grade. So he's essentially at, he's got quite a split too from his pass blocking to his run blocking. So he's a nightmare in pass protection, but he's a good run blocker. But he's also playing out of position at guard when he should be playing center. And we know that this is a problem with Pete, right? This is a problem with Pete going back to Ethan Posick, where he likes to move those centers into guard to make him more quote unquote versatile, but you can end up having the guy play at a lesser out of position than when he would be played if he's just at his strength and he's just able to do what he should be doing. I thought Jackson was a pure center coming out. I thought you really don't want to move over to guard. So I'd like to get a little more fleshing out and try to understand what this is and why a guy gets into that sort of doghouse like that this point, especially when you have moved him off of his natural position and he's been kind of the good soldier to do that. So I'm willing to take advantage of the Raiders if they've messed that up, Mark, and they've just gotten in their head on that one a little bit. But he's not playing too bad at guard, man. I mean, whether he can come in here and be your starting center or whether he's just going to be then your right guard. I mean, he's been better than Bradford. Where we got Bradford rated here. So Bradford's rated your 70th. Holy crap. Bradford's got a 21.7 pass blocking grade. That's so bad. So look, I mean, he'd be a significant upgrade over whether or not it's the center or right guard. It'd be both of them, Mark. He would be above and beyond on both. Old perceptions do die hard. That is for sure. Thank you, Mark, man. Appreciate all your donos, brother. I'm definitely in on that with JPJ, and I got to think it'd be a day 3 pick if that's the move you're making for him there. Jeff said they should have lit Lumen up in Mariner colors, but oh well. That would have been cool. Carl says, what media? They stopped talking about the game on SportsCenter 10 minutes after it ended. I'm not surprised. Brandon Jana, dude, we should be 7-0. No question. This is it's a special team. Maybe not this year or maybe this year, but I'm uber confident we're grade A legitimate contenders in a year or two. Well said. And from here. And I echo your thoughts on this. And I said this even this year where I wasn't as sure and still am not totally sure about the final form this team's going to take this year. But I believe you're on the right path. And I believe it's only a matter of time. And so, we want it to happen fast, but just the fact that we're on the right path is very, very, very cool to see because I can't always say that about this team in recent years. There's times I've had in recent years where there's questions about, I think this is off. I think that's off. I think this is kind of inherently broken and we're not trying to fix it. And there's nothing on that in this team right now that I can say that about. Kieran says, we're going to struggle with the Niners being 3-0 in the division at the end of the year. Yes, we will, potentially. They've got an easy schedule set up for the rest of the season, Kieran. American, we are rolling, man. Rolling. Kieran says, Sam did not have his best game tonight. Not bad, but we can't get stuck inside our 5 this year without giving me a heart attack. Can't roll out of the end zone after the play breaks down, man, laughing out loud. Yeah, I mean, I guess just from my standpoint on Kieran, it comes down to a little bit more of the play calling was the issue there. If I'm making the itemization about what the problem was, that's, to me, Kubiak getting a little weird in this game at times there. But again, Sam didn't play as good a game as he's played throughout this year. I still think he played winning football and certainly did enough to help you go get the win in this one. Maximus, how you doing? Played Stafford like 6 times and lost every single one of them. It's not like all those rosters were stacked. True. Ben Russo, Darnold's 19-5 in the last 2 years. Wow, great stat. Carl, he had plenty of time to just tuck that ball and take the safety. Instead, he gave them 4 points. Love Darnold, though, 95% of the season. Yes, sir. It's a tough call there where you're in the end zone to just take that snack. You're trying to fight against that, to go down there and just give up the safety. Again, we come down to what's the problem there? It's that 3-play sequence from Kubiak was as much just, getting pass happy in the shadow of your end zone is definitely a choice. Drew Brandley, is this defensive line better than the Legion of Boom era or maybe deeper? It's got the potential to be on par, I think, Drew. Maybe a little bit better on the interior of the defensive line. And maybe that's enough to make it a little bit edged out just by a bit, but very close between the two, I would say. The Legion of Boom defensive lines were much more structured up to be, you had an early down crew and then you had a late down crew. This is more of a pure rotation all the way through where guys that are on first down can play on third down, guys that are on third down can play on first down. So Legion of Boom, of course, had their base down, Clint McDonald, Brandon McBain. You'd have Michael Bennett off the edge on one side. You'd have Red Bryant as a power edge 5 tech on the other side. Then you'd flip to the cheetah package. And on passing downs, now the 3 tech becomes Michael Bennett. Cliff Averill comes out. You bring out Michael Clemens the other side. You got Clint McDonald in there as your 3 tech. To the other side, because you're kind of rocking 2 3 techs at that point in the cheetah package. So it's very, very close to each other, just differently kind of put together as well, which makes it hard to make quite a comp for comp comparison there. Mac offense let the defense down. Indeed it did. Carl Jr., don't forget how good Cliff and Mike Bennett were. No. They were good. Very good. Maximus, I'm happy as long as one of our phases can carry us. We have to be happy with a win. We do indeed, Maximus. no sadness here. Certainly feeling good about this team. Nothing but sunshine and roses heading into the bye. Brandon, day 3, day 4, man, I get it, but I think we just want players that will help us win. At the moment, 42 looks like he can do exactly that. I could care less if we win a chip on the back of an undrafted player. Me as well. And the NFL's that way. Guys come from all different directions to become starters in this league. NJ, how do you think this offense functions in a situation with JSN locked up? Do we trade for another guy? I don't think we trade for another guy. I think that we haven't faced this yet this year so far, so it's kind of hard to predict of what it's going to look like when you actually do it. The Cardinals did a little bit of this in the game. They're the only team that I've seen that's done any sort of commitment to really doubling JSN, which then freed up other guys then for you to be able to go out there in that game and take advantage, I think. I don't think that there's really room to go get another wide receiver at this point, NJ. I mean, I'm not going to get mad if they do it, but I just think you could end up kind of wasting away a guy who you're not going to give a lot of targets to, who you may not even really need by going and making a move like that. I think you stand pat with what you got and you roll with what you got and you feel good about what you got. But no team has chosen to go that route quite yet. They're stacking the box. They're playing one-on-one with JSO on the outside. And Russo, does Kubiak know what a screen pass is? He does. He's not running a lot of it. He tried to run the one to Charbonnet, and the Texans had it completely snuffed out. Feels like sometimes the traditional screen game to the running back has kind of slowly been removed out of the sport bit by bit. Just doesn't seem to be effective anymore. You're linked. I still miss Lockett. I wish he was still in Seattle. Great, reliable player. Well, he's just asked for his release. You never know. Carl Jr., hopefully it's Cooper. I get he's not Triple Crown, but one catch is one catch. Yeah, he's doing great. 32-yarder in this. You're just not targeting him a lot. I like the idea of people, but it's unbelievable and consistent. Yeah, be a little bit out there. Was Trey Flowers out there today? They showed a cornerback named Flowers going the game off practice squad. Not on Seattle. Maybe on the Texans. Guard, look up Sundell. He's like 40th. Yeah, he's not doing well either. Both right guard and center are a problem. Mark Hawksnest, check Wi-Fi Willie Raider. He's great with Raider content. He thinks the original plan fell through and JPJ is playing guard because he's their best lineman. That would be kind of like a Pete thing to do on that. Still, the best position for him at the end of the day is going to be center. That's where he has a potential to me to be dominant. It's like he can be a kind of a hold on, try hard guy for you at guard, but at center, he can actually be potentially a difference maker. Kieran says Monday night doubleheaders should never be given to the same network because these a-holes skipped half the first quarter on the national broadcast. I was pretty mad. I yelled at my TV. Oh, man, that's tough. Sorry about that, dude. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the double dip on Monday night either. NFL getting a little greedy. Simmerjet, Leonard Williams odds to win the Defensive Player of the Year this year? I don't think very good, Simmerjet. Not because he potentially couldn't earn to be in that discussion. I don't know if there's a better interior defensive lineman in this sport right now. I mean, just playing complete great brand of football. But we saw last year, didn't get much recognition with the kind of year he had last season. And just seems like he's a guy that the national attention is not great there, where it just gets lost a little bit in the shuffle. Though doesn't mean he isn't deserving. Just that's the nature of the East Coast kind of voting that goes down, a little bit. Gambling Goat, thank you for the $5 donation, Gambling Goat. I think we should look at another cornerback before the trade deadline, even if we keep Reek the rest of this season. I don't got a problem with Gambling Goat. I don't think it's going to be cost is going to be significant. I don't know what team you're going to necessarily find that guy from. For instance, I don't think the Saints, that are going to be the one trade team in the NFC that might be willing to move guys, I don't think they're really going to have anybody you're going to be really looking at. Lante Taylor's last year of his contract, but he's more inside outside guy, probably more of a guy that you'd be looking if you needed some slot help. I don't know if the Raiders has got a really corner you're going to look at. Maybe Eric Stokes. He hasn't played particularly well necessarily. Browns can't really move a Denzel Ward with the dead money that would have to inflict. There's not really a corner there to be added there. Dolphins don't really have anybody either. So it's I'm in favor of making it if you can find the deal to be had. I think that the tough part here, Gambling Goat, and thank you for the $5 donation. Just the tough part here is I don't know if there'll be a body out there on a team that's available to go get. But I can understand why you'd want the insurance there. We saw when our quarterback room got light, when there was no Reek and there was no Witherspoon, you had some games in there where you were kind of holding on for dear life a little bit. So could make a lot of sense. That's for sure. Thanks for the dono, man. Appreciate you guys. Just unbelievable with your guys' support today. Like 76 donations or something I think we're up to on the stream here today. So really, really appreciate you. And Mark, thank you as well for the note on sorry, it's not the note on the other deal that you put up there about the Raider guy who covers it. I'll try to check that out and see if I can get a little bit of that information on that. Doesn't sound like if they don't have any answers there at guard that they're going to be looking to move him though. So he's probably not. There's really probably no chance for him to be on on the market. But I would jump if he was. Daniel Bailey, why do you think teams continue to stack the box against us when we have been getting chunk plays consistently? Well, I think that people are trying to replicate a little bit of the high pressure rate stuff on Sam Darnold that you saw the Rams able to do last year, and thinking that they can get him to play a little bit off point and that he'll make mistakes. I think that they know that we're going to want to run the ball and that they don't want to let us run the ball. And that when it comes to stopping the run this year, remember with the way that this has shifted defensively, philosophy wise across the sport, is that the cover two shell teams have started to make a bit of the change this year back to, we can't just stay back in cover two shell with off coverage and then have a light box and then not expect that to get exploited. It's going to be. So now we've got to come back, doubling back down to stopping the run. Well, now that's going to mean you're going to leave yourself a little bit more exposed in the back end when you do that. But the big driver here has been the condensed splits. No team has been as committed to running the condensed splits as the Seahawks have, and that the teams are seeing that get tight and they're going to bring down their stack box in the back of that. And then you're getting your one-on-ones. So it seems to be that the book out on condensed splits is that you bring down stack boxes to deal with it, just in general terms across the NFL. And it's not working. I would expect the adjustment to eventually come down the line on this one, Daniel. But I'm also it's kind of also odd that you're through this many games of the season and still every single team, including the Texans today, leans back on that strat and leans back on it heavily. Also, that's a good point. There was ABC. They could have just put the lines on, then Seahawks and ESPN. Don't know why ESPN has to get involved. Yeah, it's not smart by the NFL to go that road with it. Not the reason. Gambling Goat. The cornerback wouldn't have to be a world beater now, just someone else average for depth. I'm with you 100%, man. If you can make that move out there, and it is. And we've been kind of discussing this a bit tonight, Gambling Goat, where it's just you go through the teams right now. Let's do it really fast here on this. I think that this does show it. I get that on there. All right. So let's do this. Not to go through this too much, but just to kind of spin through this really quickly, because I think for some of you that are hot to trot on getting some players, I think this represents this really quickly. So let's fastly go through this. Gambling Goat, there's got to be teams that are willing to sell for you to buy. You can want a corner, want a lineman, can want an edge rusher, but there's got to be the team that's got that player who's selling as well. And when you go through all of these teams here, let's go for first the NFC. Nobody in your division is trading you a corner. 3 teams out the gate, gone. Falcons, Panthers, Tampa Bay. All think they're going to be competing. Nobody's selling. You've got the Saints. I mentioned Alante Taylor's the only guy that's in availability there. That's it. You have every team here in the NFC North, either 3-3 or above that. Vikings are not going to be selling at 3-3 at the trade deadline. Neither are the Bears. Okay. That whole division's out. Okay. So we go to the Giants. Giants have maybe Deontay Banks you could look at maybe. I mean, they don't even have Deontay Banks there anymore, I don't think. Yeah. Paulson Adebo, Drew Phillips, and Cordell Flott. There's Deontay Banks. He's on the bench. So, maybe you go get a Deontay Banks on the bench where Giants are maybe willing to move. But even the Giants, I don't know if they're fully in that mode. I don't know if you really want Deontay Banks. Raiders, Eric Stokes, maybe is the only guy you could really point to there. I don't think they're going to move anybody. None of the other three teams in the AFC West are going to be moving anybody to you. They're all going to be in go for it mode. You've got, unless the Texans are willing to move one of their corners, I don't think that's going to happen. They're all going to be into it. So you only are left within the Titans as a team you could go with here. Now the Titans have Ladarius Sneed, but Sneed's kind of cooked. He's questionable, little beat up as it is. Jalen Armour Davis doesn't do a lot, and I don't think they're going to move him. So don't really have much there for you to go off of with that team, right? You're kind of stuck there. The rest of the division's out. We come up here into the AFC North. Ravens have no corners you want. I guarantee you there. Browns can't move Denzel Ward. They've already moved Craig Newsome to the Jacksonville Jaguars, so now they don't have any corners that they're going to move. Okay. Rest of the division's out. Bengals, Steelers, no options there. Okay. So then we've got the Dolphins and the Jets. Jets signed Amon Sauce Gardner to a contract extension, and then they let DJ Reed go. No cornerback there. Then when we go to Miami, look at their depth chart. Where are they at from a cornerback position here? You got Storm Duck. Rasul Douglas is a maybe guy you could look at maybe. That's a guy with some familiarity, I think, with the Mike McDonald defense. Jack Jones. Just there's not a lot there right now. Unfortunately, this is really where the breakdown comes in on a gambling goat. I'm with you on it. I just think that you're going to be really hard pressed to find a deal out there that you can go make for a guy. And all back down to, again, you got to have enough teams willing to sell. You got to have teams with somewhat even a decent corner out there that are willing to sell. And I don't know if there will be. Carl Jr., what was the last game you attended, B? The last Seahawks game I attended would have been a couple of years ago with Megan. We hung out, we checked out the game in person there. Hard part for me really comes down to, Carl, and it's going to be hard for me to do a game in person into the future, is that in doing this YouTube stuff, number one, I like doing the play-by-play. I have to sacrifice, and that's one of the funnest things that I get to do on this channel. So I'm not really lining up right now to do away with those kind of days because I like doing that so much. But it's also what we get for growth and viewership on days like this is just through the roof. And when you do this kind of channel and you do this kind of stuff, it's not like a 365 thing here where all year long you're in a place of growing. There are certain times a year that the channels will grow. There's other times of the year where things are just going to stagnate. And so got to strike while the iron's hot. Got to be doing this while the games are going live here on this side of it. It's just kind of the way that this has worked with it. So probably won't be going to one anytime in the future on that one because it's so important here to be able to go and live stream on these kind of days for the channel. Brandon, man, because you might beat me in the attrition game on this one. Never tuned out one of your streams before it ended, but I think you got me on this one. Damn, I'm going to push it till 5:30. We might not last super much longer here on this. I'm definitely holding on a little bit. Jeff Logan, D. Eskridge is still in the league. Wow. Yes, he is. Carl Jr. D fumbled yesterday. Ouch. Kieran, got to get some UDFA or practice squad players somewhere. Maybe there's somewhere out there. Might be somebody out there on that. Gambling Goat, solid points. This season has been so strange that way more teams think they have a shot than normal during this time. You've really touched on, that's the bottom line with it, Carl. So there would typically be more of I would say a pecking order where you would see maybe not half the teams in the NFL, but like 40% of the teams in the NFL might be more driven towards the sell mode. But what's happened is that everything is just into the middle right now. Part of what makes it so cool that the Hawks are at a 5-2 record is everything is kind of smashed up for everybody to be 3-3. The NFL is already generally set up for parity and everybody to be basically 500. This year has just reinforced that like no other. And then what that means is that that's just less teams in sell mode because you're always just seemingly 2 games out, right? You're one little hot 3-game run away from getting on top of the division, even if you find yourself in 4th place, like the Vikings do, for instance, right now, where they go, hey, Lions run on a couple of hard times. We get hot. We get back JJ McCarthy, and we're cooking with gas. Just believe in the vision, believe in the dream. They're dreamers, is what I'm trying to say here. These guys are dreamers, Gambling Goat, whether it's a real dream or not, whether they've just taken a lot of peyote to get that dream to happen, they always want to kind of generally, in most terms, want to lead into that dream and still try to make it go, even if there are real small possibilities of it really happening. And that's just kind of an NFL thing. But yeah, it's where we find ourselves right now, where it's going to be a little bit of a limited, I think, trade deadline, because there just won't be as many teams willing to make those kind of moves, willing to sell. I think there'd be a lot of buyers. And that's the other part of this. That's the thing to consider gambling, is you go, well, go get a corner. Doesn't have to be a game breaker. Can just be a functional guy. But now when there are so few sellers on the market and there are so many buyers on the market, because that's the flip side of this, is that there's teams that aren't sell mode, then they're much more likely to be in more of a buy mode. And if you're a 3-3 team that's like, well, we could use a corner that could maybe then help us to cement that dream and take us over the top. Let's go make that move, and let's go give up prime real estate to go make that move. Versus Seattle teams is thinking, well, I would have given you up a day 3 pick for that guy. This team's giving up a day 2 pick for that guy. But what are they doing? Well, they're desperate, and they're dreamers, and they're believing in the vision. So that's also what's going to make this hard, is I think that you're also going to have to pay those seller prices. And that might be enough to make John a little bit nervous about making a move that kind of just laterally helps you out as far as roster goes. Karen says, we call that parity. Ha ha ha. Teams aren't getting smashed or going unbeaten like usual. True. Very true. Exactly. Exactamundo. I want to thank, if I can, with you guys here today, the sponsorio of the show. Sponsor of this show is who? Oh yeah, the sponsor of this show is going to be Sleeper. Sleeper is the number one app rolling in the business right now, and that is an app where you can take advantage of daily fantasy. You can get a little bit of baseball here with the World Series, comboed up with football. You got basketball right around the corner. Put a mix together, get your overs, get your unders. But use my code today, NEST, and they'll match you up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. There is also another secondary part to this as well, which is that you can also get yourself $20 in your pocket just by creating the login on Sleeper app. So create a login, instant $20 in your account. Then you can use my code NEST. They'll match you up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. So it's $120 from me to you through the Sleeper app. And I know many people said, but wait, here in the state of Washington, it's not being used as much anymore. We can't get access to it as much as more. Well, now you can. Now you're able to actually use this in the state of Washington. So use my code today, get in the daily fantasy, get the overs and unders. A little bit bigger on the picks here in this one. I tried to go for shooting for the moon on this one here a bit today. Wasn't able to quite hit my picks on this one, but I have hit and landed on a couple of picks. We'll keep those going through here through the NFL season, trying to get you guys some money selections. But over under, get back in fantasy if you find yourself already out of the fantasy game in your league. Get into a weekly fantasy, recoup a little bit of that pride, start getting a little bit of like training yourself for next year already. Start putting in that groundwork a little bit on that. But do use my code today. Terms and conditions do apply. Please do see their site for details. And thank you to Sleeper for sponsoring the show throughout this year. It's been very, very kind on that part of it. We will probably go ahead and start to put a little bit of a button down on this one. If you guys can do me a really big favor here and hit that like button. I think all of so many donators here, Gambling Goat, Mark Sanchez, Michael Bicknell, American, Trey Griff, Primo, Simmerdrat, Alan Brasi. Again, I think it was 76 donations today, and member chats in here. Thank you to all the members of the channel as well, as we will continue to get those benefits out to you guys. We got Monday morning PFF scores. I'll get those out to you here probably just pretty soon. I'll be able to get the scores on that one out to you guys on the community post. But if you're a member, keep it on your community post, as that is where I do indeed post the membership benefits on downline too. So community post, members, that's where you want to look. Get the PFF scores out on Monday. We got Thursday night football. We just did a call-in show this last Saturday for members of the channel. So we're continuing to really expand that as it goes. Gambling Goat, I am told, now I'm not in the state of Washington, but they did tell me that in October here in the state of Washington, that the Sleeper app, or these apps that have been closed down to you guys in the state of Washington up until this point, where you haven't been able to use any of it, it is supposed to be fully now opening up to you guys, and less of the nanny state thing going on. So You're supposed to be able to use the sleeper app in full in the state of Washington now, or at least partial in the state of Washington right now. So yeah, you are supposed to be able to use it on that. This month it's supposed to be opening all up, which is why they wanted us you're seeing so many Washington content creators kind of pushing a little bit on this, is they want people to be made aware of it, because it is something that's just starting to open up kind of anew. Yes. Well, all right, let's put a little bit of wrap up on that. We're at 2:30 in the morning. We're at 7 hours and 20 minutes on the live stream show. So I think that's probably a good time to go ahead and cash this one in and call it a day. I really thank you guys for watching. Brandon, aren't I tired? I'm jacked, man. I got my team playing great. You guys got me thinking. And yes, I'm definitely a little tired, but always remember with this, Brandon, I'm going to be up for about another 4.5 hours, because I got to put the wrap up video together now. So wrap up video comes next, and that's always an experience putting that one together. So yours truly still in for a really long night. But look, I got a bye week this week, so I get to rest up after tomorrow and recharge the batteries. And I'm going to be so hyped on adrenaline with this team doing some really nice things. That's got me really encouraged and still very hopeful for this season on that front of it. And you guys keep me going, Brandon. I'll tell you what, you guys keep me going. I swear to God, 7.5 hours goes by, if you can imagine it, in the blink of the eye. And hell, we still got over 660 people at 2:30 in the morning in this chat. That's incredible amount of people still hanging with us. And I thank you guys, all of you, for hanging out with us so long. If you can hit that like button for me, I'd really appreciate it. If you get subbed up, I really, really appreciate that. It helps out the channel, helps me grow, helps me show. We got a schedule that will be kind of in flux this week a little bit. We'll be doing the Thursday B&B show, probably doing some discussion on Thursday in regards to this trade deadline. We got the Seahawks Syndicate coming up on Wednesday as well. We'll be doing a little bit of discussion on the trade deadline with that. So you're looking for a lot of turning over the trade deadline. I'm going to go a little deeper into this here after this week, take a look at these teams, see if I can find a creative team and maybe a couple players that we haven't been able to kind of rip off the top on this, that we got to look a little bit deeper in to kind of see who might really be available. Maybe we get a little bit creative in our designs and our outlook here. But we'll be doing a little bit of those focused centric shows, maybe a little bit looking at kind of the first half MVPs. We got the Seahawks weekly roundup as well. We'll be doing this week. So we'll still be coming at you guys. We'll still be rolling with you guys. Rock with me here throughout this week. And let's get dreaming big, guys. I don't know where this team's going at as far as the final point of the season, but I know we haven't played our best football. I know we are as talented as a team as you will find in football. I know we got the right coaches to make this work now, both on the defensive side of the ball and the offensive side of the ball. We damn well know we got our quarterback. A lot to feel good about here. A lot of reason to have this optimism. It's not blind optimism. It's not homer optimism. It's true and it's real. We'll see if this team can bring it together through the rest of the course of this year. But Lord knows we are on the right path and we're moving at a good speed. So keep the good vibes going. Maybe our Mariners do fall here and the end of their season does come abruptly here in the Game 7 series against the Blue Jays, but maybe the Seahawks can pick us up here through the rest of this year and make us dream big and bring us one hell of a football season. As you have set the road, you've set the stage. We're primed and ready now. Let's see if we do a trade deadline. Let's see if we can keep this momentum. See if we can keep cooking and take this team to the next level, because we're ready to break through. We are a hungry fan base and we are ready to break through. Big win for your Seattle Seahawks. Sloppy or not, doesn't matter. No style points in football. 4 turnovers, yeah, it hurts. Yeah, the offense could have played better. Yeah, Kubiak could be better with the play call. But the defense is sensational. The special teams continues to bring it every single week. And this team is coming together little by little. And oh, by the way, they're pretty darn healthy here for being halfway into the year. We're looking good all across the board here. Everything is in really strong shape. So I hope you're thinking big. I hope you're dreaming big. And I hope you are ready for a hell of a final run through the rest of this season as we go into the bye week. I thank you guys for watching today. Fun P, thank you so much. Carl Jr., you have a great night. Brandon Jana, great talking with you as well. Go Hawks, man. Thank you for all you do. Gambling Goat, appreciate the donations. Kyrian, always a pleasure talking with you, brother. Thank you so much. We call that parody. And we call it parodies, right, man. You guys are awesome. I really, really appreciate you. Dream big, my fellow Seahawks fans. We might be on for a hell of a ride this football season, and it's been a fun one to watch with you so far. I can only imagine what is to come the rest of this year. We will be back very soon, but until next time, please, 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 don't you ever forget. Don't you dare ever forget. Go Hawks.